Chapter 3843, Buzz. The top part of the water beam transformed into a large crystal ball, floating on the bottom half of the water. This scene wasn't that surprising. After all, any cultivator at a certain level could change water into a crystal ball or simply perform an illusory technique. In this case, the Grand Seer used an ancient divination art to do so, not relying on his cultivation. The image inside the crystal ball didn't stop shifting. The spectators saw a sun always emitting bright rays. Then in the next moment, it became dark clouds with flashing lightning. Next came a torrent of rain or scattering snow, enough to freeze and cover the land with a white layer. Everyone saw a different scene. The first-comers found this surprising, but those with experience knew that they had varying senses and awareness, hence the different results. The dignified Grand Seer chanted while forming a mudra with both hands. The mudra morphed as his dinger danced. People knew that this was the start of the divination process. Eventually, the final form of the mudra was a lotus flower. He raised and pointed one finger at the crystal ball, adding the lotus flower into it. Ripples appeared on the surface and continued to spread. Something similar was duplicated to the rest of the world. The crowd felt as if everything was within the seer's vision. Once the ripples disappeared, they no longer saw the terrifying lightning bolts and all-encompassing glaciers. The crystal ball now reflected the world itself, acting as a tool for them to observe. They felt as if they could look at themselves now from the outside, an awfully strange sensation. The Grand Seer's eyes started pulsing with a golden glow as he attempted to gaze deeper into the crystal ball. The rest of the crowd followed his vision and traversed through endless space, finally ending at the azure. They found themselves in a different location, right beneath the sky vault. Laws circulated above, akin to the opening of a supreme Tao portal. They couldn't avert their gaze while being overwhelmed with fascination. Creak. The portal opened and chaos true energy oozed out from the gap. Tao laws poured down, intending on illuminating the entire world. The seer's vision pierced through this chaotic energy in order to gaze at the deepest crevice of the sky through the portal. He wanted to see what lies beyond. The crowd felt the same curiosity as him. Boom! 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 Suddenly, loud thunder sounded. Lightning bolts descended with the force of an ocean, wanting to devour all living beings. A terrible force rocked their mind and pushed them out of this Zen state. They returned to their body and staggered backward. Once they looked around, they were no longer standing beneath the azure. Of course, they were never there in the first place and merely saw it through the seer's eyes. They noticed that he was still standing in front of the crystal ball. The artifact contained numerous lightning bolts now. He tried his best to hold the crystal ball. Though the lightning bolts rampaged within, the ball didn't move in the slightest as long as he maintained his grip. His eyes opened wide and spewed out magnificent rays, each capable of opening a new realm. This was his attempt to comprehend the mysterious astrological signs. As he delved deeper into the crystal ball, more lightning bolts spawned in order to stop him. They escaped the ball and surrounded him. This, in turn, made him look like a god of lighting. The decrepit and dying old man was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a deity capable of understanding the heavenly secrets. All laws and Tao were within his grasp. The emotional spectators realized that this was the real Grand Seer. His feeble state with unsteady steps was only a facade. Of course, they thought that this was understandable. How could a dying man test the will of heaven? He had lived for generations and divined numerous great events. Someone with this much experience couldn't possibly be a weakling. In terms of actual fighting potential, he might not be a match for the Supremes, but this was more than enough. Buzz. His golden rays gave birth to divination runes. These occult runes gathered on the crystal ball and started a refinement process. They kept on changing, wanting to derive and comprehend the secrets hidden in the azure. Once they reached their top morphing speed, no experts here could see a thing and became dizzy. Stabilize. The Grand Seer roared thunderously. Pop. The crystal ball was fixed in place by the runes. Though the surface was still rippling and ravaged by lightning bolts, the crowd thought that he had successfully stabilized it. He staggered backward while his chest heaved up and down, gasping for breath. He turned pale, on the verge of vomiting blood. Tension took over the air. The crowd became afraid that he might fall down after seeing him tremble. What a frightening astronomical sign! The Grand Seer has never struggled like this before. An ancient ancestor took a deep breath. He was fortunate to see the Grand Seer performing this ceremony before. It went smoothly, unlike this one. The spectators could easily tell that this was a struggle. This astrology sign was truly frightening, forcing the Grand Seer to go all out. The question became, what did he see in there? After a long time, the seer took a deep breath. His golden rays were nowhere to be found. A turbid gray took over his eyes again, the same with the previous deathly aura. Chapter 38-44. The spectators solely focused on the crystal ball made of water. It continued to shift and they all saw different things while being fully immersed. The Grand Seer was as focused as can be after finishing the stabilization process. The crowd grew more nervous by the second, ready for the divination result. He placed both palms on the crystal ball, causing it to become radiant. It started with an image of a clear sky, but in the next moment, a loud explosion caused a black tsunami to take over. It was nothing more than an image, yet the spectators found it so realistic. They felt their chest being smashed by the relentless waves and staggered backward. Black tides. Some couldn't help looking in the direction of the black ocean. This was the first thing people thought of. Suddenly, lightning bolts descended and illuminated the crystal ball. An unmatched divinity instantly banished the darkness and suppressed the ocean. A faint figure stood at the center of the lightning bolts with a weapon at the ready. Boom! Next came a merciless massacre. The blow seemingly pierced through the entire ocean in a shocking manner. The spectators became breathless after sensing this divinity through the crystal ball. They had a hard time recognizing the details because the attack released a blinding radiance. Once they could open their eyes again, the radiance dispersed and the crystal ball lost its shimmer. Eventually, a layer of frost covered the surface, shrouding the images within. They exchanged glances, still shaken. Everyone wanted to know the meanings behind what they had just seen. So the darkness clearly indicated that black tides would do something next. What about the descending figure? Was that the heavenly genius? They had no choice but to rely on the Grand Seer and his interpretation. He turned around and stared at them. Though his eyes looked cloudy and spiritless, they thought that he could easily see through them. The astrological sign has emerged and determined the momentum of the future. He briefly concluded without elaborating. Grand Seer, may I ask what is the meaning behind this? A high elder became impatient. The mystery known only to heaven cannot be divulged. The Grand Seer paused for a bit before responding. Some were naturally unhappy because that's precisely the reason why they came, to know more about the future. Anyone else would have faced criticism. Alas, the Grand Seer had a prestigious position and no one dared to express their displeasure. As disappointment struck the crowd, he coughed and said, "But since the divination ceremony has commenced anyway, we'll make an exception today. Everyone can take a look." Take a look? The crowd clamored, finding this both exciting and unbelievable. In history, the seers were the only ones in control. Others couldn't come forward near the crystal ball. This was unprecedented. Can we look at our future and fate? One member of the audience asked. The Grand Seer glanced at him and said, "Everyone will see different things. It might only be a sign or a hint, it isn't absolute." They started fantasizing about their own future. This was something irresistible. Grand Seer, may I ask about the heavenly genius? One genius asked, "Will you designate someone with this title?" People nearly forgot about the reason why this ceremony was such a big deal. Unfortunately, the Grand Seer didn't wish to divulge the heaven's secrets. This turned out to be quite disappointing. That's up to you whether you'll see this heavenly genius or not. The heaven's secrets are right there, the Grand Seer said. Others thought that he was relinquishing his responsibility. Nonetheless, they worried more about participating in the process. Young master, will that crystal ball show one's future? Yang Ling curiously asked. It depends on what they want to see and how. Li Qie smiled. What about you, young master? She tilted her head. My fate is mine, not the heavens. He responded. I see, she murmured while repeating the phrase in her head. This comment was rather common and has been used by masters or red-blooded geniuses. Nonetheless, she found it different when it came from him. Those who wish to divine, line up here. The Grand Seer stood aside and gave everyone this incredible opportunity. The way was right in front of them, yet some started to hesitate. Yes, reading the future seemed tempting, but what if the future was bad? No one wanted to face this. I'll go. A youth full of vim and vigor stepped forward. He climbed up the platform and stood before the crystal ball. People watched with bated breath, wanting to see the first result. The youth was naturally nervous as he placed his palms on the ball. The muddled crystal ball lit up again. He was the only one who could see images, others only saw a blinding light. After a while, he released the ball, looking emotional and excited. What did you see? A cultivator nearby asked. He clearly saw something good, so he happily responded, I saw myself walking on a golden ladder. My name was on the golden plaque of successful national examinees. I had 3 flowers placed on my head. The mystery known only to heaven cannot be divulged. The Grand Seer interrupted the youth from recalling what he saw. Chapter 38:45. The youth saw auspicious signs and couldn't keep it to himself. However, the Grand Seer's warning woke him up and he hurriedly left the scene. Some started talking about him right away. One said, looks like his future is quite bright to see those events. Others were envious right away. After this, more and more wanted to give it a shot. They wanted to find out whether they would see the same auspicious signs, perhaps becoming a sect master or a leader in the future. Maybe a sovereign wouldn't be out of reach. Thus, someone from the last generation climbed up the platform and touched the crystal ball. It lit up and allowed him to see his own images. Once he let go, he sighed, looking a bit dejected and sad. He left without saying anything. Everyone could tell that he had seen something unfavorable regarding his future fate, hence his expression. This created the opposite effect. Seeing ominous signs would leave behind immense pressure. It was better not to try. Nonetheless, another youth tempted fate and followed the process. Once he let go, he became confused and asked, Senior, I saw a white elephant. What does it mean? A white elephant is a sign of mighty power. The seer answered. The youth was ecstatic and continued, what if it starts breaking down mountains and rivers? The mystery known only to heaven cannot be divulged. To which the seer responded. The listeners understood that the seer knew the answer but just didn't want to speak. The youth had no choice but to bow towards him, then left. Might as well try. Eventually, a line formed beneath the platform. The majority couldn't resist this opportunity and gave it a shot. The result was mixed. One started punching the air in jubilation from seeing something good. Another had a solemn expression and even sighed. A few had no clue what the signs meant, so they asked the Grand Seer for guidance. Senior, I saw myself pushing forward while wielding an evil sword. Grand Seer, I saw blue clouds somehow blotting out the sun, leaving nothing but darkness. Grand Seer, I only saw a circular light, nothing else. The Grand Seer rarely answered, treating his words as if they were gold. Those who believed that their future was ominous even asked him for support in order to change it. Alas, he only answered with the same phrase, the mystery known only to heaven cannot be divulged. Young master, do you wish to try? Wei Qianqing was filled with anticipation. Yang Ling thought the same way and wanted to try herself too. No need. Li Qie smiled while staring at the crystal ball. Young master, given your ultimate prestige, I'm sure what you see will be incomparable, Yang Ling urged. The cultivators nearby snorted, finding the comments to be ludicrous. The geniuses and experts here wouldn't pick such words to describe themselves, let alone someone like Li Chia. My fate is unfathomable. Li Chia chuckled. His group nodded in agreement after hearing this. The old servant thought that it would be difficult to gauge Li Chia's future. However, the crowd found it rather ear-piercing. Unfathomable? You think too highly of yourself. One youth sneered. Even the ancestors can check their fate, why can't you? Just go up there and see. An expert accused Li Chia of being arrogant. 3/ himself glanced at Li Chia, then Wei Qianqing. He then said, the Grand Seer's remarkable divination ability is second to none. He had checked 8 Stallion Dao Lord's fate before, so you can give it a shot, fellow Daoist. Damn right, the Grand Seer even read the future of someone as peerless as a Dao Lord, let alone a junior like you. It will require 0 effort. The young Lord of the Tuhua added, purposely putting down Li Chia. He could see that 3/ was interested in Wei Qianqing while she was too close to Li Chia. Thus, he wanted to help the guy out. Crystal alone can't handle the immensity of my fate. Li Chia smiled. A furor started after he said this. People stared at him and considered him to be ignorant. Preposterous. That crystal ball read the fate of a future Dao Lord. One older expert shook his head. Fool, even the Supremes are respectful towards the Grand Seer for his magical ability. I can't believe a junior is running his mouth like this. A high elder added. Many insulted Li Chia, thinking that he was being disrespectful towards the Grand Seer. The Grand Seer himself took a look at Li Chia, slightly raising his muddled eyes. They became profound right away, seemingly capable of seeing everything with total clarity. This young master has an auspicious fate. He then suggested, go try, maybe the heavenly genius is none other than you. What? The crowd immediately clamored like boiling pots after hearing this. He's the heavenly genius? Others started paying attention. A while ago, the Grand Seer no longer wanted the responsibility of looking for the heavenly genius. Now, he said that Li Chia might be the one. Really? People started examining Li Chia. No way, the Grand Seer himself said that nothing is absolute. An old cultivator said. He was being sarcastic, right? This youth dared to question his ability. A youth uttered coldly. Others found this to be the highest possibility. The Grand Seer must be annoyed at Li Chia for doubting him. However, he didn't bother explaining to others and still focused on staring at Li Chia. The latter stood there calmly as well. See, you're the heavenly genius, go and confirm it. Show everyone the wondrous images that will stem from your fate. The young Lord of the Tuhua smiled and said. Chapter 38-46, as if a nobody like you is worthy of seeing my greatness. Li Chia quipped without holding back. The young lord immediately turned red and trembled with rage. I see, I am just a nobody. His clan wasn't unbeatable or anything but still had relative influence in Blackwood Cliff. Now, he as its young lord was being looked down on in public? This was truly humiliating. If it wasn't for Wei Qianqing, he might have attacked Li Chia already to teach the guy a lesson or two about propriety. I might be a nobody. The young lord restrained his anger and retorted, but I still want to see the style of the heavenly genius. Since you are him, show us how peerless and dominant you are. What do you think, gentlemen? He tried to drag the crowd into the mix as well. The older cultivators only wanted to watch the show, but the younger cultivators glared at Li Chia. I'm sure the phenomena of a heavenly genius will be incredible. The Grand Tao will erupt and it'll look like the descent of an immortal. We would love to see it. Another young talent smiled. That's right, broaden our horizon already. Others started laughing. They naturally wouldn't accept Li Chia as the heavenly genius. First, all of them wanted this classification from the Grand Seer since it would change their fortune. Nonetheless, they would be okay with him picking someone like 3/. They would have no grievance to speak of because 3/ was the strongest and most prestigious genius in Blackwood. This didn't apply to Wuxia. The guy was only an outsider with little fame. How could he convince the crowd of his supremacy? Thus, they all assumed that the Grand Seer was being sarcastic. 3/ smiled and spoke. The chosen genius should be the heaven's favorite, capable of suppressing black tides to save the world. You are a crane among a flock of chickens, destined to be great. Please show everyone what you can do so that they'll be convinced. He spoke in a casual manner, seemingly lacking any personal agenda or malice. Wuxia still didn't answer. Too scared to do it. Someone this cowardly is no heavenly genius, only a rat. One youth snorted. The heavenly genius certainly fears nothing, similar to someone unbeatable and charismatic like young Lord Biendu. Another uttered coldly. So if he's the heavenly genius, then the young lord must be a supreme existence. One older expert joined in. They mocked Wuxia while currying favor with the young lord. Mind your own business instead of uttering nonsense. Wei Qianqing's expression soured and shouted at them. They merely disliked an outsider like Wuxia and knew who she was. Thus, they decided to listen to her and swallow their words. After all, it was better to give this legion commander some face. I'll do it then. Young Lord Tuwa suddenly shouted and leaped onto the platform in a cool manner. The crystal ball lit up after his touch. Poof! He became engulfed in flames. He eventually pulled his hand back before many curious gazes and laughed heartily. Haha, I saw a fire dragon playing in the air. This is as auspicious as can be. Is this a sign that the young lord will successfully train the true dragon flame art? One youth wanted to please him and said, "You'll certainly become the fire dragon venerable in the future." That sounds about right. One expert nodded approvingly. The Tuwa placed second in this region, so it was understandable for others to flatter its young lord. Fire Dragon Venerable? That's not a bad title at all. Young Lord Tuwa was elated to hear all the praises, already having chosen his future title. Senior, what does it mean to see a fire dragon playing in the air? The young lord asked the Grand Seer. The seer responded while staring at him, the Tuwa clan is versed in playing with fire. The crowd already thought that this was an auspicious sign. Now, since the seer talked about the clan's affinity with the flames, they thought that the young lord would really become this so-called fire dragon venerable later on. I see. Thank you, senior, I will try even harder on the path of fire in order to reach the apex. I'll absolutely become the fire dragon venerable. The young lord glowed with anticipation and determination. Though he wasn't the heavenly genius, he still had a great divination session on top of being confirmed by the Grand Seer. What he meant is, those who play with fire will be burned. A nonchalant voice interrupted his celebration. Everyone looked over and saw that the speaker was Wuxia. It was a bad time to make this comment since it could be construed as purposely diminishing someone's fortune. To say something so ominous meant provoking the young lord and his clan. That was unwise for anyone staying at Blackwood Cliff. The young lord was livid and furiously shouted, "Brat, watch your mouth. I'm merely warning you out of kindness." Wuxia waved his hand. "Ignorant fool. You must be tired of living." The young lord couldn't keep his cool any longer and jumped off the platform. He has never been afraid of anyone while on his territory. Plus, Wuxia was an outsider. Ridiculous, do you wish to fight? Wei Qianqing glared at him. Her dignified and oppressive aura instantly crushed his momentum, causing him to pull back. As a legion commander and one of the 5 heroes of duality, her power was impressive. She was the strongest of the 5 too, so this young lord was no match for her. This left him in a tough position. He obviously didn't want to fight her, but to retreat like a cowardly turtle was shameful as well. Fellow Daoist, just mind your words next time. 3 smiled and tried to appease both sides. Chapter 38-47. Everyone quieted down since 3 had spoken. He had absolute influence here as the number one of the young generation, at least in this region. Li Qie only smiled at him without saying anything else. What, do you think you're a seer now and want to tell young Lord Biendu his fortune too? A different youth scowled after seeing Li Qie's carefree expression. They kept on interpreting his attitude as arrogance and didn't appreciate the way he treated the future ruler of Blackwood. I do consider myself a pretty good fortune teller, Li Qie unexpectedly said. The crowd exchanged glances and of course, they didn't believe him. One youth snorted, bullshit. You better stop playing around. Young Lord Tuwa couldn't do anything to Li Qie because of Wei Qianqing. Nonetheless, he still wanted to cause trouble. Fortune-telling is a supreme technique of the great seers, yet a junior like you dare to make this claim during the important ceremony? You clearly want to offend Seer Watch. Despite being angry, he wasn't an idiot and chose to stir the pot between Li Qie and Seer Watch instead. Seer Watch wasn't powerful but still had plenty of prestige and support. It is improper indeed. An expert from the last generation agreed and shook his head, making this claim is truly disrespectful to the descendants of the Heaven Calculating clan. Everyone knew that Seer Watch came from a clan versed in calculation and divination during the ancient era. Though Seer Watch never advertised its ability in fortune-telling using astrology, it still should be superior to most. That's why the crowd glanced over at the seers, wanting to see their reaction. Strangely enough, they had no expression on their face. Young Lord Tuwa became disappointed since his ploy didn't work. Fellow Daoist, if you are confident in your fortune-telling ability, would you read my future? 3 was surprised before asking. Young Lord, don't take this arrogant guy seriously. Another immediately said. Yes, he's making a fool out of himself in Seer Watch. One cultivator said. Nonetheless, 3 seemed interested and wanted his fortune read by Li Qie, patiently waiting for a response. If you're actually capable of fortune-telling, go ahead and read the young lord and show us what we can do. A young cultivator demanded. Yes, show the great seers what you can do. Others started chiming in. Fellow Daoist, how is my appearance? 3 asked again. Li Qie finally glanced at the guy then answered, extremely ominous, definitely will die to a saber. The smile on 3's face immediately froze. This went beyond being impolite. Everyone knew that 3 was famous for his saber mastery. He swept through Blackwood Cliff uncontested. In fact, few could match him in this regard in all of the South. Perhaps only the wild child of the East could take him on. Thus, Li Qie's claim was deliberately insulting. The scene became quiet right away after Li Qie's blatant provocation. Fellow Daoist, this joke is out of line. 3 still forced a smile, albeit with a touch of coldness. He tried his best to calm down and give Li Qie a chance to take back his words. Li Qie would be foolish to not take this opportunity. I'm simply telling the truth. Those who are too confident in their saber Dao will die to the blade. Li Qie smiled and kept his stance. 3 could no longer smile since Li Qie refused his good intention and double-downed. If you keep on babbling nonsense, your tongue will be cut off eventually. Young Lord Tuwa bellowed. Indeed, he can't read anything at all and just wants to make a scene. He's lucky that young Lord Biendu is benevolent. Anyone else would have cut him down. Others voiced their support for 3 He only got here recently and doesn't know the power of the Biendu. One ancestor talked among his peers, thinking that Li Qie was suicidal for offending the number 1 clan. So shameless, he wants to display his slight skill in front of the experts. Others chastised and looked down on Li Qie. 3 maintained his composure and cupped his fist towards the Grand Seer. Senior, this fellow Daoist claims to be a master at fortune-telling. What do you think about his assessment after reading my appearance? The center of focus shifted to the Grand Seer. Everyone thought that 3 slashes was crafty to do so. If he had vented on Li Qie earlier, he would have looked narrow-minded. But now, by letting the Grand Seer assess Li Qie's comment, the guy would be humiliated without him needing to do anything. The Grand Seer glanced at Li Qie before answering, "The ceremony is still available. You may go there and check for yourself." Though he said nothing of Li Qie's ability, this was indeed a possible option. "Right, the crystal ball is still available. Young lord, you can go take a look yourself." An audience member told 3 slashes. 3 slashes stared at the crystal ball on top of the well. As the future leader of Blackwood, he exercised caution. After all, an ominous sign would be quite disadvantageous. "Go check it out." Li Qie smiled and nodded. "So you're still confident in your fortune-telling ability, fellow Daoist?" 3 slashes replied. "That's right." Li Qie answered without hesitation. "Young lord, don't waste your breath on this ignorant fool. You're the embodiment of the Grand Tao, so your fortune should be impeccable," another youth interjected like a sycophant. "Fine, I will check it out. We will see if your confidence will waver or not." 3 slashes glanced at Li Qie, then Wei Qianqing. Having said that, he stepped onto the platform before the excited crowd. They all wanted to know which visual phenomena would emerge. To a certain extent, 3 slashes' personal fortune also influenced Blackwood's future. Chapter 38-48. 3 slashes was afraid of ominous signs despite wanting to see his future, hence his hesitation prior while everyone else tested their luck. Nonetheless, he had no choice but to do it due to the circumstances. He took a deep breath and placed his hand on the crystal ball. It exuded crystallized rays that chased the chaos away. The spectators were ready to see the signs and images in the crystal ball. This had serious implications on the future of their region as well as their own sect or clan. Buzz. A saber hymn could be heard as sharp flashes emanated from the young lord. The saber flashes looked happy and harmonized with the hymn prior. The crowd found this special because this didn't happen before to anyone else. This wasn't the end of it. Even the saber hanging by his waist started hymning as well, looking quite happy. Clank. He himself issued the same hymn, resembling an unsheathed saber capable of splitting the sky apart. His saber energy diffused across the area, freezing those nearby. They didn't dare to move lest falling victim to the sharp energy slashes. Some gasped and shouted, "Such a powerful saber energy." Clank dash, after a pronounced hymn, his flash became resplendent until he virtually disappeared, becoming one with the saber Tao. People saw an image of a heavenly saber slashing vertically, capable of severing the cycles of reality. Everyone was horrified to see this, the ancestors included. No one knew what he was seeing in the crystal ball. Nonetheless, his Grand Tao has been activated. It seemed that the images must have been amazing, a testament to his future potential. This phenomenon is unmatched. Even his personal saber is resonating. A youth exclaimed. That saber has an incredible background. It came from Black Tides, definitely an ancient weapon on the same level as a Tao Lord weapon. Another nodded in agreement. Don't tell me, young Lord Biendu is the so-called heavenly genius? One more took advantage of this to flatter 3 slashes. The crowd exchanged glances as a result after hearing this. Initially, the purpose of the divination ceremony was to search for the heavenly genius. However, the Grand Seer changed his mind during. All the youths here wanted to be the lucky one. They knew that the chance was slim, but if it had to be someone from Blackwood, it should be none other than 3 slashes. Others weren't qualified because they were inferior compared to him. Plus, others wouldn't be convinced anyway. Only 3 slashes fit the requirements. Young Lord Biendu is the very best in the Holy Ground, no, in all of West King. It has to be him. A genius who has a good relationship with him immediately remarked. Absolutely. As if that Li guy would be the chosen one. Others voiced their agreement. The crowd could only see the visual manifestation on the young lord, not the images in the crystal ball. Nonetheless, the majority thought that he was the one. Li Qie or young Lord Biandu? This was an easy choice for them, no need to think twice. 3/ finally removed his palms from the crystal ball during heated discussions. The visual phenomena on him disappeared and a chaotic expanse returned to the crystal ball. Everyone waited for him to tell them what he saw. From his expression, they could see excitement or even joy. He took a deep breath and bowed towards the Grand Seer. Senior, I saw the image of a divine saber descending from the heaven. It possessed a divinity that should be unbeatable in the entire world. A divine saber from above with an invincible divinity? The crowd clamored. The sign of a future Tao Lord? Another youth said with admiration. That's possible. Someone from the last generation solemnly said, who else can see this image outside of a future Tao Lord? Yes, only the saber of a Tao Lord would possess an unbeatable divinity. Many sided with this opinion. Remember, his divine saber came from black tides, maybe the high heaven gifted it to him since he's the chosen one. A genius shouted. So he's the one from the Grand Seer's prophecy. Many truly wanted this outcome. I have many questions regarding the celestial images, please guide me, Senior. 3/ asked after the recollection. Everyone waited for the Grand Seer's answer. No one thought that 3/ was lying about what he saw. Of course, they wanted to hear him being appointed as the heavenly genius or that he would become the future Tao Lord. This had happened before with 8 Stallion Tao Lord. The members of the Biandu wanted this more than anyone. Having a Tao Lord in their clan would propel them to the next level. Perhaps they would be able to extend their reach into the holy ground and replace Sacred Mountain. This was a lofty and virtually impossible goal. Nonetheless, ruling for several generations would be good enough. 3/ himself nervously awaited the answer. He naturally wanted to hear the good news more than anyone else. The Grand Seer rarely calculated for others. Having an auspicious prophecy from him would solidify 3/'s future. The Grand Seer's expression remained indifferent. He glanced at 3/ and calmly said, sabers are dangerous weapons. He then closed his eyes and stopped caring about 3/. Chapter 38-49. The listeners were disappointed to hear the brief response. That's not the answer they desired. It should have included the words, heavenly genius, or future Tao Lord. Nonetheless, no one dared to ask him for elaboration. After all, even invincible masters addressed him with honorifics. The ancestors and high elders present were all his juniors, let alone the young generation. 3/ felt the same disappointment. After all, he believed that he had witnessed an incredible sign of auspiciousness. It told him that he would stand at the apex and look down at the world. To take one step back, the Grand Seer should have at least praised his future sign. That would have been enough to elevate his status. Thus, 3/ bowed again and continued, is there anything else you wish to teach us, Senior? He fished for a compliment but the Grand Seer turned a deaf ear, seemingly resting. 3/ was both disappointed and unhappy. Alas, there was nothing he could do. Though he was the prestigious young lord of the Biandu and the future ruler of Blackwood, it was still useless if the Grand Seer didn't want to give him face. In reality, the Grand Seer might have the same prestige and influence as Buddha and Righteous Supreme. His lack of cultivation power didn't matter in this case. Sabers are dangerous weapons. Someone suddenly spoke and interrupted the silence. It was none other than Li Qie who had a smile on his face. A scowl appeared on 3/. He already had to restrain himself against Li Qie prior. Even the Grand Seer slighted him just now, so frustration built up. He clearly saw an auspicious sign but the seer made nothing of it. Now, Li Qie butted in and ruined his mood. Staying calm proved to be impossible. Enough of your drivel. He finally shouted. It's up to you to believe it or not. Li Qie shrugged, Seer Watch does have some abilities from their ancestral clan. This ceremony is accurate indeed. The image of a descending divine saber means that you'll die to one. This is an ominous sign, so better watch out now. Rage built up inside 3 while listening to Li Qia's nonchalant tone. So now, the guy said that he had an ominous reading? Such impudence. Some locals couldn't stand this. His far-fetched reasoning is nothing short of an insult. He deserves death. One youth furiously bellowed. Yes, someone who likes to fan the flames everywhere shouldn't be allowed in Blackwood Cliff. Others jeered rowdily. Banish him from Blackwood, never let him take a step inside again. Another youth screamed. Just a banishment? That's too easy on him. Insulting the Biendu and its young lord is a crime deserving of death. That's the only way to appease the public. Young Lord Tuwa coldly uttered. True, kill him then. Many experts shouted in agreement. Li Qia was only an outsider in their eyes, so they would naturally take 3's side. Even if the latter didn't say anything, some would still be willing to kill Li Qia in order to please him and his clan. 3's controlled his anger, but his expression was no longer friendly. He glared at Li Qia and said, Since you know fortune-telling, fellow Taoist, have you read your own? Yes. Li Qia smiled, a boundless longevity. Boundless longevity? The only things boundless are your arrogance and ignorance. Someone from the last generation sneered. Someone needs to teach this egotistical maniac a lesson. Many were eager to fight to make 3's happy. Or at the very least, they needed to express their stance. Fools. Li Qia shook his head then said, Let's go. With that, he turned and left. He didn't come here for divination at all. His goal was to take a look at this lineage because they were descendants of the heaven-calculating clan. He was interested to see how much they have learned. After seeing the Grand Seer, he got a good idea and didn't need to stay around any longer. What's the hurry? Young Lord Tuwa snorted and walked over. The other crowd members looked aggressive, seemingly ready to attack Li Qia the moment 3's gave them a signal. However, Li Qia ignored them while Wei Qianqing huffed thunderously. A chilling intent permeated from her, causing the crowd to pull back. Young master, you do not wish to observe the heaven? The Grand Seer opened his eyes and asked Li Qia. Unnecessary, I already know what the heaven is like. Li Qia smiled and kept on walking. He's afraid of seeing his terrible future. An expert said. Yes, running away like a cowardly turtle. Another chimed in. The Grand Seer was more anxious than anyone else to see Li Qia's departure. He hurriedly said, Young master, just take one look. He waved his hand and the crystal ball on top of the well flew towards Li Qia. He didn't dare to force Li Qia to do anything. However, he still wanted to find out more about Li Qia. Buzz. The moment the crystal ball got close, countless golden beams exploded akin to the eruption of the cosmos. What the hell? No one could keep their eyes open and started panicking. Want to calculate me? Li Qia turned his head towards the crystal. Boom. Boom. Lightning bolts rained down along with a massive figure inside the crystal ball. Bam! The crystal ball suddenly shattered. This made the astounded Grand Seer stagger backward, pale. Once others regained their sight, they saw pieces of the crystal ball scattering downward. Li Qia was already gone from the peak. Did you see that? Confusion sprang among the crowd. What a monstrous visual phenomenon. A powerful ancestor only got a glimpse and became stricken with fear. Even the Grand Seer's crystal ball couldn't handle it. Another ancestor couldn't see it clearly. The top masters on the peak were at a loss for words. Chapter 3850, The shattering of the crystal ball shocked everyone. 3's also had a visual phenomenon earlier that was quite impressive. Alas, it paled when compared to Li Qia's. Did anyone see that? Why did the crystal ball break? A youth asked. The young generation had a hard time seeing the crystal ball due to the blinding radiance earlier. They couldn't activate their heavenly gaze. It got crushed by the divination images. A top genius among them managed to see. However, his peers remained skeptical. Another said, "How? So many tried and none broke the ball." Right, even 8 Stallion Dao Lord back then didn't break it. Li Chia has no cultivation to speak of, that's impossible. Another added. A fate too great for words, simply unfathomable. Another cultivator mused. Li Chia had said something like this before. It seemed like he wasn't kidding. Of course, most didn't buy it, thinking that it was only a shocking coincidence. You know, he might be the heavenly genius. Another thought about recent developments and asked. The first to react was 3 Slashes, his expression soured right away but returned to normal in the next moment. That Li guy? One youth didn't believe it. I don't see how, no special aura or prestigious bloodline, weak too. He's as average as can be. Others agreed with this, even those who had no ill will towards Li Chia. It was indeed the truth. Li Chia was average in all aspects, whether it be his appearance, cultivation, or aura. When he stood next to 3 Slashes, everyone would assume that 3 Slashes was the real heavenly genius. People couldn't be blamed for judging a book by its cover in this case. Young Lord Hutua snorted and said, "If that guy is the heavenly genius, then young Lord Biendu is an eternal existence or the high heaven." Right, Li Chia doesn't look the part, too ordinary. Someone from the last generation felt the same way. Nonetheless, what happened earlier was too bizarre and astonishing. Venerable Grand Seer, may I ask about what happened earlier? An ancestor inquired. All eyes were on him, waiting for his response. This was especially true for 3 Slashes. He worried that this seer might actually appoint Li Chia as the heavenly genius. That's not a good development for him and Blackwood. The Grand Seer merely glanced at the group before waving his sleeve and leaving. The crowd was disappointed but didn't dare to stop him. Some heaved a sigh of relief because, at the very least, he didn't say that Li Chia was the heavenly genius. Alas, they questioned Li Chia's visual phenomena. What was the meaning behind it? Perhaps only the Grand Seer knew. The divination ceremony ends here. A while later, Seer Watch made this announcement. This ceremony wasn't a success for the mass. The Grand Seer didn't reveal enough information, only bits and pieces. Alas, just the fact that he was involved was a miracle. Everyone started leaving with questions looming in their mind. A minority thought that the mysterious Li Chia could be this heavenly genius. Most assumed that it was only a coincidence. Ultimately, groups began paying attention to Li Chia. After all, he was confident and arrogant despite being an outsider. There must be a reason for it. After they left the peak, Wei Qianqing bowed towards Li Chia and said, "My legion's garrison is right outside of Blackwood, just say the word if you ever need me." Okay. Li Chia nodded and accepted the gesture. She didn't ask why he came because he would tell her if he wanted to. She bowed again and left. Li Chia brought the group to another peak in Blackwood. Most referred to this one as Biendu Peak. The reason for its name was simple. It served as the ancestral peak of the Biendu. In reality, the clan didn't originate from this place or even Blackwood Cliff. Their patriarch followed Buddha Dao Lord on an expedition against black tides. He eventually stopped and guarded this place for generations. No one knew why this peak became their ancestral ground. Rumor has it that this peak was the first landing area of the patriarch and the legion. Thus, future generations established this place as their ancestral ground out of respect for their patriarch. The previous name of the peak became lost with time. Strangely enough, there were no members of the Biendu guarding this place. After all, this peak was majestic and stood opposite of the one belonging to Seer Watch. It was high enough that while standing on top, one could see all of Blackwood Cliff. Thus, from a strategic viewpoint, the Biendu should have garrisons here or at least some patrols. It was still known as their ancestral ground. Alas, the Biendu never revealed their lack of attention to this area. This, in turn, created some rumors. One stated that there were some bizarre occurrences here in the past. Initially, the clan had powerful disciples staying here. One night, they all died from unknown causes. Thus, the clan stopped sending members here. Another speculated that there were powerful blessings and augmentations on the peak. The future descendants couldn't handle this pressure. One more believed that since the Biendu had total control of Black Wood, no one would dare to trespass this area even though it was empty. This was a sign of the Biendu's confidence in their power. Regardless of the reason, no other sect has ever tried to take over this peak despite its geographical advantages. It was covered in healthy trees and vegetation. The pinnacle was flat with plenty of weeds and grass. This isn't bad. Li Chia picked the peak. The patriarch of the Biendu has keen eyes. It's a shame that his descendants are useless. The old servant nodded. Well, maybe Buddha Tao Lord guided him. Chapter 38:51. Yang Ling looked around after listening to the two. She didn't find anything special about this peak. Though it was considered one of the two great peaks, it seemed inferior compared to Seer Peak. It lacked dangerous yet picturesque terrains and an air of magnificence. Nonetheless, the vegetation and trees were verdant and lush. The only thing comparable to Seer Peak was its height. In fact, it might be a little taller. There seemed to be nothing else on the same level. Nonetheless, she didn't think that this peak was unworthy of its fame. After all, it must be the Biendu's ancestral peak for a reason. It's just that she couldn't see its magicalness right now. In fact, virtually everyone thought the same thing, that it was inferior compared to Seer Peak. If they had to pick one, they would always pick Seer Peak. That's why people were confused regarding the Biendu Patriarch's choice in picking this one. Only a few top masters understood, but they didn't tell anyone else. What is special about this peak? Yang Ling eventually gave up and asked. The Patriarch of the Biendu is an exceptional character. He picked this place for its roots. The old servant smiled. A peak has roots? She asked. Everything has roots. Li Chia spoke, it's just that people didn't know and couldn't know. For example, what was the name of this peak before the Biendu got here? Who did it belong to? Who lived here? What grew here? That's part of its history and roots. She definitely didn't know any of the things he brought up just now. Everyone only thought about the Biendu when talking about this peak. They have had ownership over it for a very long time now. The years before that were too distant. Perhaps no one in Blackwood right now could answer these questions, not even the Biendu themselves. Do you know, young master? She inquired. Of course. He nodded with a smile. Tell me more about it. She became quite curious. Maybe after knowing the answers, she would know why the Patriarch chose this place. Unfortunately, Li Chia didn't answer and only stared at Seer Peak on the other side. These two peaks were the tallest in Blackwood, standing opposite of each other. Seer Peak was closer to Black Tides. When standing here, one would see all of Seer Peak along with Black Tides. This was indeed beautiful and magnificent scenery. Alas, Li Chia wasn't here for that. She didn't ask him either because he would have told her already if he wanted to. He eventually stopped looking and crouched down to look at a rotten stump. Weeds and grass have taken over this area because the Biendu didn't take care of it. This particular stump looked huge, needing many men to fully surround it. It died later on, perhaps cut down or fell from disease. Only a stump was left now. After years of rains and winds on top of termites, it became rotten. Nonetheless, layers of thick bark still surrounded the surface. The damages were immense in many areas, but overall, it was still tough like metal. Of course, it was hard to see it due to the overgrowths. Those who could see it wouldn't care too much either. Yang Ling became curious again because Li Qia was carefully looking at it. What made this rotten stump so special? Young master, this stump is special too? She asked. You tell me. He responded. I don't think it's special because if it was, it wouldn't be rotten right now. She gave her opinion. What if I tell you that it's older than 8 decalaces? He revealed. Older than 8 decalaces? Her mouth became agape after hearing this. Adding up the actual age of 8 decalaces was virtually impossible since so many generations have passed. The land produced numerous Dao lords. Lineages rose and fell due to the long trek of time. She thought about one particular adage that applies to this situation: oceans can dry up and stones will break down, yet this rotten stump will always be here. Just its age alone was indicative of its true value. Now she finally understood why the patriarch of the Biandu chose this peak. As a top general of the holy ground, he was far more insightful than others. Are we going to dig it up? She calmed down and asked. It's doing well here, so no need to dig it up. Li Qia shook its head and patted the stump. He then told the old man, we'll be staying here for a while. The old man followed the order without thinking twice. It didn't take long before buildings were erected. As for Yang Ling and Fan Bai, they took care of the overgrowths nearby. They didn't know what Li Qia wanted to do but still decided to entertain him. Not even the old man had a good idea. He could see some clues, just not the entire picture of Li Qia's plan. He knew that Li Qia's real goal was black tides, just not the actual details. Their sudden appearance on top of this peak didn't come unnoticed. The Biandu clan eventually found out that outsiders were occupying their ancestral ground. This wasn't something they could overlook. Chapter 3852. A furor broke out at Blackwood Cliff over Li Qia's decision to stay on top of the ancestral peak. Is this brat crazy? Actually taking over the Biandu's peak, he must be tired of living. An older expert became startled. Everyone knew that the peak belonged to the Biandu despite a lack of physical presence. It had immense significance and served as a symbol of their ancestors' prestige. In history, a few courageous souls tried to take over the peak. Their result was obvious: tragic death. At least it'll be a show, he'll wish for death once captured. One youth snorted after finding out. The Biandu's supremacy and mercilessness in Blackwood were well documented. Just dying was a good end. Sometimes, clan extermination was the outcome. Li Qia's action was no different from slapping the clan's face. The latter would never let this go until ample punishment is dished out. The guy is no fool. What is giving him the confidence to provoke the Biandu? One ancestor had a different opinion. Though they still haven't received the news from Buddha Emperor Plateau, they could tell that Li Qia was special after the divination ceremony. The destruction of the crystal ball fortified this notion. A few ancestors thought that Li Qia was a dragon waiting to soar. However, the Biandu wasn't one to be trifled with, especially not in their own territory. Many big shots have tried and ended up dead. Li Qia's action so far was nothing short of a direct declaration of war against the Biandu, truly a reckless choice. Thus, these ancestors didn't understand. Li Qia might have a strong background, but that wasn't enough. Even Vajra dynasty couldn't do anything to the Biandu here. So overbearing, he has to be the heavenly genius. One youth speculated after hearing the news. This wasn't well received. A genius disagreed. He's the heavenly genius? He can't even hold a candle to young Lord Biandu or the wild child of the East. If he's the one, why didn't the Grand Seer say something? Another added, the Grand Seer said that the purpose of the ceremony was to find the heavenly genius, so an announcement should have been made. That's why I'm sure Li Qia isn't. All in all, conversations about this topic could be heard all over Blackwood. Meanwhile, the Biandu didn't sit still either. Not reacting would be detrimental to their authority and reputation. They sent a powerful group led by their butler up the peak. Normally, an ancient and powerful clan like this shouldn't have a role like a butler. That's something for the new rich or the clans in the mortal realm. However, the Biendu had this position. Historically, only those outside of the clans served as the butler. In other words, this butler was the one to deal with problems. If something bad or unexpected were to happen, their clan could arguably be absolved of any responsibility. Of course, not just anyone can qualify for this position. The current butler right now was already a famous cultivator in Blackwood prior. We got a show now. Many became excited to see the group moving up the peak. They followed right behind, not wanting to miss the show. That Li guy is going to get obliterated by the butler, it's gonna be ugly. One youth snorted. Meanwhile, Li Chia still crouched next to the rotten stump in order to remove the barks. Some have rotted beyond words and removal seemed easy. This was not the case. Ordinary people had no chance of removing even one. He didn't mind getting dirty and focused on this task, seemingly carving a work of art. Yang Ling thought that the young master shouldn't do menial tasks and wanted to help. However, he shook his head and smiled. You can't do it. Just one mistake and it'll lose its chance. She didn't know what he meant by chance here. Nonetheless, she didn't want to ruin his plan and only watched him, hoping to learn something. By this point, the group led by the butler of the Biendu has arrived. The curious spectators came right after. The majority of the latter wanted to see Li Chia humiliated or even killed by the Biendu. You're Li Chia? The butler looked around and saw a palace erected nearby. His expression soured right away. To build on top of their ancestral peak was a deliberate provocation. He needed to flatten the palace and capture Li Chia in order to answer to his masters. However, Li Chia ignored them without responding. His hands were covered in dirt. The spectators found this entertaining. He's being a little careless now, not paying attention to the butler from the Biendu. One expert said. If he gave a damn about the Biendu, he wouldn't have built that palace. Another added. The butler was in a terrible mood. He was already famous before taking this position. Many here in Blackwood showed him nothing but respect. After becoming the butler of the Biendu, he gained more authority and dealt with numerous issues in the region. Now, an outsider dared to ignore him? This was utterly humiliating. Li Chia, destroy this palace and surrender yourself. I will take you to the Biendu. The butler said gravely. His tone was already polite enough. Otherwise, he would have captured Li Chia first. Crippling the guy or not during the process would depend on his mood. Alas, since he represented the Biendu, he needed to show benevolence. Once again, Li Chia completely ignored him, not bothering to give him a single glance. His hands didn't stop moving to remove the barks. Chapter 3853. The butler's mood worsened from the repeated transgressions from the arrogant Li Chia, especially in public. Others exchanged glances, thinking that Li Chia was indeed pushing it from not responding. As the saying goes, one may ignore the monks but still need to give Buddha some face. Li Chia's attitude would only sour the relationship between him and the Biendu. You're pushing your luck. The butler said sinisterly, it's not too late to follow me lest my masters show their wrath. At that point, you would pray for death. There was no need for him to hold back anymore. Since Li Chia refused to give him face, it was time to teach the guy a lesson about the true lords of Blackwood Cliff. It would also serve to show everyone else the fate of those who dare to oppose the Biendu. His threat fell on deaf ears once more. Li Chia paid attention to nothing but his task. Anger brewed inside the butler from the contemptuous treatment. Go, flatten that palace and capture them all. Kill whoever tries to resist. He uttered murderously. People thought they could hear his teeth grinding furiously. Nothing would please him more than cutting Li Chia to pieces. Go. The disciples who followed him separated into two groups. One rushed for the palace while the other surrounded Li Chia. Brat, be obedient or I'll cut off your limbs. one of them said while all readied their weapons. They pointed their swords and sabers straight at Li Chia. If he were to resist in the slightest, they would instantly make mincemeat out of him. The spectators watched with bated breath since a battle was about to start. Make them scram. Li Chia still didn't bat an eye despite the precarious situation and ordered. Others became confused because they didn't know who he was talking to. Rumble. During this confusion, the group who headed for the palace was suddenly sent flying. Ah! Ah! Some screamed in pain. These disciples suffered various injuries, broken legs, crushed rib cage. They vomited blood before slamming into the ground. Once the spectators calmed down, they realized that the assailant was a wild boar. It attacked the group from behind and caught them off guard. Its incredible speed didn't diminish its precision. It easily crushed the bones of its enemies. They took a good look at the boar. Its mane had empty patches. One of its tusks was half broken as well. Kill that thing. The group that surrounded Li Chia saw this and immediately rushed over towards the wild boar. Blade flashed and treasures emerged, all aiming for the boar. Unfortunately, they did nothing to the boar. Rumble. The attackers were sent to the sky, more bones were broken. Most couldn't get back up after falling down. Enough, beast! The butler shouted after regaining his wits. Boom! He summoned a treasure disc that spun around like a millstone. Alas, the result was still the same. The disc was flipped over by the boar. It moved forward and slammed onto the butler. His chest instantly caved in. He fell down and a puddle of blood could be seen. It only took a few seconds before the forces of the Biendu were taken down. They screamed and squirmed on the ground. Their leader suffered the same fate. The spectators who came for the show couldn't believe it. They stood there, speechless. Once they calmed down, they looked around in astonishment. This felt like a dream. Of course, for the members of the Biendu, it was a nightmare. They had no idea how they got blown away. Their powerful merit laws and weapons were simply useless before the boar. The spectators looked again and saw the boar digging the dirt beneath a tree, seemingly looking for a good meal. To the other side of this tree was a dog with yellow fur, looking quite sickly and malnourished. It glanced contemptuously at the boar as if wanting to make fun of it for bullying some juniors. The boar ignored the dog and continued to dig more dirt out. No one would believe this unless they saw it with their own eyes. In fact, the crowd was still in doubt. How could this wild boar defeat that powerful group? Were these animals Li Chia's pets? They didn't look like pets at all. Li Chia didn't bother watching that fight at all. He either didn't notice or didn't care enough. He was in a state of complete concentration. It was as if he was a virtuoso working on his finest piece. Each action was deliberate and meticulous in order to avoid unnecessary mistakes. Scram already! Yang Ling then shouted. Chapter 38-54. The frozen butler and the clan disciples heard Yang Ling's shouting and regained their wits. They didn't dare to say one word before fleeing from the peak, looking as pathetic as can be. The spectators needed time to digest this. An outsider has just defeated more than 100 disciples from the Biendu. It was difficult for them to find the right word to describe Li Chia, arrogance or domineering. A youth going against the Biendu in Blackwood Cliff should be described as ignorant and arrogant. However, from what they have seen so far, Li Chia was neither. He certainly knew about the Biendu's strength yet still chose to go against them. He knew that there was a tiger on the mountain but still climbed up. That's certainly domineering. He became an enigma in their eyes. Was he just an ordinary cultivator or an unfathomable master? The spectators weren't the only ones confused. The defeated members of the Biendu couldn't believe it either. Someone was actually audacious enough to injure them in Blackwood? The butler thought that given his power and his clan's prestige, a junior would immediately acquiesce. It turned out that they had messed with the wrong person. Most were still staring at the digging boar. How did this animal defeat all those experts just now? A dragon passing by. Someone from the last generation quietly commented on Wuxia's situation. Just wait. Another neutral party responded, a dragon still has a hard time defeating the local serpent. The Biyao has been around for millions of years for a reason. Numerous outsiders have failed to overthrow them. Some agreed with this statement. The Biyao weathered numerous storms and disasters before, always able to defeat their foes in the end. As for Wuxia, the main character of this ordeal, he simply focused on removing the barks. He probably wouldn't stop to look even if the sky were falling down. Let's go. The majority started leaving. Only a small number stuck around to see what Wuxia was doing. They spent half a day and gained nothing, finally concluding that Wuxia was just killing time. The rotten barks should have been easy to remove. In reality, they were tough like calluses with numerous layers, serving as protection for the tree throughout the years. It took plenty of effort for Wuxia to finally strip the stump clean. He then removed the heavily damaged part to reveal the heartwood around the size of a small bowl. It had an extraordinary presence. In the beginning, Yang Ling thought that the tree was dead. Once Wuxia finished the cleanup, she saw that the heartwood still had some life and color left to it. It was certainly on the verge of death given the state of the tree. Nonetheless, it still felt brimming with water as if there was an ocean stored within. Once released, the water would drown the entire peak. This might be the reason why the stump was able to last until now. Good. Wuxia patted his dirty hands and returned to the palace. Yang Ling's gaze shifted between Wuxia and the stump. She tilted her head in rumination. What does the young master want to do? She asked the old servant. The likes of us can't fathom his goals. The old man smiled and shook his head. He then glanced over at black tides and became emotional. The storm is coming. It will spare no one, reducing the top masters down until not even bones are left. Yang Ling thought about the near future as well. Alas, she had limited information and eventually gave up. She then returned to her room. As for Fan Bai, she sat there and meditated like a statue. She has been unaffected by all outside occurrences. The only thing that mattered to her was cultivation. She was the purest and simplest among them, at least in this aspect. The old man admired her for this, thinking that he was inferior. On the second day, Yang Ling woke up early. The moment she got out the door, she saw Wuxia standing next to the stump again. Young master. She came over to chat, but once she got close enough, her face turned red because Wuxia was urinating on the stump without holding back. Why didn't you warn me? She turned around and stomped her foot. Even her neck became red from embarrassment. About what? He finished and tied his belt again before stretching. About what you just did, the girl showed her bashful side. You misunderstood. This is a grand Dao bestowment. Wuxia smiled and shook his head. Grand Dao bestowment? You're messing with me, young master. She didn't expect this answer. Imagine this, what if there are immortals in this world? He suddenly asked. Immortals? She hasn't thought of this because there were no immortals. Very valuable. He added. She assumed that he would talk about their appearance or incredible auras when appearing. Their hair, blood, skin, all priceless treasures for mortals. He elaborated. Right. She nodded since this was a matter of fact. The closest example was the true blood of Dao lords. Just one bottle alone could drive the world crazy, let alone the immortals in the myths. That's why my urine is a grand Dao bestowment. He concluded. The content was rather vulgar and casual, yet she became frozen. Once she regained her wits, he was already back in the palace. She glanced over at the stump, turning red once more after recalling his action. Is this so-called grand Dao bestowment an actual thing? She asked the old man who has been watching black tides the entire time. He smiled and said, the young master never shoots without hitting the target, grand Dao bestowment it is. I see, the embarrassed girl murmured. He can swallow heaven and earth and devour the myriad worlds. Everything can happen with a whim of his. If he wants it to be a grand Dao bestowment, then it'll be a grand Dao bestowment. The actual method doesn't matter. He added. She found this to be quite logical after thinking it through. Nonetheless, this manner of blessing was indeed new to her. Chapter 38:55. The news of the Biendu's defeat at their own ancestral peak created a tempest in Blackwood. It has been peaceful for quite a while now. None dared to challenge the Biendu on their home turf in recent years. The recent development went beyond a skirmish. Their ancestral peak was now taken and they have lost the first exchange. Everyone thought that the Biendu needed to obliterate Wuxia in order to regain their prestige. Discussions started regarding how the Biendu would mobilize in order to capture Wuxia. Perhaps they would rely on torture in order to make an example out of him. A dragon will still die when facing the Biendu at Black Cliff. Most harbored this thought. I'm sure their ancestors will come this time around. Another said. Despite his strange and flawless victory, people still didn't think Wuxia had a chance. The Biendu has plenty of disciples and mighty ancestors. In fact, they might be strong enough to contend against Vajra. The consensus was that the furious Biendu would gather thousands of disciples for another assault and that their ancestors would be furious after hearing the news. However, the clan was silent after the escaped disciples returned in shame. No mobilization and no ancestors showed their face either. The passiveness was rather strange. Is the Biendu letting this go? No way. Someone thought. Those who have provoked them in the past have been destroyed. They can't spare Wuxia like this, he's still occupying their ancestral peak. Another said. Ancestors from the other sects shared the same sentiment. The Biendu had to do something unless they wanted to give their peak to Wuxia. On the second day, 3 slashes and 2 elders from the Biendu appeared. Young Lord Biendu is personally going. The spectators kept a close watch on this development since it was quite entertaining. This is their answer, letting their young lord kill Wuxia. A young expert said. Others nodded in agreement. 3 slashes was mighty on top of having 2 elders with him. No one else from the young generation could do this. In fact, an ancestor alone would have a tough time. Less than 3 moves is all he'll need to decapitate Wuxia. Another exclaimed. Yes, he alone is more than enough to kill a junior like Wuxia. One expert agreed. All in all, most were ready to see how 3 slashes would kill Wuxia. They finally understood the lack of reaction from the clan. There was no point in being angry because their young lord would take care of it. We can finally see him in action now. It's a good learning opportunity. An excited youth stated. Everyone knew the famous 3 slashes from this young lord. Each slash was brilliant and worthy of admiration. Both the young and old at the cliff didn't want to miss this opportunity. 3 slashes carried his saber in a cool manner while hiking up the peak. The 2 elders walked right behind him with a serious expression. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of cultivators followed a bit farther behind. They thought that Wuxia was a dead man. How many slashes will it take? A speculator wondered. Just 1, that's it. To which someone else responded, I heard he only used 3 slashes even against the wild child of the east. The wild child was famous alongside righteous Sion in West King. The group thought that it was Wuxia's honor to die to young Lord Biendu's blade. It didn't take long for the 3 to reach the top to see Wuxia. We meet again, fellow Daoist. 3 slashes bowed towards him. The spectators found his humility to be admirable. This was the style and manner of someone from a prestigious clan. If anyone else had their peak taken by Wuxia, they would have been overwhelmed with rage, unable to hold back. It wasn't easy to be as calm as 3 slashes right now. What is it? Wuxia nonchalantly said. This wasn't the first time the crowd saw his overbearing attitude. They were naturally annoyed, but this wasn't their fight. I come today to ask you to leave, fellow Daoist. 3 calmly responded. Why? Li Qie didn't bat an eye. Some members of the audience felt the urge to come and kick this annoyingly arrogant guy in the face, let alone 3. Did he just ask why? How is he acting like this when he took over their ancestral peak? A spectator murmured. This place is our clan's ancestral peak, a legacy left behind by our patriarch, so outsiders aren't allowed inside. Please leave. 3 cupped his fist. Oh. Who owned it before your patriarch? Li Qie smiled. 3 didn't expect this question, neither did the listeners. Everyone knew that the peak belonged to the Biendu, that's it. The history prior to that was unknown. No one could answer this question. How could they know something that had happened so long ago? There were no records of it. Ages have gone by, so it's impossible to find out. 3 said, but in the present, it belongs to our clan. That's enough of a reason. He restrained himself from unsheathing his saber because he wasn't completely confident. I see. Well, henceforth, it belongs to me now. Li Qie casually said. The listeners exchanged glances after hearing the domineering statement. 3 expression changed as well. There was no way they would ever accept this. Fellow Daoist, leave instead of making more mistakes. It's not too late to leave. 3 cupped his fist again. If your clan wisely leaves now, it'll prosper for generations to come. Li Qie glanced at the youth. Chapter 3856. The crowd couldn't come up with a more arrogant response than Li Qie's just now. I don't think anyone else dares to say the same thing. The Biendu has been around for ages. Someone murmured. He's courting death, things have escalated too far. Another expert shook his head. That's already decided the moment he took over the ancestral peak, he can say whatever he wants now. A big shot from the last generation said flatly. Some started to imagine Li Qie's demise. Perhaps 1 from the young lord out of anger? 3 had plenty of patience but still thought it was ridiculous. Li Qie's disdainful attitude offended both him and his clan. Fellow Daoist. You are way out of line, apologize now before it's too late. 3 expression darkened as he spoke. Unsheath your saber then, let's see if you are as powerful as your title. Li Qie waved his hand and smiled. The hand wave was dismissive and nonchalant, as if he thought nothing of 3 Even the average cultivators wouldn't accept this treatment, let alone a famous genius like him. Young Lord Biendu, cut down this egomaniac. One youth felt indignant for their young lord. 1 is more than enough to kill him. Others urged him to attack. Ignorant junior, clean your neck in preparation for decapitation. A genius shouted. Li Qie's repeated transgression infuriated the young fans of 3 He himself could hold back no longer. It had nothing to do with pride. Given his power and status, even the ancestors needed to address him as young lord. Now, this outsider refused to use honorifics. Putting that aside, the guy went as far as blatantly disrespecting him in public. He took a deep breath and slowly grabbed the hilt of his saber. The crowd watched his hand carefully, not wanting to miss a single detail of his supreme slash. It's about time, one expert murmured. Boom! Suddenly, everyone became discombobulated by a deafening explosion. The entire cliff started shaking, the world was being flipped over. What the hell? Some immediately fell down on their butt while screaming. Boom! The second explosion was even louder, akin to the start of an apocalypse. The world turned dark to the horror of the crowd. These explosions had nothing to do with 3 He wasn't strong enough to have this effect. On the other hand, it was due to a massive wave hitting the cliff. This wave was high enough to reach the stars, acting like an evil entity wishing to swallow the sky vault. Boom! The third wave nearly crushed the entire cliff. The region became feeble like a boat amidst a raging ocean. By this point, many cultivators were paralyzed on the ground. What's going on with black tides? Even the big shots turned pale. The locals were no strangers to the waves from black tides. However, they have never seen a tsunami before. Boom! The fourth carried an earth-shattering force. Countless cultivators were sent flying in the air. Save me! Cries could be heard everywhere from both the mortals and cultivators. Get in the house. We need to get inside. Boom! The fifth smash was brutal. Some heard a cracking sound as if the cliff was starting to crumble. The Biendu was caught completely off guard. Ancient ancestors who had been slumbering for millions of years immediately woke up. They sat up, stricken with astonishment. This is it, it's the end. Doom and gloom took over Blackwood. However, unbeknown to the horrified victims, a buzzing light emerged in the deepest area of black tides. A supreme power forcefully grasped the incoming tides and pulled them back into the ocean. Rumble. The tides didn't relent and wanted to continue the assault on Blackwood. Alas, this supreme power had a firm grasp. The tide struggled and roared to no avail. Therefore, the next waves actually hitting Blackwood became weaker and weaker until a full stop. Splash! Splash! Cultivators were still confused, but time didn't wait for them. An unbelievable scene manifested before their very eyes. The water of black tides suddenly receded from the shore. The waves certainly resisted, but this was futile. The supreme power was overwhelming. The ocean's size was immense, but due to this mysterious power, the water ebbed at an incredible rate. The seabed gradually became visible to those in Blackwood. Chapter 38:57. A long while passed before the crowd calmed down. They noticed that black tides was still the same before. The massive waves earlier scared the hell out of them. Blackwood Cliff had no business enduring that onslaught. Some even heard cracking noises, a sign of the cliff giving in. Now, everything seemed fine. No serious damages have been done to their home. Both mortals and cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. Thank heavens, the calamity is gone. This must be due to the blessings of our holy ground's ancestors. Someone placed their palms together and prayed. Since Blackwood successfully withstood the tsunami earlier, the inhabitants became more confident. No wonder why this place has been the first line of defense for many generations now. Of course, it has been blessed by numerous sages and Dao lords. In reality, Blackwood has been around even before Buddha Dao Lord. Its current appearance and toughness were due to the hard work of numerous cultivation masters. A regular landmass would have been obliterated by the first wave from black tides. Unfortunately, it was too early to celebrate. Some began paying attention to the exposed seabed. It consisted of strangely shaped seamounts and hills. The water is gone now, everyone came to the shore to take a better look. I can't believe it, where did it all go? The first-timers were astounded since they witnessed the black tides raging not long ago. This ocean's size was unfathomable. Thus, the amount of water should be incalculable as well. How could it just disappear? They glanced at each other in confusion. Even the big shots and ancestors had no answer to this eternal mystery. Another tidal recession, the second in one generation. This is unprecedented. Is it a sign for something? One ancestor murmured in a daze. This happened once already during 8th Stallion Dao Lord's generation. A new Dao Lord has yet to appear, yet the tides are gone again. This was the second time seeing this phenomenon for some old cultivators here. They had no idea if this was a blessing or misfortune. The only thing for certain was that these tidal recessions were unforgettable. An ominous sign? A big shot had a heavy heart while looking at the seabed. The previous occurrence left an indelible impression on them. Terrible creatures assaulted the shore, nearly taking down Blackwood. Buddha Supreme descended and swept through 100,000 miles. Alas, this wasn't enough to stop the endless onslaught. Two allies came later and stabilized the situation. The trio lasted long enough to save Blackwood from sure destruction. Those who experienced this battle back then still had nightmares of it. They thought that the same thing might happen once more. We had the brave Buddha Supreme back then, Righteous Supreme and 8th Stallion Dao Lord came to help as well. But now, an ancestor became worried. Buddha Supreme became increasingly reclusive and eventually disappeared altogether. Rumor has it that he suffered internal injuries. After returning to Sacred Mountain, these wounds eventually recurred, resulting in his death. Sacred Mountain never made an announcement regarding this before. Thus, in the beginning, most assumed that the Supreme was still alive. As time passed, his lack of appearance birthed skepticism. As for Righteous Supreme, he was an antique compared to Buddha Supreme. He has lived for numerous generations and would need to slumber for a long period after each appearance. Most speculated that he didn't have long to live due to his withered true blood. Therefore, he wouldn't appear again in the future. He needed to stay alive for as long as possible in order to help Righteous Sect. As for 8th Stallion Dao Lord, he left 8 Desolaces long ago right after reaching his prime. Therefore, this heroic trio would not be here for this tidal recession. What could they do if the monsters returned? Let's pick the safe strategy. A big shot wondered to himself. This meant evacuating from Blackwood Cliff or even the Holy Ground. Many shared this thought after seeing the seabed again. In the Biendu clan, an ancient ancestor woke up and spoke. A tidal recession? The sacred ancestor has awakened. Other ancestors hurriedly rushed over after hearing his voice. On top of the ancestral peak, a messenger arrived and whispered to 3 Slashes. He immediately left, no longer caring about the business here. Li Chia didn't mind his opponents leaving. He simply gazed at the deepest area of black tides. Everyone became preoccupied with this new development and stopped caring about the ancestral peak issue. Clang! 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 The Guardian Legion outside the city struck the gongs multiple times. The ringing echoed throughout the region. Clang! 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 The Biendu also sounded their alarm. The water is gone, we need to find a safe place. Mortals and cultivators became restless and nervous, unaware of how to deal with future uncertainties. Meanwhile, the Guardian Legion activated their Dao portal and sent messages back to Vajra Dynasty and the other divisions. This was their primary mission, observing black tides and sending messages on any new development. Chapter 3858. A furor broke out at the Holy Ground with the news of the tidal recession. The big shots from the various sects and races were shaken. In fact, these men have received a message from Wei Qianqing before. She reported that the tides might recede once more. None of them supported her speculation since the last one was so recent. There was no historical precedence to support this. The normal period was normally several generations or even longer. The current generation has yet to pass, so how could another happen now? Since Wei Qianqing found no supporters, she had no choice but to seek out Li Chia. Now, it was confirmed. The ancestor knew that this abnormal activity would have consequences. Report this to Sacred Mountain. The dynasty immediately relayed this information to the highest power in the Holy Ground. Other countries and sects didn't have a direct line of communication, only Vajra. Of course, this was reserved for only the most important issues. Prior to this, whether deliberate or inadvertently, Vajra rarely sent information to Sacred Mountain. In the former case, this would be an attempt to isolate Sacred Mountain from the Holy Ground. Alas, they wouldn't be able to hide the tidal recession even if they tried. This was too serious, just one mistake could leave them in ruins. Let Righteous Sect know as well. Vajra also sent messengers to their neighbor. The Holy Ground couldn't handle this alone, and since the alliance between Buddha and Righteous Supreme was still in effect, Righteous Sect needed to know as well. Unfortunately, both Sacred Mountain and Righteous Sect didn't respond back to Vajra. The dynasty didn't expect this at all. The big shots from the other divisions found this astonishing as well. Righteous sect was one thing because their relationship was worsening. The Scion's challenge against the holy ground exacerbated the situation. Therefore, it was understandable for righteous sect to turn a blind eye. However, this wasn't the case for Sacred Mountain. It was the true ruling entity of the holy ground. Its silence left everyone anxious. The ancestors and big shots speculated the possibilities. So the rumor is true? Buddha Supreme is gone. One ancestor said. This would be a grievous blow to the holy ground, akin to a snake losing its head. Chaos would be inevitable. Furthermore, a lack of response from righteous sect was still alarming. This neighbor being neutral wasn't the worst-case scenario. What if they decided to invade as well? The holy ground would be fighting on multiple fronts, a truly calamitous outcome. Gather our forces. The Vajra dynasty had no other choice. The other divisions and powers in the holy ground began to make their move as well. They couldn't sit idly by and wait for death. In reality, many big shots realized that even a united holy ground wasn't enough to deal with the incoming disaster. Ultimately, they lacked capable paragons against those monsters. Unfortunately, they still needed to fight since this was an existential crisis. Not long ago, Vajra would love to have an unresponsive Sacred Mountain. The death of Buddha Supreme meant that they had more chance of seizing the holy ground as well. Now, given the circumstances, his death was terrible news. Buzz. A mighty group came out of the portal in the Guardian Legion's camp. They all had vigorous vitality and incredible skills. Most importantly, they were bald and wore kasaya. That's right, this first group consisted of elite monks from Heavenly Dragon Temple. Buddha Holy Ground had countless temples and monks. As the largest division of the Holy Ground, Heavenly Dragon would always support Sacred Mountain even when the latter was unresponsive. It instantly mobilized numerous monks and disciples for the sake of defending Blackwood Cliff. The Monk of Wisdom is here. This news began to spread and served as a morale boost. This monk was one of the 4 Grand Masters. Though he wasn't the strongest, his personal arrival had a positive effect on the entire holy ground. Buzz, the portal back at the Biendu was activated as well, empowered by numerous chaos primal stones. The clan allowed other powers to use this portal. In the past, it was deactivated or required an enormous sum since the clan purposely wanted to isolate Blackwood Cliff from the world. Now, they had no choice but to spend their own primal stones for traveling purposes. They knew that they would be the first to go down in the case of failure against the invading monsters. More light beams shot to the sky back at the army camp. Numerous mighty legions from Vajra came out with imposing auras. War camp is not holding back. The Supreme Brother is in charge. This news spread across Blackwood as well. The young ones didn't know who he was, but the older generations have heard of him before, someone capable of contending against the 4 Grandmasters. I wonder if the Guardian of Vajra will come as well. People became excited to see War Camp. Vajra was second after Heavenly Dragon Temple. However, there was nothing to criticize since it seemed to be fully mobilizing its legions. Other powers and experts started arriving as well, following the good examples set by these two. It didn't take long before Blackwood was filled with top experts and soldiers. Chapter 3859. Both main portals in Blackwood remained busy with newcomers. Buzz. On the same day, another portal suddenly emerged on the shore next to Black Tides, effective enough for mass teleportation. A gigantic army with millions of men marched out of the portal and waited by the shore. This was a magnificent scene indeed, akin to a heavenly army descending from above. Its momentum seemed unstoppable. Their armor was different from anything seen in the Holy Ground or all of the South. This type looked ancient, perhaps from millions of years ago. Nonetheless, the fact that they were still intact was a sign of their power. Only capable weapons and armors could withstand the test of time. The experts back in Blackwood became emotional after seeing the fluttering banners. The insignia of the 8 kingdoms. Both the locals and the soldiers in the Guardian Legion became tense. The 8 kingdoms have been invaded by righteous sect and Buddha holy ground before. Peace came later along with trading. Nonetheless, the sudden appearance of this great army still frightened the crowd. Some sects actually struck their gongs and prepared for battle. The Guardian Legion and the Biendu didn't go as far. Nonetheless, their commanders still ordered the troops to remain vigilant. During this tense atmosphere, a messenger from the 8 kingdoms came to state their intention. The Biendu and the Legion then allowed this army to camp here as well. The army of the East is here to aid Blackwood Cliff against the incoming disaster. This information eventually spread. The experts in Blackwood heaved a sigh of relief. They worried that this army might have come to invade Blackwood during this crucial moment. They would be fighting multiple fronts then. Another message came subsequently from the Eastern Army. The Praetor himself is leading the coalition army. We swear to push back the monsters of black tides. Most have never heard of this Praetor. However, those familiar with the Eastern kingdoms shuddered after hearing this news. The Praetor himself? The kingdoms are truly wanting to help us. One expert rejoiced. If the Praetor is here, it shows that their top ancestors are unanimous in wanting to help us. Maybe the legendary god monarch will show up too. Another added. What god monarch? Those nearby didn't know the situation in the Eastern kingdoms due to a lack of contact. Crystal god monarch of the celestial crystal race. Someone from the East elaborated. The legendary being only second to the ancient empress? Most were extremely shaken after hearing this title. That's him. The man from the East confirmed. Crystal God Monarch was a renowned existence, rumored to only be second to the ancient empress. In fact, some believed that their cultivation was equal. It's just that the ancient empress had greater status, beloved by the 8 kingdoms. He came from the celestial crystal race. They were famous for possessing an indestructible diamond law, allowing them to be undefeated. I heard that the monarch was able to withstand 3 moves from South Conch Dao Lord's patrimony weapon. Is this true? Someone else brought this up. It's true. A powerful cultivator from the East confirmed, the crystal race's indestructible diamond physique is the strongest defensive merit law. This shouldn't be surprising. Yes, their indestructible diamond physique is incredible. What a feat it is to survive 3 attacks from a Dao Lord. A big shot from the last generation said, that's why the monarch is only second to the ancient empress. The current Praetor has been taught by the monarch. The monarch has a high evaluation of him. The powerful cultivator from the East added. The Eastern coalition armies were mighty. As the Praetor in command, this cultivator must be exceptional. His cultivation wouldn't be inferior to the 4 grandmasters. Nothing can be better if the monarch and maybe even the empress come to help. Someone from the holy ground said. Yes, imagine if worldly immortal comes too. His friends said with excitement. The members of the holy ground harbored these hopeful ideas, even the experienced big shots. Their legions alone weren't enough to stop the tide, so external help was necessary. If Crystal God Monarch, the ancient empress, and worldly immortal were to come, then it would be more than enough. After all, worldly immortal was comparable to any Dao Lord. I hope so. A big shot said, albeit with pessimism. The current holy ground lacked a leader capable of directly asking these great beings for help. As armies gathered on the shore, 3 Slashes and his group secretly entered black tides during the night. Buzz. Suddenly, a radiant beam from the depth of the ocean illuminated the seafloor. Do you see that? Outsiders had no clue what was going on. The light suddenly converged back to its origin and disappeared. Boom! A powerful force emanated in all directions, wielding the affinity of destruction. Within a 10 million radius in Black Cliff, all weapons, whether they be carried by personnel or stored in treasuries, started resonating. They seemed to be summoned by a higher existence. Clank. Clank. Cultivators needed to hold their weapons back since they wanted to fly away. What's going on? The astounded members grasped their weapons tightly. The mythical weapon is appearing again. An ancestor quietly responded. Weapon? The young ones nearby became curious. Meanwhile, many big shots hidden in the shadow were gazing at black tides. Here again, who will be able to obtain this weapon in this generation? A mighty ancestor murmured to himself. Chapter 3860. A secret existed in black tides that would only appear during tidal recessions. Few were privy of this knowledge, only the powerful ancestors. Some entered black tides searching for it, Tao Lords included. It pertained to an immortal weapon far superior to Tao Lord weapons, perhaps on the same level as the 9 heavenly treasures. Of course, the 9 only belonged in the legends, no one knew if they were real or otherwise. On the other hand, people were sure that this immortal weapon was there in black tides, hiding in some unknown location. Its name and origin remained a mystery. The top Tao Lords and Supremes themselves had no idea. Conflicting opinions existed historically. Some believed that no one had ever seen it, others said that certain Tao Lords were fortunate enough. Either way, information regarding its shape and origin was never made public. The ancestors and reclusive masters from various sects were sure of its existence. The biggest reason was the phenomenon just now, the resonation of every weapon within a 10 million miles radius. They thought that this immortal weapon must have shown itself, resulting in the resonation. All eyes were on black tides, focusing on the source of the light earlier. They thought that it should be the location of the weapon. The weapon resonation on a mass scale eventually stopped, allowing cultivators to breathe easy again without the fear of losing their treasures. Suddenly, buzzes and lights emerged in various locations in black tides. Red, platinum, black lights. They only flashed for a moment before dimming down outside of certain places. What are those things? The lights attracted the attention of many. Treasures are appearing. A big shot from the last generation replied. So black tides really has treasures? A young outsider asked since she didn't know much about black tides. Yes. The big shot nodded. Numerous masters died in black tides throughout history. They left behind their weapons and treasures there. Moreover, black tides itself has secret treasures too. They usually show up during the tidal recessions. Really now, the young one's excitement grew. Their seniors gave him the side eye and said, "Look, so many important characters have gathered here. Are they all here to help Blackwood?" Of course not, some merely came for the treasure in black tides. Each tidal recession is a terrible disaster, but for some, an opportunity. We gotta go then. Some lost their patience and wanted to rush in. They were late to the party because many big shots had already secretly entered a while back. The public had no idea that they were here since their target was the legendary immortal weapon. Some among them were actually famous Supremes. During this night, Li Chia also observed the ocean while standing on the ancestral peak of the Biendu. The old servant accompanied him alone since the vivacious Yang Ling had gone outside to watch the show. Li Chia had a smile while looking at the lights. On the other hand, the old man looked solemn as he focused on the deepest areas of black tides. The old man eventually broke the silence. Rumor has it that there is a peerless immortal weapon in black tides. What is your opinion on it, young master? You've gone inside already, no? Li Chia smiled. Yes. The old man smiled wryly. There were various reasons for his entry in the past. One of them was definitely this immortal weapon. He sought it and hoped to turn it into his own, a weapon that would be immortalized in history. I knew about this weapon's appearance during tidal recessions, but I had nothing but confidence back then. I rushed in early and never saw anything, nearly throwing my life away in the process. He revealed while shaking his head. Black tides was just too dangerous, especially with the blood water compared to its dried version. The old man didn't make it to the last area of black tides. He knew that it was time to give up instead of being suicidal. It's there indeed. Li Qie nodded. The old man shuddered since this made the rumor true. The immortal weapon really existed. What type of weapon is it? It's from an immortal beyond the sky? He took a deep breath and asked. You're overthinking it, they don't exist, but if they do and are actually here, I'll be the first to take them down. 8 Desolaces can't handle the existence of an immortal. Li Qie smiled. The casual comment contained high-level information for the old man. Those with more knowledge would become emotional after hearing this. Waves ran rampant in his mind as he tried to digest it. Words couldn't describe how he was feeling. It took a while before he regained his composure and asked softly, "Tell me more about this weapon then, young master. How does it compare to the 9 heavenly treasures? No need to use them as a gauge. Putting aside their amazing nature, not all are weapons." Li Qie shook his head. The 9 treasures only existed in the myths. All the stories surrounding them were confusing and lacked details. Not all believed in them being real. As for this one, it's just scrap metal. Of course, scrap metal can be useful and valuable too. He added. The old man smiled wryly. Even Dao lords in history desired this immortal weapon, yet Li Qie used scrap metal to describe it. Looks like you want it. Li Qie smiled at the old man. A top weapon is reserved for the fated ones. I came before and didn't obtain it, so it's not meant for me. I'm sure the person is none other than you, young master. The old man replied. You're too old for flatteries. Li Qie shook his head. It's not that I want it. It's just that someone else does and it can be useful. The old man then understood that this immortal weapon had been claimed. Chapter 3861. On the same night, an unexpected guest visited the ancestral peak, Golden Cicada Buddhist child. He bowed, then took out a treasure box with both hands, presenting it to Li Qie. Under the instruction of my master and the other ancestors, I am here to respectfully give you this Dao bone. We have been keeping it all this time and hope that you will find it acceptable. The box's tattered nature made its old age apparent. Numerous Buddhist seals covered the surface. It seemed as if many high monks had personally performed a blessing of protection. This was indicative of its value. The blessings weren't to stop thieves and robbers, only to keep the thing inside at bay. As time passed, there was a chance that it could escape, hence the need for continuous augmentation. The old servant stared at it in admiration. An incredible base, an heirloom of Sangarama Buddha. I didn't expect Heavenly Dragon Temple to have this old relic. Golden Cicada glanced at the old man, then cupped his fist and said, How perceptive you are, senior. Yes, Buddha Dao Lord gave it to our founder. Sangarama Buddha was the founder of Heavenly Dragon Temple. He was the Dao Lord's direct disciple and served as a general. It has been years since the Dao Lord's era, but the temple still had kept this relic around. Li Qie had talked about wanting this Dao bone previously, so Golden Cicada reported this to his sect. Outsiders all thought that the temple had a top-grade Dao bone. Some believed that it was a king-level Dao bone. Some disagreed and took it to the next level, a priceless emperor-level Dao bone. The temple didn't try to trick Li Qie either. They offered their very best Dao bone to him. It was harvested by Buddha Dao Lord from a top chaos primal beast. It was then bestowed to Sangarama Buddha as a reward for his military contribution. Sangarama didn't refine it into a weapon and kept it in his temple. The future descendants did the same because this Dao bone was just too precious. Nonetheless, the temple was decisive enough to make the decision of giving it to Li Qie. He glanced at the box and smiled, not intending on taking it. This Dao bone is precious, but I can't use it, he said. Young master. Golden Cicada became confused due to Li Qie's change of heart. I'm not someone who takes treasures from others. I was just playing with you that day. Li Qie shook his head. Golden Cicada had an awkward smile. He was an open-minded person, but Li Qie's joke really caused him a lot of trouble. This priceless Dao bone was the jewel and the legacy of their temple. Nonetheless, he still asked for it. They had a terrible time making this decision. The ancestors nearly went crazy during the deliberation. Now, he refused the Dao bone. Others would be furious for his inconsiderate frivolity. Alas, Golden Cicada remained cool. I thought you wanted to craft a weapon, he asked. Li Qie smiled and revealed, I am. This Dao bone is good, but it's far from being able to meet my requirements. He naturally wouldn't say that Li Qie was putting up an act. He wouldn't claim that this Dao bone was the best. However, it came from a mighty beast. Using it for crafting would result in something comparable to a Dao Lord weapon. If I use it for my weapon, how do you think it compares to a Dao Lord weapon? Li Qie asked. It will definitely be just as good. Golden Cicada pondered for a bit before seriously answering. Flattery sounds even better when done in a deadpan and earnest manner. Li Qie seemed amused. Golden Cicada chuckled awkwardly after hearing this. Li Qie then continued, this would be too much trouble for a Dao Lord weapon. If I wanted one of this level, I could just grab some from Sacred Mountain or Righteous Sect. Dao Lord weapons were considered to be the apex of weaponry. Any sect would treat one as their ultimate treasure. Now, Li Qie revealed how he thought nothing of them. What moved the monk was Li Qie's intention of creating something even greater. Who could possibly do something like this? Nonetheless, he knew that Li Qie wasn't messing around. It's just that he had a hard time imagining the end product. He was aware of Li Qie's refinement on top of myriad cauldron peak. This made him even more curious about the crafting process. Amitba, I hope you will find success, young master. He lowered his head and placed his palms together. Li Qie nodded and said, Heavenly Dragon Temple has always been a staunch pillar of the holy ground. The holy ground will do just fine without Vajra or divine ghost division, but if there's no heavenly dragon, there's no Buddha holy ground. Amitba, it is an honor to be praised by you, young master. Heavenly Dragon Temple will stand with the holy ground, always. The monk replied. The changes in the holy ground and the leading dynasty didn't matter. The monks of Heavenly Dragon always supported Sacred Mountain and served as the pillar of this system. Naturally, Sacred Mountain also trusted Heavenly Dragon Temple. Because of this, it bestowed numerous Dao Lord merit laws and weapons to the temple, allowing it to have the second greatest treasury in the holy ground. Your sect's old geezer is here too, Li Qie said. Young master, my master is here, but he doesn't wish to offend you by coming uninvited. The monk said. Please. Li Qie waved his hand, he's probably busy looking for that immortal weapon. The monk smiled without responding. Tell the old monk that the future holy ground requires capable supporters. Li Qie ordered. I will, young master. The monk didn't expect this serious comment from Li Qie but still bowed. Chapter 3862. Cultivators were drawn to the treasures in black tides, especially the young ones who became impatient. Go, the treasures are buried beneath the seabed, finders keepers. A young one rushed into the ocean. Some others formed groups before going. They remained wary of the dangers and rather picked a safe option. Of course, the older cultivators did the same. The only difference was that they kept a low profile instead of being rowdy like the young ones. Some took their juniors there with the greatest speed. They knew that showing off wealth was a quick way to die in these circumstances. Being too arrogant and showing off might result in death. The ones who traveled the most quietly were the ancestors and reclusive masters. They rarely came out and didn't want to be reckless. They needed reliable intelligence before taking action, unlike the youths who started digging everywhere. These old beings' goal wasn't the regular treasures. They had their eyes set on the immortal weapon in the legends. Throughout history, many ancient ancestors and supremes have been looking for this weapon. They never showed themselves to the public and always kept a vigilant eye out for any changes in black tides. This was their opportunity. In just a short time, people from all over the world arrived and strutted into Black Tides. In the beginning, they came under the mission of helping Black Cliff. But now, before the incoming battle, they wanted to test their luck and see if they could obtain some incredible weapons. They wouldn't dare to do this when the Black Water was still around. That would be a swift death. But now, the place has become safer in the water's absence. It was true that this place contained numerous treasures. They came from two sources, the masters that have died here and the naturally formed ones. This abundance birthed a plethora of good news. Clank. Everyone saw a radiance shooting outward. Some rushed over, but it was too late. Young noble Chi of Blackwood found a regalia left behind by a Dao lord. I think half of it is torn off, but its defensive capabilities are still impressive. News of this nature traveled far. A Dao lord regalia, huh? Most sighed with admiration. Even a damaged regalia was still extremely precious and rare. As more lights emerged in Black Tides, more adventurers found treasures in the seabed or the deep trenches. Odd Cloud Elder found a strange conch in the trench. After an appraisal from the Biendu, it turns out to be a soundless night conch. This species is only found in Black Tides. If he refines it, it can put the opponents to sleep. The young Lord of Stallion Pagoda caught a fish too, as white as snow from top to bottom. The Biendu identified it as a dark loach dragon, a species transformed by the water here. Using its blood for medicine can increase one's cultivation by a huge margin. The Princess of Lianshan got a tiny golden pagoda of unknown origin. People actually say that it has the same origin as young Lord Biendu's saber. News kept on coming back about treasures, some of which were incredible. This only emboldened cultivators to take more risks. We need to dig and excavate all the treasures underground. One excited soul exclaimed. Of course, not all were lucky. Some screams happened where the lights appeared along with the sounds of battles. This resulted in bad news. For example, disciples from Spirit Monastery were ambushed by a monster in the trench. Their seniors came to help, but all were massacred. The young Lord of Journey School dug out an evil treasure and instantly lost his life. As for Star Rain Princess, she was pursued by an 8-legged insect for thousands of miles. The listeners became more careful. Of course, some knew that they needed to be vigilant after obtaining the treasures. Monsters weren't the only problem. Other cultivators might covet their possessions and view them as prey. Strangely enough, the Biendu, who was the most familiar with this region, remained passive. In the previous tidal recessions, they always sent out forces to find treasures. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them the bigger winner each time due to their knowledge. Some even called them the harvesters of Black Tides. According to the rumors, they had a detailed map of this ocean, a treasure map of sorts. This was a difficult feat considering the ocean's size. Nonetheless, the clan denied the map's existence. Thus, their lack of movement this time was rather strange. All they did was acting as appraisers for others' treasures. Only a few perceptive cultivators took note of this. Most adventurers were too preoccupied with finding treasures to worry about the Biendu. For example, the ancient ancestors and heavenly sovereigns paid attention to the clan's actions. They speculated that the clan might know something about the legendary immortal weapon. These powerful beings believed that the Biendu had the biggest shot of finding it because they have lived here for generations. In reality, right after the tidal recession, the Biendu had secretly sent a group into the ocean. Alas, due to the size of the ocean, even those who spotted this group would lose them eventually. Clank. 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 The adventurer's task was suddenly interrupted by a weapon resonance. This both frightened and excited them. They thought that a treasure was causing this harmonization. However, it was just because of a youth crossing through the sky. Wild child of the East. People looked up and became startled after seeing him. He wore leather, his long hair draped down his shoulders in a messy manner. He gave off the impression of being a savage living in the wilderness. The most conspicuous part about him was the saber hanging on his back. It was covered by leather as well and lacked decoration. It exuded a wild and domineering aura. This aura ravaged the air without holding back. The crowd found this similar to the aura of a beast out of its cage. Chapter 3863. The wild child's appearance caused quite a stir. The younger geniuses took a deep breath while staring at him. The wild child is here, now if righteous Scion comes too, then all three great geniuses will be here. One youth became emotional. Wild child of the East, righteous Scion, and 3 slashes were considered supreme geniuses. However, the wild child rarely showed his face in the holy ground or righteous sect. Because of this, he wasn't as famous as his peers. Nonetheless, his power was definitely on the same level. His saber skill wasn't inferior to 3 slashes. He had a prestigious background as well, being the son of the praetor who was currently in charge of the Eastern Coalition armies. This was impressive enough, but he had another earth-shattering status. The spectators stared at his saber and its rampant energy waves. It demanded attention, so they focused more on the saber than its master. You know, I've heard that the wild child is the disciple of Mad Blade Guan Batian. Is this true? Someone asked softly. Those nearby shuddered after hearing this title. Ancestor-level characters would definitely have the same reaction as well. Mad Blade Guan Batian was known in all of 8 Desolaces, not just the southern West King. The current southern region had plenty of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Some sects had ancient existences that are slumbering. Currently, Buddha Supreme and Righteous Supreme were at the apex. The slumbering existence wouldn't challenge their authority without a good reason due to the risk. However, Mad Blade Guan Batian was known as the Third. For a long period of time, people believed that he was as strong as the 2 Supremes. He dominated with his saber during his youth, sweeping through West King uncontested. Though he never fought the 2 Supremes before, most believed that he had an equal chance of victory. Some took it further and even referred to him as the 3rd Supreme after the era of 8 Stallion Dao Lord. Alas, at the peak of his notoriety, he suddenly disappeared from the public. No one had a clue of his whereabouts. Thus, they gradually forgot about him. Nonetheless, the wild child potentially being his disciple was still startling. For example, Righteous Scion has been taught by Righteous Supreme before, but they weren't master-disciple. Therefore, the wild child would have the biggest advantage in terms of background versus his 2 rivals. Are you sure? A skeptical genius asked. It would be foolish to make this claim, it has to be true. Who would dare pretend to be Mad Blade's disciple? An expert replied. This was indeed the case. Mad Blade was known to be arrogant and aggressive. Pretending to be his disciple might result in clan extermination. The wild child might be the praetor's son, but his father wouldn't be able to protect him from Mad Blade. Moreover, his background was already prestigious enough. There was no point in lying. It's plausible. There was a rumor about Mad Blade entering the 8 kingdoms during his prime. That's when he disappeared, so he might have chosen to live there in seclusion. A big shot from the last generation joined the conversation. No way, why would Mad Blade pick that place? It's desolate and barbaric. Someone from the holy ground disagreed. That's right, our supreme genius wouldn't go there. Even older cultivators shared this thought. This was understandable because Mad Blade came from the holy ground. To be more specific, Metropolis Division and Duality Academy. Why did regular people care about Mad Blade's choice? Because if he was still around, it meant that the holy ground would have 2 supremes. This would automatically put the holy ground above righteous sect. That's why the claim of him being in the 8 kingdoms instead made it sound as if he had changed his allegiance. No one from the holy ground would be happy to hear this. Mad Blade really went to the east. However, his goal was to find the ancient immortal kingdom. A big shot from the east said with absolute confidence. Why? Did he want to challenge worldly immortal? Hushed discussions sprung up right away. There was a misconception about the ancient immortal kingdom. The general public assumed that this was one of the 8 kingdoms to the east. This was actually not the case. Only those from the east knew otherwise. This kingdom was definitely located to the east. However, its actual location remained a mystery. The 8 kingdoms treated it as their leader and that their mission was to protect it. This mirrored the position of Sacred Mountain for the holy ground. As for the legendary worldly immortal, few had the privilege of meeting this being. Even Tao lords weren't always qualified. The wild child never stopped after entering the ocean, eventually disappearing from sight. Does he have a clear target? Some tried to follow him but couldn't keep up. All in all, it was an exciting period for the adventurers in Black Tides. Today, Li Qia's group came as well. Of course, he didn't care for the treasures here. Unfortunately, Yang Ling kept on blabbering about wanting to find some treasures. He had some free time and decided to entertain her. They saw adventurers successfully digging up treasure. The excited Yang Ling pulled Li Qia around, loudly demanding that they must find some too before leaving. Is Wild Child of the East really Senior Guan's disciple? She also saw this genius crossing through the sky and heard the gossip. I don't believe he would pick an Eastern barbarian for his disciple. Her prejudice in this case was normal. Guan Batian came from Metropolis and the academy just like her. She took pride in having him as a member of the community and would be vexed by his change of allegiance. Li Qia only smiled and didn't respond. The old servant chuckled. There are always people who toot their own horn. Learning just the basics yet claiming to be someone else's disciple, wanting the entire world to know about it. This is rather common. Wait, so he learned the legendary Mad Blade techniques? Yang Ling found this surprising. Guan Tianba's saber technique was known as Mad Blade, hence his title. 1. Ancient Immortal Kingdom used to be Ancient Kingdom of Immortals. Chapter 3864, just to a superficial level. The old servant smiled. That's still pretty amazing already. Senior Guan's Mad Blade is a supreme technique that was considered the best in the world once, Yang Ling replied. Best in the world? Maybe to the frogs under the well. He shook his head. But he really defeated all of his opponents. She retorted since Guan Batian was the pride of Metropolis and duality. It's only because the true masters didn't bother to take action. Otherwise, his insignificant cultivation wouldn't be considered number 1. A firefly can't compete with the bright moon, he said. That's an overstatement. Senior Guan is still the current 3rd Supreme, definitely on the same level as Buddha and Righteous Supreme. He might not be truly unbeatable but still an apex existence, not a firefly. If he's a firefly, then all others are mere specks of dust. She insisted. The old man smiled and stopped arguing. Yang Ling also dropped the issue since she was merely curious. Young master, where are we going now? She asked Li Qia. He glanced ahead at the seabed and said, wherever. Let's go find some treasures then. She excitedly said, let's hope we don't meet anything dangerous though. Boom. The ground quaked before she could finish. More rumbling ensued afterward and dirt splashed everywhere as if an earth dragon was coming out. What's this? She became startled. Boom. Dirt shot upward as a gigantic creature drilled out of the ground. Its shadow engulfed the group as they looked up. It slightly resembled a worm, only that it had a head without eyes, only a mouth as large as its body. Raw. It opened its mouth and revealed its frightening teeth, long and sharp on top of rotating deeper into its mouth cavity. They actually moved around like gears, capable of grinding anything unfortunate enough to be caught. It also spewed out a black liquid, enough to intimidate the most courageous adventurers. What is this monster? The quiet fanbai immediately hid behind Li Qia, horrified. Girls usually had a tough time dealing with worms and insects. So nasty, Yang Ling was disgusted. Just a tidal worm. Li Qie glanced at it and smiled. Raw. The tidal worm immediately lunged forward to try and swallow the group. Clank. 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 Its teeth were grinding and clunking. Watch it. Yang Ling's first reaction was to hide behind Li Qie as well. He, on the other hand, didn't bother to look at the worm. Whoosh. The old man took action instead. A saber slash flashed for a moment before disappearing. The two girls didn't even see him move at all, only hearing a saber him then seeing a bright flash. The slash was simply too fast. It didn't have accompanying saber energy or a bloodthirsty aura. Nonetheless, time seemed to come to a halt. Everything became slow enough to spot. Once the flow of time became normal again, the worm was cut into two halves. Black liquid and its organs spilled on the ground. Boom! Its massive body slammed into the ground. The old servant only needed one move to kill this monster. It didn't even see his swinging motion, let alone resisting the attack. So fast, Yang Ling forgot about fear and the nastiness of the worm after seeing the slash. She wasn't a top master or anything but still understood how mighty that attack was just now. She glanced at the old man, he didn't have a saber in his grasp. Senior, your attack earlier, what is its name? She couldn't help but ask, aware that the old man was a hidden master. Just a casual swing, there's no name. He smiled. Your casual attack is so strong already, so how incredible would an actual technique be? Which saber art do you train in? She was lost in admiration. Though she knew that asking for someone's merit law was potentially rude or even offensive, she still couldn't help herself. The old man glanced at the horizon and shook his head. It's too long ago, I'm old now and can't remember much of it. Even in that case, can your saber art compare to Senior Guan's mad blade? She became bolder. He smiled and didn't answer her. Li Qie decided to interject. Mad blade is a decent saber technique but it doesn't compare to his current art. When comparing the two, he would only need 3 moves to kill Mad blade. Really? Yang Ling wouldn't accept this if it came from anyone other than Li Qie. After all, Mad blade and his saber art were strong enough for him to be potentially classified as the third supreme. Who could kill Mad blade in 3 moves? Not even Buddha and Righteous Supreme. She thought that Li Qie was most likely correct. Her exclamation was out of shock rather than skepticism. Of course. He smiled. That's amazing. She glanced at the old man, still looking a little doubtful. Just 3 slashes to cut the Tao. The old man didn't look complacent in the slightest and seemed to be thinking about something. She didn't understand what he was talking about. Alas, these two seemed quite confident in the unbelievable assessment. She stood there in a daze, shocked. Don't you want to look for treasures? One's right here. Li Qie chuckled. Treasures? Where? She regained her wits and started looking around excitedly. Out! Li Qie roared. There was a pit filled with mud on the seabed in front of them. Splash! A round stone hopped out of it as if it had legs. Chapter 3865. The stone was perfectly round with alternating black and white lines. It didn't have eyes, yet Yang Ling felt as if it was staring at her with cute, round eyes. This is a treasure. Her eyes became brighter. Little one, come to me. She reached for it right away. A crack appeared on the stone and a smaller pebble shot out, successfully hitting her forehead. She started seeing stars and nearly tumbled on the ground. Her forehead became swollen afterward. She groaned and grabbed her forehead, finding this astonishing. She was still a capable cultivator with commendable agility. Ordinary experts couldn't hit her forehead like that. The injury was far from severe, yet she couldn't dodge it. She didn't know what happened before getting hit. What is this thing? She asked while holding her puffed-up forehead. The stone started rolling away with impressive speed, issuing clicking noises. Go after it, it'll lead you somewhere nice. Li Chia said and followed it. A treasury, yeah? She became enthusiastic. He smiled without answering. The group hurriedly followed the stone. It seemed to be aware of the pursuers and increased its speed, rolling with the speed of a star and causing dust to fly everywhere. Unfortunately, no matter how fast it was, it couldn't lose Li Chia. It was as slow as a crawling baby to him. In reality, its escape attempt was doomed from the start. Even if it could lose the group, it still left behind a faint trail for the group to follow. It rolled farther into the ocean until it reached a mountain range. Normally, these mountains would not be visible due to the black water. Strangely enough, once entering this area, the group saw that there were clouds and mist shrouding the mountains. It was akin to entering a different world. There were no lush vegetation and trees covering the hills. Nonetheless, one could still get lost due to the lowered visibility once getting higher. It resembled an illusory labyrinth. They traveled through the hills and peaks by following the stone, eventually getting to the valley in the center. In the middle of this valley was a mound, looking like a natural platform of heaven and earth. The two girls were amazed to see the scene inside. The entire valley was filled with round stones just like the one prior. They came from all over the place and were packed like seals. It seemed that there was something important for them to do here. They lined up in a neat order from the entrance all the way to the mound. Each had its own position and wouldn't roll in an incorrect path. This was a rather cute and funny scene. There were other cultivators waiting outside the valley too since they followed different stones here. Yang Ling's focus fell on the highest spot of the mound. A treasure levitated there, around the size of a face-washing basin, maybe 1/3 bigger. It had a slightly oval shape with one end being long and narrow. The material seemed to be made of semi-transparent jade. Nonetheless, it lacked the coldness that a jade piece would have. It issued brilliant particles that flew around like little spirits. They eventually scattered downward and touched the round stones, akin to flower petals hitting the water in a lake and issuing ripples. These golden ripples were immediately absorbed by the stones. They seemed to be enjoying the process just like seals enjoying the sun rays, looking lazy and comfortable. Everyone then understood the stones rolled to this place. Their targets were the particles from this treasure. What treasure is this? People started wondering about this jade-like thing. Even the knowledgeable members of the crowd had no idea. Nonetheless, even a fool could tell that it was amazing. It's mine. Someone from the last generation leaped forward and landed on the mound, reaching for the treasure. However, a stone retaliated by shooting off a smaller piece right away. The expert waved his other hand and created a gale. His sleeve aimed to block the incoming pebble. Bang! Unfortunately, his forehead still got hit somehow. The spectators didn't see it clearly. He shouted in pain before falling off the mound. Bang! 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 The other stones didn't show any mercy and shot more pebbles at his head. Shit! He couldn't block any of them. The truth was that resistance was futile. The stones had impeccable accuracy and always struck the right spot. He moaned in agony while rolling on the ground, trying his best to cover his head. Once he made it out of the valley, he got into the fetal position and sobbed. His face became swollen like a pig head, completely unrecognizable. Others wanted to laugh but felt bad for him. Some friends came over to put ointment on his face. Unfortunately, he still screamed in pain as if he had been stung by 1,000 bees. Chapter 3866. I wonder what these things are. The crowd shifted their attention back to the valley. When they lined up in this cute and harmless manner, no one could see their offensive potential. They were mere stones that shouldn't be able to damage cultivators. Alas, once they started spewing smaller pebbles, they never missed the mark as if evasion was futile. Let me give it a shot. A younger cultivator activated his armor. Thick plates surrounded him for an impregnable defense. Sierra Guard. That's young noble Chongshan from Metropolis. Someone recognized the armor set and the person right away. This armor is extremely thick and unyielding. Another expert thought that this armored youth would be able to stop the pebbles. After activating his defense, the youth became bolder and slowly walked into the valley. The moment he set one foot inside, one stone immediately attacked. Whoosh! Activate! The youth shouted. The armor became resplendent and numerous layers of mountains appeared before him. This seemed enough to block anything. Boom! Unfortunately, the flying pebble still struck his forehead. All of the defensive aspects of the armor were nullified. Ah! He fell backward and was horrified. Nonetheless, he endured the pain and started crawling out of the valley. Nonetheless, he ate another 2 or 3 shots and was still screaming after he made it out. His head was swollen, albeit not as much as the first cultivator. Got any idea? The spectators exchanged glances, thinking that this made no sense. How could the pebble still hit him through the layers of mountains? They thought that both defense and evasion were useless here. This doesn't make any sense. Yang Ling said. A pebble shouldn't inflict any pain to a cultivator. Li Chiye only smiled since he wasn't interested in this treasure. Spatial evasion. The old man's eyes became profound while staring at the jade piece on top of the mound. He clearly saw some clues. My turn. Another youth with pulsing flames on his body stepped forward. Young Lord Tuwa. The locals naturally recognized him. He stood in front of the valley and roared, Terra Lava. He formed a mudra and activated his merit law. The flames around him surged to the air. Rumble. Magma from underground rose up and became meteors, shooting straight towards the valley while leaving fiery trails behind. Many spectators took a deep breath while watching the apocalyptic attack. Young Lord Tuwa lives up to his reputation as a top genius in Blackwood. Even visitors praised the prodigy. He took the initiative to go on the offensive instead of worrying about defense, wanting to obliterate the stones inside with lava meteors. In this split second, the jade on the mound became blindingly bright and created a barrier protecting the valley. Rumble. The meteors slammed into the barrier and stopped in their tracks. The devastating impact and the scorching heat couldn't break this barrier. We'll see about that. An ancestor nearby lost his patience and shouted, Galaxy Storm. Having said that, he summoned a treasure. Its sovereign aura immediately ravaged the area. A galaxy emerged above and its stars immediately rained down on the barrier. He's the Prime Minister of Celestial Country. A spectator cried out, his galaxy storm took down an army of 100,000 before. This ancestor served as a prime minister for a powerful country in the Holy Ground. His attack horrified the crowd. Boom! Alas, this was far from being enough to destroy the barrier. Buzz! Space suddenly trembled and another ancestor instantly appeared in front of the jade. He wore a black outfit while appearing ethereal like a flickering flame on the verge of extinguishing. Spectre Ancestor of Divine Ghost Division. An expert shouted, not expecting so many big shots to be here. You're mine. Spectre reached forward and firmly grabbed the jade piece. He got it. The crowd clamored after seeing this. Strangely enough, he couldn't move the floating jade at all, as if it had deep roots somewhere. He mustered his strength and his vitality erupted brightly. This was proven futile. The stones on the ground launched their onslaught, so this ancestor darted outward with godlike speed. Boom! The first pebble struck his head, making him scream and fall to the ground. As he was making his way out, he ate several more. Blood spilled from his head. The pain was bad enough for him to sob. This valley is so bizarre. A spectator said, since 2 ancestors have failed thus far. That jade piece is unreal, it resisted Galaxy Storm with its own power. A big shot murmured. The Prime Minister said, this barrier is absolutely at the Dao Lord level, completely unharmed after my attack. Everyone felt their heart beating faster. This jade, in and of itself, was already so impressive. Once refined, it would become an invincible defensive treasure. The crowd exchanged glances. Everyone wanted the jade, but none had the ability to take it out of the valley. Chapter 3867. The treasure taunted them by simply being there, yet none could grab it. In its natural form, it could already stop an attack from a sovereign without suffering any damage. Once refined, it would reach an unimaginable level of power. People couldn't hide the greed in their eyes while gazing at it. We should work together. Young Lord Tuwa suggested this to the big shots and the ancestors earlier. This older group started speculating. One ancestor said, "There's only one treasure." In terms of seniority, young Lord Tuwa was not qualified to negotiate with the ancestors and especially with the real big shots from the last generation. However, there was a high elder from the clan standing behind him right now. It meant that he could represent their clan in public matters. In this region, outsiders needed to give face to the Tuwa. Focus on working together first, or none of us will be able to get the treasure. Save the splitting for later, the young lord said. The older cultivators found this logical. Under these circumstances, no one would be able to grab that jade alone. It required numerous powerful ancestors working together to break through the barrier and stopping the attacks from the stones. That's fine. The previous prime minister nodded. Let's do our best to take this treasure jade. Many of his peers nodded in agreement. This was still better than doing nothing at all. The talk about who gets it could wait until later. Those who aren't in our team should leave to avoid needless complications, the young lord suggested. It would be a shame if someone else were to take advantage of their work and effort. The ancestors and high elders looked around with a cold gaze, obviously insinuating for everyone else to leave. If they were too weak to join the group, there was no point in them sticking around. Others became annoyed right away. They murmured with indignation under their breath, not daring to bark back. Li Chia lost all interest at this point. He stretched and said, "All of this effort for a piece of crap." This naturally offended all the ancestors and high elders. They turned around and saw that it was him. Li Chia. A big shot took a deep breath. Those who came from Buddha Emperor Plateau became startled. One asked, "Since when did he get here?" "He's joining the fun too." Li Chia was notorious back in the central region for killing Phantom and Hu Ben. Moreover, he sent Sword Hero flying with one hammer smash. The latter deed frightened the top experts. They all knew that he was a monster, unlike his harmless appearance. Of course, the locals or those from the 8 kingdoms haven't heard of Li Chia's exploits. Is he strong? One cultivator from the east saw the expression of the big shots and wondered. No one answered right away, so an awkward silence ensued. After a while, a big shot quietly said, "Strong, no, but bizarre to the point of being sorcerous." Those lacking information didn't see anything special about this average-looking cultivator. "You speak as if you can easily obtain this jade piece." Young Lord Tuwa already disliked Li Chia from the previous meeting. "Of course, but it's not worth my time." Li Chia smiled. "Bullcrap, this jade is an emperor-level material, yet you have the gall to call it crap. I'm sure you're just trying to hide the fact that you can't get it." The young lord snorted in response. Unfortunately, his team members didn't share the same sentiment. The ones from the central region stared at him as if he was an idiot. Not to mention his meager power, even that high elder behind him was far from enough. He was an exceptional genius in Blackwood Cliff, but far from being comparable to Hu Ben and Phantom. Li Chia would have zero problems killing him. "Young master, I want this jade." Yang Ling noticed the young lord's disdain for Li Chia, so she interjected while winking at Li Chia. Her purpose was to toy with this young lord. So be it. Li Chia glanced at the jade. Young Lord Tuwa simply didn't buy it. Some ancestors have tried before only to fail. He sneered, "The only thing that will happen is you pissing in your pants when those stones hit you. Stop daydreaming." Li Qiye ignored him and walked towards the valley. Can he do it? The locals and the eastern cultivators had little confidence in him. The ancestors who attempted earlier ran for their lives and even cried from the pain. This brat is about to do something crazy again. On the other hand, the big shots from the central region felt the opposite. We have no business here any longer, this jade has a master now. Another high elder said helplessly. They saw Li Qiye doing even more devilish things before. This was nothing in comparison, definitely not a miracle. He walked forward while being empty-handed and unprepared. Just like that? Some spectators became confused at his frivolity. He's not afraid of the stones? The older experts from Blackwood found this strange. They attributed it to him being arrogant and careless. Just wait, he'll have a pig head soon enough on top of pissing his pants, gonna look as sorry as possible. Young Lord Tuwa smirked and couldn't wait to watch the show. He had personal experience of how strong these stones were. Unfortunately, his smirk turned into sheer astonishment. Others had their mouth and eyes wide open as well. Li Qiye sauntered into the dangerous valley as if it was just another street. The stones didn't react or move at all, as if they didn't see him. It finally made sense since they didn't have eyes. Chapter 3868, Silence took over and stupor struck the crowd. Earlier, the powerful ancestors have failed to the barrier and the stones, eventually fleeing in embarrassment. As for Li Qiye, he had zero defense and preparation, as if he was unaware of the life-threatening danger. Nonetheless, the stones didn't try to attack him at all. What the hell are those stones doing? Are they asleep? Did he hypnotize them? One expert regained his wits and quietly said. He then quietly stepped into the valley, wanting to follow Li Qiye. Unfortunately, he screamed the moment his foot touched the soil, having been struck by a pebble. He pulled his leg back right away and retreated. It became obvious that the stones weren't sleeping. It's just that for some unknown reason, they didn't want to attack Li Qiye. Why does he get to enter? One cultivator questioned. Maybe he has a stealth technique stopping the stones from spotting him. Another youth boldly speculated. It didn't win the crowd over because earlier, Spectre Ancestor had infiltrated the valley. As a member of the ghost race, his stealth technique was superior to most in the world. This still wasn't enough. Because he's Li Qiye. An expert from the last generation who came from Buddha Emperor Plateau said, he has done more bizarre things before, this is nothing. Others exchanged glances, not agreeing with him either. This didn't offer a real reason or explanation. Why don't the stones attack the young master? Yang Ling didn't have any idea either. She expected Li Qiye to come unhindered, but it was still surprising for the stones to leave him alone. Intimidation. The old man stared at the valley while speaking. Intimidation? They're afraid of the young master? She asked for elaboration. No. He pointed at the jade on top of the mound, afraid of that. She stared at the jade again and realized that the light on the jade became dimmer. It was pulsing and releasing particles earlier. This was no longer the case, as if the light was a frightened little animal hiding in its cave, only daring to peek its head out every once in a while. It didn't take long before Li Qiye walked up the mound and stood in front of the jade piece. He's about to get it. One spectator shouted. Others did the same. Some of them deliberately yelled in order to wake the stones up and stop him. Unfortunately, the stones didn't react and they gave up. I don't think he can move that stone, even Spectre Ancestor couldn't earlier. A local expert murmured. Spectre Ancestor made it in with his speed and actually had his hand on the jade. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough strength to move it. They thought that Li Qiye wouldn't be able to do it either due to his shallow cultivation. Nah, Li Qiye got this. An expert from Buddha Emperor Plateau shook his head and said, you'll see, there's nothing he can't do. Li Qiye reached forward and grabbed the stone. Don't let him take you. One local started praying. Buzz. The jade became resplendent, seemingly wanting to resist. See, he won't get it. Young Lord Tuwa happily sneered. Alas, this light was beautiful but short-lived. It extinguished in the next second, akin to a clam with a bright pearl inside opening and closing its mouth immediately. Thus, Li Chia easily pulled it back before the astonished spectators. I told you, he got this. The expert earlier wasn't surprised in the slightest. The locals couldn't believe how easily he obtained the jade. They naturally disliked this result. Zzz dash, the quiet stones suddenly began to jump up and made noises, seemingly unhappy at Li Chia. That's more like it. The crowd became excited, especially young Lord Tuwa. He's finished now, those stones will beat him mercilessly. There's no way he can last given his cultivation, He won't be able to get up afterward. The young lord gloated. Li Chia simply smiled and raised the jade up in the air. Buzz. It exuded a radiance akin to the explosion of 1,000 suns, enough to temporarily blind the spectators. Once it dispersed, they opened their eyes and saw the stones seemingly being drunk. They have absorbed a high amount of light and couldn't take in any more. They decided to drill into the ground and disappear. The whole thing was so bizarre and most spectators didn't know what happened. Anyone would find these developments sorcerous. Li Chia seemed to be able to do anything. The ancestors and big shots from the central region started talking about how this is expected of Li Chia. The locals didn't buy it before, but now, their confidence wavered. Once Li Chia left the valley, young Lord Tuwa came forward and said, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist." Li Chia glanced at him without replying. The young lord didn't mind the silent treatment and smiled. This jade is absolutely an incredible treasure. How about taking it out and showing us what it can do? He then turned towards the crowd and continued, "Am I right, gentlemen? Don't we all want to take a closer look at it?" Chapter 3869. Most understood his insinuation right away. This was an indirect attempt of seizing Li Chia's treasure. Of course, they were all tempted, whether it be the youths or the powerful ancestors from the last generation. However, the ancestors couldn't be so blatant. To take Li Chia's treasure in public like this could ruin their reputation. Right, take it out and broaden our horizon. The locals supported him. In fact, just touching that peerless treasure might increase longevity. Share the luck and let us touch it once. Another youth smiled. It was easy to imagine that when the young lord got a hold on this jade piece, he wouldn't return it to Li Chia. See? Everyone is so enthusiastic, just entertain them a little bit. The young lord enjoyed the support of the crowd and smiled at Li Chia. If you're capable enough to take it from me, it's yours. If not, you'll lose your dog life. Li Chia also smiled and interrupted him. The young lord tried to go around in a circle while Li Chia was as direct as can be. The young lord's expression darkened. Everyone else took a deep breath. Capture him, young lord. A local expert urged him on. You'll take him down in less than 5 moves and the treasure will be yours. 2 different groups existed among the crowd. One group just wanted to watch the show. As for the other group, they wanted to take advantage of this situation. The young lord was now riding a tiger and couldn't get off. Not attacking Li Chia meant being afraid. As a genius only second to 3 slashes, at least in his mind, this was something he couldn't accept. Very well, but remember, you're the one suggesting this. He took a deep breath and shouted. You're wasting my time, come already. Li Chia waved his hand dismissively. The young master's expression became unsightly. He considered himself only second to 3 slashes, so this public disdain was unacceptable. He would knock Li Chia's teeth out even if the guy didn't have a treasure. You pick hell instead of heaven, I hope you can back it up. The young lord uttered coldly. Buzz. He summoned a golden treasure resembling an incense burner. As one looked closer at the inside, they saw tiny pieces of fuel wood and embers. The moment he took it out, it was akin to the opening of a new realm. The aura of a supreme rushed out along with a majestic grand Tao. Its 3 legs were in the form of golden dragons, ready to soar and roar. Many experts staggered backward after feeling its oppressive pressure. Dragon Ray's Cauldron. The heirloom of the Tuhua. A local immediately recognized the cauldron and became frightened. Even the outsiders were startled after hearing the name of the cauldron. They didn't expect this youth to bring such a powerful treasure here. This Li guy is finished. Many locals snorted after seeing this. Dragon Ray's is mighty indeed. It can refine a sovereign right away. Defensive treasures aren't effective against it. An outsider said. The famous cauldron of the Tuhua is worthy of its fame. Unfortunately, it's facing Wuxia. A big shot from the plateau disagreed. Brat, take this. The young lord didn't give Wuxia a chance to prepare. Boom. His vitality soared to the sky and turned into a scorching inferno. This instantly empowered the cauldron. Ra! 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 3 draconic cries could be heard. The cauldron opened its mouth and poured out an endless torrent of flames. It swept through the sky and could take down the celestials. Rumble. The 3 dragons holding up the cauldron suddenly flew out of the cauldron and surrounded Wuxia in the center. Their own flames melted the ground beneath them, turning it into lava. Perish. The young lord chanted and commanded the dragons. They opened their mouth and spewed out draconic flames. It engulfed the area and drowned Wuxia. A lake of lava was the only thing left of Wuxia's area. The spectators shuddered after seeing this attack. That's an heirloom treasure for you. One of them said. The Tuhua isn't bad, that was quite impressive. A high elder nodded approvingly. Wuxia was surrounded by flames above and lava beneath him. Both started surging towards him, wanting to reduce him to ashes. There's no place to run. A local shouted. That's what he gets for overestimating himself and offending young Lord Tuhua. Another genius said. Young Lord Tuhua had a smile on his face after hearing these comments. Idiots. A big shot from the plateau murmured. Buzz. The target area of the lava and flames suddenly became resplendent. The source of this light came from the jade piece in Wuxia's hand. It served as a shield against all attacks. The scorching flames and unbearable lava couldn't do a thing to this barrier. Many spectators gasped after seeing the easy block. Are you forgetting that this jade piece stopped an attack from the Prime Minister earlier? A crowd member reminded them. Young Lord Tuhua also didn't expect this result, his expression soured right away. That's it? My turn then. Wuxia smiled. Buzz. A mouth-like crack showed up on the jade piece. It then crazily absorbed the flames and lava. Chapter 3870. The flames from the dragons and the cauldron itself have been swallowed by the jade piece. Their power, though mighty, was useless in this case. Poof. The jade piece didn't stop there. Its sucking force intensified and it forcefully dragged out the flames inside the cauldron itself. Damn! Young Lord Tuhua noticed that something was wrong and immediately recalled the flames. Alas, the suction force was too much and the young lord couldn't stop the transfer. This jade treasure can do more than just defend. Some ancestors and high elders became astonished. They assumed that this jade was only a defensive treasure. Nonetheless, they were utterly impressed by its potential since it was at the Tao Lord level. Now, it had this absorbing property as well. This took it to the next level. What kind of weapon would come from refining this wonderful material? Sever. The young lord decisively cut off his own vitality from empowering the cauldron and halted the absorbing process. He staggered backward from the backlash. Boom! The moment he stabilized and looked up, he saw an inferno rushing out from the jade. This inferno consisted of the flames and lava absorbed earlier. However, they looked far stronger than before. It became an all-penetrating beam with a heat capable of refining everything. Though it was far away, the spectators felt pain from the heat, so they started running away. Go! The horrified young lord chanted a mantra and laws emerged. The 3 fiery dragons immediately got in front of him and spewed out 3 waves of flames. They gathered together, hoping to stop the incoming beam. Boom! The 2 sides collided and the jade's beam had the upper hand, continuously pushing back the other side. Eventually, the dragon's flames lost completely and the creatures started melting. Meanwhile, the young lord carried his cauldron and had to activate it again for defensive purposes. He was drenched in sweat, on the verge of being fully exhausted. This reversal caught the crowd off guard. They thought that Wuxia was a dead man due to the cauldron's flames. No one expected that the young lord would be the one on the verge of death. Brat, this is enough. Anyone can make mistakes, forgive when possible. An elder from the Tuwa shouted. Several more released their vitality, ready to attack Wuxia. The young master is busy, scram. The old servant glared at him. The elders became furious. Though they didn't have the same authority as the Biendu, they were still prestigious and wouldn't accept being talked down to by a mere servant. Who are you, old man? One elder shouted. Just a servant. He didn't bat an eye while answering. Get the hell out of our way. The elders wanted to save the young lord and didn't want to waste their time with a servant. One of them unleashed a palm strike. Clank. A saber slash could be heard, then blood splashed in the air. Heads could be seen flying in the air. They belonged to the elders of the Tuwa. The eyes were still wide open. The spectator's mouth became agape right away at this sight. They had no words to describe their current emotions. This was the same for the victims as well. They didn't expect to die in less than a second. They didn't see how the old man used his saber. It was too late to scream once they saw their body falling down. Normally, the old servant followed behind Wuxia and kept a reserved attitude. No one noticed anything special about his aura. They thought that he was only a servant attending to Wuxia's daily life. This made the killing extremely shocking. The powerful ancestors and high elders couldn't see the saber technique either. It was simply too fast. What a monster, one ancestor took a deep breath. Ah! By this point, the flames of the jade finally burned the young lord. He no longer had any energy to fight back. No! His scream was filled with indignation and unwillingness. It didn't take long before only ashes were left. It became difficult for the spectators to comment. They exchanged glances of confusion. At the start, they thought that Wuxia had no chance of obtaining the jade piece. Not only did he get it, but he was also able to display its power. From the start to finish, he didn't use his own merit law and merely held the jade piece up high. This victory was because of the jade alone. Who is he? However, the ancestors and the prime minister focused on the old servant instead. He had his eyes closed and wore a cheap gray robe. There was no saber on him, he didn't have a sharp aura either. Who else is as fast as him with the blade? A sect elder wondered. Those elders from the Tuwa weren't top masters or anything. Nonetheless, they were quite capable and relatively famous. The fact that they were killed before being able to resist was a testament to the slash's power. The ancestors and high elders thought about the current saber masters in this region. They only came up with one name. However, this old servant didn't look like this person at all. The latter was always arrogant and overbearing. On the other hand, the old servant looked humble and accepting of his role. Chapter 3871. Why would that powerful master be Wuxia's servant? That's impossible. Looks a little familiar. An aged ancestor stared at the old servant. He had seen this master before. There were some similarities, but the temperament was completely different. This master back then acted as if he was the very best in the world, brimming with spirit and pride. The old servant ahead had no auras to speak of. How strange. This can't be, no way someone like him would become a servant to a junior. The ancestor pondered. In fact, the other top cultivators present felt the same way. However, this old man's saber skill couldn't be questioned. Where did Li Qie find such a person to be his servant? The old man was strong enough to be a famous cultivator wherever he went, far superior to most. He didn't need to become anyone's servant, especially not a junior. The young lord was killed by fire. A local youth realized something and blurted out, "Didn't Li Qie predict that the young lord would die in this manner during the ceremony?" "I think so." Others recalled the ceremony again. Young Lord Tuwa doubted Li Qie and was given an ominous response. He didn't believe Li Qie at all since his clan was versed in fire mastery. How could he ever die to fire? Alas, this turned out to be the case. Everyone exchanged glances, speechless. "This is too much of a coincidence, no?" a young expert said. "Li Qie got it right." Another added. "So he is an actual seer?" A genius became afraid. Depending on how good he is, young Lord Biendu might die to the blade too. Most thought that he was spewing bullshit on that day, but now, one of his predictions came true. What about the prediction for 3 slashes? "It's nothing." One local expert remained skeptical and coldly uttered, 3 slashes is gifted with the saber, who can actually kill him with the blade. Even the previous generation will find this difficult. On the other hand, visitors didn't care about 3 slashes who had nothing to do with them. They only cared about Li Qie. It's as if he knows what will happen. "I'm sure there's a reason why he's here at Black Tides." A big shot from the plateau had a profound gaze while staring at Li Qie. Just too many unbelievable events happened around Li Qie. This should apply to the developments at Black Tides as well. Boom! Their rumination was interrupted by a loud bang. A bright radiance appeared out of nowhere and illuminated the sky. They looked up and saw a beam. There seemed to be something small and golden at its center. It had enough sharpness to pierce through everything in this world. The largest star above wouldn't be spared either. "Do you see that?" It attracted everyone's attention. A powerful ancestor noticed laws circulating around the beam. It became the center of the universe and its light was eternal. "That has to be a treasure, we need to go now." One expert immediately rushed towards the source. The truth was that the powerful ancestors were already on the move after seeing it. They knew that something capable of creating this visual phenomenon was a big deal. Can this be the immortal weapon? An old ancestor wondered while moving forward. Other big shots thought about this mythical weapon as well, feeling quite excited. Thus, the valley became deserted once more. Though some coveted Li Qie's treasure, this new one seemed even more impressive. "Take it." Li Qie casually gave the jade piece to Yang Ling. "Really?" She held it while feeling ecstatic. She looked at it for a bit and knew its value. However, she calmed down and said, "Little sister Fan Bai doesn't have anything, can I give it to her instead?" She had gained plenty of good stuff after following Li Qie for so long. She thought that it would be better to give it to Fan Bai. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. For her, external items are not necessary. She herself is a supreme treasure. You are an ordinary person while she's anything but. Huh. Yang Ling didn't expect to hear such a high evaluation from Li Qie. Fan Bai didn't say anything because she was more than satisfied with what Li Qie had given her. She wouldn't compete with Yang Ling over a treasure. "I'll keep it then." Yang Ling had no reason to insist any longer. "Young master, do you know the origin or the material of this amazing jade? Is it a natural treasure created by heaven and earth?" She didn't recognize its composition when she took a close look earlier. "Not a natural treasure, it's just a fingernail," Li Qie replied. Her mouth became wide enough to fit a duck egg. This thing had a defense at the Tao Lord level on top of being able to absorb offenses and send them back. Most would assume that it was a natural treasure of the highest order. But now, Li Chia said that it was only someone's fingernail. This was rather difficult to accept. Of course, they had no reason to doubt Li Chia's words. The old man himself became startled and started imaging the owner of this fingernail. The reserved fanboy spoke as well, and here I thought it would have an amazing origin or story. It is as amazing as can be already. Li Chia chuckled and shook her head. Look at how strong it is by itself. It doesn't need a cool story or history for further embellishment. Chapter 3872. Anyone would assume that this piece of jade was a naturally formed treasure, one of the best materials possible for crafting. However, Li Chia nonchalantly revealed that it was only someone's fingernail. This was enough to make anyone gasp in astonishment. Others would immediately accuse him of lying, but his group naturally trusted him. This froze them for a while. Whose fingernail is it? Yang Ling was curious about the owner, a Dao Lord? Li Chia chuckled and shook his head. It's a broken fingernail, the essence and divinity inside are long gone. It's not the same as before, or it would be far greater. He then glanced at her and concluded, the Dao Lords can't compare. She took a deep breath again. How could this fingernail be even mightier than its current state? What was it like in its original state? She murmured. If undamaged and its essences are still there, it won't just be a defensive jade. It'll absolutely be sharp too. Li Chia smiled. Ordinary people could have sharp fingernails, let alone a being of this level. The three started imagining one more. There is always a higher peak and a better man. The old man emotionally concluded. In the past, he used to be prideful and haughty, thinking that he was above all. He thought that he could easily sweep through 8 decimalaces. Later on, he eventually lost and understood the power of a Dao Lord or even greater beings. This changed his personality. Nonetheless, he still reached what was considered the top of the cultivation world. But today, he realized that he was still so far away. His current achievements could only be considered the starting point. He had a long, long way to go before reaching the apex. Can it be an immortal? Fan Bai brought this up after a while. A broken and damaged fingernail was already so strong. Its master had to be something greater than regular cultivators. Immortals don't exist in this world. This is just something beyond your station right now, that you can't reach yet. Li Chia shook his head. Could you elaborate? Fan Bai inquired. No rush, now is not the time. Knowing more is not necessarily a good thing for you. Once you're strong enough, you'll be able to figure it out yourself. Li Chia smiled at her. She nodded without getting the full gist. At the same time, Yang Ling became envious of Fan Bai. She knew that Li Chia had a higher expectation for Fan Bai. Fan Bai's achievements would be greater and she would be able to go farther. However, instead of letting it become jealousy, she felt excited for Fan Bai. There was something pure about this girl that she didn't have. The old man smiled because he knew of Fan Bai's unlimited potential. Perhaps in his lifetime, he would be able to see her soaring towards the apex that he couldn't reach. He was aware that in order to go further, talent alone isn't enough. The most decisive factor was the Dao heart. Fan Bai had a pure and firm Dao heart, something he lacked. Let's go take a look, I'm sure it's something good. Li Chia smiled and said. I can't wait to see this treasure, let's hurry. Yang Ling became excited after listening. Plus, young master, that thing is as good as yours already. Li Chia chuckled and led the way with the group right behind him. Everyone naturally heard the news about the new earth-shattering treasure's appearance. Numerous came running right away. Why is everyone so anxious about this treasure? What is it? A youth became curious. It's Dark Abyss. An expert who was on the move briefly answered before departing. Dark Abyss? The older masters nearby immediately dropped all of their tasks and followed the horde right away. These big shots had been treasure hunting the entire time. Black Tides had treasures everywhere and some have truly benefited. However, the appearance of Dark Abyss was more interesting than anything else. "So what is this place?" A junior followed his senior while asking. "I heard that it's the place that made 8 Stallion Dao Lord." The senior answered. "What? The Dao Lord came from Black Tides?" His juniors became confused. "No." The junior patiently responded, "It has to do with the Grand Seer. During his youth, the Dao Lord came to the Seer for guidance. Some believe that the Grand Seer performed a divination ceremony for him and showed him the way. Thus, the youth decided to enter Black Tides." "I see." The juniors were surprised. Everyone knew the story of how he came to help Buddha Supreme against the monsters of Black Tides. They didn't know that he had entered this area once during his early days. He wasn't strong back then and should have died. However, this wasn't how it went down. Because of the Grand Seer's guidance, he managed to find the abyss, then returned safely. Dark Abyss wasn't a thing back then. People had no idea what it was. The legend started with 8 Stallion Dao Lord. The senior continued, "His cultivation improved as fast as the wind. Some said that he changed completely. That's why people believe that he had found something incredible in Dark Abyss, such as a top Grand Dao. So that's the story." The juniors enjoyed the tale. Dark Abyss can create a Dao Lord. This became the next piece of information to spread. The geniuses wanted nothing more than to be there already. This might be their opportunity to become a Dao Lord. Young Lord Biendu is the one who discovered it. The wild child has entered too. Another news spread. 3 Slashes is the one who found it first. Some found this surprising, others didn't. No wonder why the Biendu hasn't been doing anything. They kept it a secret. One big shot said. Someone who saw 3 Slashes group on the first day realized it and told everyone else, so that was his destination from the start. That's why their clan didn't participate in other events. I think they have been desiring it all this time. One ancestor had an insightful take: their clan needs a Dao Lord. Chapter 3873. Some were sure that the Biendu had been searching for this abyss the entire time. 3 Slashes was lucky enough to see it in this generation. This was the culmination of their research in Black Tides after millions of years. Perhaps no other power had a deeper understanding of this region than the Biendu. To say that they knew it like the palm of their hand would be an exaggeration. Nonetheless, it seemed apt in this scenario. After learning about the Dao Lord's encounter, they became more interested in this abyss. Some speculated that they knew about it beforehand but couldn't find the exact location. The Dao Lord required the guidance of the Grand Seer before finding it. The Biendu themselves have asked the Grand Seer about this topic. Ancestors from the clan personally came seeking the answer. Unfortunately, the Grand Seer didn't give them any face and revealed nothing. In Blackwood, the Biendu had absolute authority, perhaps to the point of tyranny. However, they didn't dare to do anything against the Grand Seer. They had to rely on their own knowledge in order to find the abyss. They used their maps as a basis, and the ancestors began researching the potential locations in depth. This time around, 3 Slashes himself led an expedition to secretly enter Black Tides. Their effort was rewarded since he found this legendary area. They wanted to keep it to themselves. Unfortunately, opening the abyss resulted in a shocking phenomenon. Everyone saw the light clearly and came running, hoping to become the next Dao Lord. Once they got to the spot, they saw a vertical burrow that was once hidden by the mountains here. However, the mountains have exploded, revealing the burrow's entrance. While looking down, one would only see darkness and nothing else. It seemed to be a pathway to hell, impossible to get back up once fallen. This resulted in a frightening sensation for the spectators. Normally, most would be careful and not jump down. Now, they knew that the abyss was right below, so many jumped without any hesitation. Li Chia's group eventually arrived, later than most experts who were in a rush. So deep. Yang Ling gasped while looking down. Let's go. Li Chia smiled and jumped down. The others did the same without any hesitation. Its actual depth still shocked Yangling. As they were falling, they saw nothing but darkness. This took a while and she was frightened the entire way since it was her first time doing something like this. Fortunately, it wasn't bottomless. Once they landed, they looked around and saw that it was far larger than expected. The entrance to this burrow was exceptionally wide, but at the base, it only resembled a small window at best. There were only cliffs surrounding them. The place was packed with cultivators as well from all over the world. The presence of the big shots made the atmosphere awfully tense. Some of them didn't want to reveal their identity, so they wore black outfits or used certain stealth methods to conceal their appearance. For example, a group of monks was shrouded in a Buddhist light. It was impossible to tell which temple they hailed from. Another group had fog lingering around them while wearing black robes. They seemed to be from Divine Ghost Division. One ancestor had auspicious clouds completely hiding their appearance and race. Moreover, there were big shots who didn't show up at all, choosing to use stealth techniques. Their peers naturally noticed them but didn't point this out. So many big shots, even the Prime Minister of Celestial is here. An old master looked around with a serious expression. Normally, the young geniuses acted haughtily as if they were the most important characters. Now, reclusive masters and ancestors have shown up. The young ones found it difficult to breathe normally in their presence. They lacked power and experience despite their talents. Their legs trembled as a result. Only 3 slashes or the wild child of the East could challenge these older masters. What about the monk of wisdom and 8 tribulation blood monarch? Some started wondering. Dark Abyss was tempting enough to force these characters to come out. Meanwhile, the big shots focused on the center of this cavern. Where they landed wasn't the bottom, only another area. At the center was another hole. This one seemed to be deeper than the previous drop. Staring at it for a long time would result in the darkness staring back. The spectators felt as if their souls were being dragged downward. Its ominous nature was obvious. A dowel platform levitated in the middle of this abyss. It looked as stable as can be, nothing in the world could move it. Numerous other boulders floated around it as well, looking coarse and most likely formed by nature. The main difference was that the boulders continued to move like duckweeds in an ocean being dragged around by the waves. The thing that stole everyone's attention was a boulder situated on the dowel platform. It also had the same natural look like the others with one exception: it had an embedded piece of metal smaller than a fist. Though it was black, it still exuded a bright radiance. Chapter 3874. The black metal had strands of light playing around it as if they had consciousness. They resembled tentacles more than regular rays of light. Upon closer inspection, the texture of the metal was different as well, resembling both gold and jade. When using a heavenly gaze they would see that there were billions of thin layers. Experts didn't see anything special and thought that it was only a special type of texture. However, the masters found that each layer was a separate merit law or grand Tao. Thus, the whole thing contained an incalculable potential. But at an even higher level, the true supremes and top existences saw something else as well. These weren't only layers of grand Tao. After a full inspection, they saw that these layers also contained celestial formations and temporal circulation. This meant that there was a complete revolution in each one. In other words, the layers were actually epochs. This level of compression was frightening. The incalculable layers implied an incalculable number of epochs. Nothing could be more precious than this metal. Thus, the top existences got palpitations and cold sweat while staring at it. Unfortunately, the rest of the crowd didn't have the same evaluation. The regular experts and masters took note of the layers but not of the implicit profundity. Thousands were merely here for the hype and the legend regarding the great fortune at Dark Abyss. They became disappointed after seeing this piece of metal. This is it? Isn't it too simple to be the legendary fortune? One youth couldn't help but say. By this point, some people have been trying to get across the abyss by using the moving boulders. One cultivator waited for another boulder closer to the platform to touch his own boulder before jumping over. Why is he doing that? Just fly over to the platform. One spectator commented. The actual distance was rather large, but they were cultivators. Anyone with a little bit of training and skill could fly over. Because of this, one expert standing by the edge leaped forward for the center platform. Unfortunately, he started falling right away and began to scream. He utilized various merit laws and treasures in order to stay afloat. Alas, this was all useless. His treasures fell down with him. His screams echoed from the bottom before disappearing altogether. Some of the newcomers were astounded to see this. What an idiot. 3 slashes and the wild child would have crossed over long ago if flying was possible. That's why they're using the boulders too. Someone from the last generation sneered. Sure enough, these geniuses were standing on boulders, waiting for another to get close enough. However, the boulders flew randomly without a single pattern. It became impossible to predict its movement. One expert followed the process but eventually lost his patience. He decided to use his own power to change the boulder's direction. The moment he added strength to his feet, a mighty power from the abyss dragged him down. Why is this happening? Most spectators were confused. Any power interfering with the rules here will be devoured by the abyss. One ancestor said. This wasn't the only frightening factor at work here. The experts standing on the boulders wished to go to the center platform. Alas, once they got up there, they felt their vitality and lifespan passing by. They clearly felt the abyss devouring their life force. The older big shots suffered more compared to the older youths. Their hair started becoming white. No, I have to go back. An ancestor has been stuck on a boulder for too long. Not only was his hair white, but his vitality had also been drained, so he became all skins and bones. Death wasn't far off. No, he let out one last lament before the last second of life, becoming a dried corpse on the floating boulder. The experts and ancestors stuck on the boulders were horrified to see this. Not like this, another ancestor also died from old age a while after. What do we do now? The young ones on the boulders finally became alarmed. Alas, they couldn't come back even if they wanted to. Don't panic, you're young and vigorous, you'll be able to handle it long enough to reach the other side. Their seniors shouted words of encouragement. That depends on how many years they have. According to calculations, they need at least 5,000 years of actual lifespan. Otherwise, it's a waste of time. One ancestor standing by a corner spoke. That's an ancestor of the Biendu. Everyone looked over and someone recognized the old man. His words had considerable credence because his clan knew the most about black tides. Moreover, they were the ones who found Dark Abyss too, so they should be prepared. This didn't mean that with enough time, one would be able to reach the center platform. Some were brought back to the starting side and immediately jumped off. What's going on? Some were surprised. There are rules, not all boulders can reach the center platform. It has to be the right ones. One big shot has been observing 3 slashes and the wild child. He noted that they didn't pick every single boulder that got close enough. A clear choice was made each time. Chapter 3875, 3 slashes and the wild child were the calmest out of those standing on the boulders. They stopped moving and looked like statues. Nonetheless, their eyes were rapidly scanning all the boulders. No one knew what they were thinking. Many speculated that they were busy calculating the movement and pattern of the boulders. Because of this, they made it the farthest and left everyone else in the dust. Of course, they were also the first to get here, so this made sense. It can't be random. A high elder said with uncertainty after seeing the two. They haven't made a wrong choice so far that would take them in the opposite direction. Right, there are patterns and rules. An ancestor hidden in a black robe from Divine Ghost Division said, the movements of the boulders are interconnected and dictated by an integral order. Moreover, one can't rely on a single boulder to reach the platform. Thus, the spectators began searching for obvious patterns and rules. Nonetheless, the majority didn't have the ability to do so. A few ancestors and high elders noticed some clues, but the entire system was immensely complex. One couldn't derive the entire thing in a short time. There's no hope for old people either. A different ancestor added, think about it, the previous generation doesn't have 5,000 years of lifespan left. We'll die before getting to the other shore. These ancestors have been deterred after seeing the death of their peers. Some had successful derivations so far but didn't want to take the risk. The loss of lifespan was beyond their control. This ominous force was unstoppable. By this point, both the wild child and 3 had gray hair. They looked like middle-aged men now. Given their cultivation, they should have more than 10,000 years of life, far from reaching the middle years. Alas, they relied on their vigorous vitality to hang on and still had years to lose. Young Lord Biendu knows the system. A big shot commented after seeing the young lord moving ahead of the wild child. Nonetheless, the wild child was only one step behind. The big shots gathered around the Biendu ancestor. Someone from Blackwood asked, the wild child knows quite a bit, right, fellow Taoist? This ancestor had to speak because some powerful masters were hidden here, maybe even the grandmasters. The Biendu alone couldn't face the wrath of the masses. I'm not sure. He shook his head and said, it took us several thousand years of research before seeing some patterns. He spoke the truth without revealing too much. Your clan has done a good job of keeping this a secret. I'm sure you found Dark Abyss location long ago. The ancestor from Divine Ghost spoke. He had to respond, our ancestor asked 8 Stallion Dao Lord for guidance and he corrected our mistakes. Though he didn't say which ancestor, a being capable of speaking to a Dao Lord and gaining insight should be quite amazing. The 8 kingdoms are incredible too. I guess they do have some supreme existences. Another said while staring at the wild child. It was surprising for him to understand the patterns as opposed to 3 slashes. Nonetheless, maybe this should be expected because the 8 kingdoms had Worldly Immortal, the Ancient Empress, and Crystal God Monarch. His father, the Praetor, has received guidance from the monarch before. Perhaps this was the source of the wild child's comprehension of the patterns here. How strange. A genius returned to the first shore and said, I followed the young lord's steps, why am I back to the beginning? The floating boulders' directions are always changing. You have to see through the mysteries in order to get there. One ancestor explained. Many youths have tried so far but currently, only 3 slashes and the wild child have found success. Grandpa, do you see the system here? Yang Ling didn't want to bother Li Qie, so she asked the old servant instead. No. The old man has been watching the abyss the entire time in order to derive the innate laws and patterns. I can't derive the laws so quickly. The complex nature of this makes a quick derivation impossible regardless of one's talent and knowledge. Then can you still get over there? She continued inquiring. The old man tilted his head in contemplation. However, Li Qie smiled and answered instead, it's not worth losing 5,000 years for him. He'll only comprehend more Tao at best and can't take it away. The old man shifted his focus towards the metal piece and nodded. I can handle the 5,000 years but I won't have much left. The gains don't outweigh the cost here. Unless you can take it with you. Li Qie said. I'm afraid I can't. The old man concluded while staring at the metal. So what is it? Yang Ling was curious. She observed it for a long time but only knew that it was extraordinary and seemingly contained immense power. I see the Grand Tao. Fan Bai interjected. The young me couldn't hold a candle to your talent. The old man sentimentally said, that's all I can see right now too. It's not talent. Li Qie chuckled and said, her firm Tao heart allows for a virtually infinite extension. Unfortunately, it's still not to the limit. Incredible. Yang Ling only knew that they were praising Fan Bai and said with admiration. He did it. Suddenly, loud cheers could be heard. 3 became the first to reach the platform. This wasn't too surprising since he was ahead from the start. 3 was ecstatic. Though it appeared that he did it effortlessly, the clan and he himself expended untold effort for this goal. Another 2. The crowd exclaimed again. Sure enough, the wild child also made it up there. Brother Biendu. Brother Wild Child. The two of them nearly spoke at the same time. 3 stopped and stared intensely at his rival. The latter did the same. Chapter 3876. The atmosphere became tense during their encounter. The spectators on the other shore watched with bated breath. In fact, this wasn't their first meeting. They have sparred before, but outsiders didn't know the result. Some believed that they became good friends after fighting each other. Others disagreed and claimed that friendship was an exaggeration. They merely appreciated each other's skills. Are they going to fight? This became the question. A fight between these two would be quite interesting because the results of the previous fights were unknown. In the south, the young generation believed that their top 3 geniuses included the Wild Child, 3 and Righteous Scion. They also assumed that their abilities were relatively even. I'm sure this fight will help with everyone's Dao comprehension. It's beneficial to watch. Someone from the last generation commented. In this scenario, the most important factor was the 2's saber mastery. It would definitely open everyone's eyes and give them a deep insight into this Dao. The saber users here would have a great harvest. Thus, the crowd stared intensely at the two, hoping for a fight. In fact, when they exchanged glances, their eyes flashed sharply as well as if they had swung their blade. This lasted a split second and only the two of them knew the result. After all, they fought before and knew each other's strength and grand Dao. The Wild Child slowly raised his hand to touch the saber on his back. 3 did the same and grabbed the hilt by his waist. The atmosphere intensified and everyone became nervous. They could feel the blades flashing before the actual draw. Saber energies seemed to be contending already, ravaging everything nearby like inescapable nets. The process was extremely fast, yet the spectators found it quite slow. Every little action stretched for what seems to be years. Who will win? A spectator asked. Of course, young Lord Biendu. His saber techniques have been unequaled since his debut. There's a reason for his title. A genius from Blackwood supported 3 without any hesitation. Not necessarily. An expert from the last generation disagreed. The Wild Child's talent isn't inferior to 3 His clan is equal to Blackwood Cliff too. Moreover, rumor has it that his technique is from Mad Blade Guantianba. If this is true, he is absolutely at the top. Right, who in our southern region has a better saber Dao than Mad Blade? If he had received this art, it would be incredible. Another big shot agreed. Guantianba has taken this era like a storm. Those who have never seen him have still heard of his peerless Mad Blade techniques. If the Wild Child had access to these arts, one would be hard-pressed to find a stronger youth. During this climax, the Wild Child suddenly put his hand down and smiled. Brother Biendu, we can fight whenever outside, there's business to get done here. Very well, I agree. 3 stopped holding the hilt as well. They restrained their impulse to fight, deciding to focus on the treasure instead. Both walked together towards the rock embedded with the black metal. They walked slowly, not only paying attention to the metal but also remaining vigilant of each other in case of a sneak attack. Many became disappointed as a result. They wanted to witness a fight between 2 saber prodigies. They stood in front of the metal, then exchanged glances, reaching an implicit agreement. They circled around the rock several times before stopping. Both had no idea what it was. They then used their divine intent, but this was stopped by an invincible force. So what the heck is this treasure? One spectator became curious. This was the only thing notable in Dark Abyss. Was this the fortune that helped 8 Stallion Dao Lord? It doesn't matter what it is since it belongs to one of them now. An expert replied. Others agreed as well. No one could make it to the Dao platform except them. What now? 3 Slashes spoke. The wild child stared at him and smiled. You can go first, Brother Biendu. Then if it's not meant to be yours, it'll be my turn. No one expected the wild child to be so generous. The treasure was right before him, yet he wanted to let his rival go first. Normally, before a fortune capable of turning someone into a Dao Lord, nothing else mattered. Morality, face, and relationship weren't worth a single coin in this scenario. These two weren't friends either, so this choice was surprising. 3 Slashes took a deep breath and cupped his fist. I wholeheartedly appreciate your generosity, brother. From now on, you are a friend of the Biendu. Your problem will be our problem. The crowd thought that he was a grateful and straightforward person after listening. I appreciate it. It is an honor. The wild child laughed heartily. 3 Slashes cupped his fist again and came closer to the metal, reaching for it with one hand. The crowd thought that this metal was his for the taking. His power could move mountains and oceans, let alone a tiny piece of metal like this. However, his grip couldn't move the metal at all regardless of how much force he added. Let's go. He roared and released his mighty vitality. Torrents of energy emanated from his body. This was still not enough to move the metal a little bit. Chapter 3877. 3 Slashes mustered all of his strength only to fail at obtaining the metal. The crowd couldn't believe it despite watching with their own eyes. His power was at the air level. It wouldn't be difficult for him to lift numerous mountains at the same time. Now, his face was red with bulging veins, yet the metal didn't move even an inch. He simply refused to accept this and decided to form a summoning mudra. Clank. 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 Thick armor plates materialized on his body. The style and edges were exaggerated. The shoulder plates had 2 wings pointing upward. The chest plate was carved to the shape of a rhinoceros head with its mouth open. 3 Slashes became massive like a man of steel after putting on this armor set. Skyrazor Force Carapace, a famous armor of the Biendu. A big shot from Blackwood instantly recognized it. It's known for its strength and explosiveness. Its user's physical strength will be 100 times greater. Another expert added. This should be enough to move the metal, right? The crowd exchanged glances and one asked. His own power was already considerable, so with this boost, it was 100 times greater. Clank. He clasped the metal with both hands and roared, up you go. The armor became blindingly bright and a beam shot to the sky. The rhino head in front of his chest seemingly came back to life and absorbed chaos energy. This great being seemingly took over his body and granted him endless power. The metal still didn't move at all while the armor plates issued loud clunks from the pressure and grinding. Activate. 3 Slashes became furious and channeled all of his vitality into the armor. The light on the armor became replaced by flames. 9 divine halos pulsed from the armor and served as 9 levels of firmaments, granting him another boost. The spectators felt the world shaking by his ultimate power. Space and time were affected as well. They all thought that he would absolutely be able to push up a falling sky. This empowered state was still proven to be futile. The tiny piece of metal wouldn't move an inch. Boom! Eventually, he lost his grip from adding too much strength and fell over backward, nearly rolling off the platform. This scared the hell out of him. Beads of sweat dripped down. I can't believe it. Eyes widened in disbelief as a result. The wild child shared the same sentiment. How could that metal not move under the pressure of such power? Can something that heavy exist? One ancestor quietly said. It might not actually be heavy, it's most likely some suppressive force. A different ancestor disagreed. That platform can't float under that theoretical weight. People started wondering the reason for the metal's immovability. Was it due to its weight or some external interference? I can't get this metal. 3 put away his armor and spoke. It's your turn, brother. He confirmed that given his strength, he had no chance of taking this metal away regardless of the reason for failure. This metal was just too bizarre. Okay, I will give it a shot. Don't laugh now. The wild child smiled and walked forward. A while ago, he was still on guard against 3. Now, he felt free to give it a real attempt. 3 had no intention of attacking either. He was more curious about whether his rival could do it or not. Boom! The wild child grasped the metal piece and released his vitality. His bulging muscles looked like hills. He turned into a wild warrior brimming with power and empowered by dragons within him. Up! He used this 100-fold power to move the metal. His face turned red, but the metal still didn't move. This was akin to a mortal trying to take down a tree with his bare hands. How strange. He eventually let go, knowing that this was futile. This isn't over yet. He changed his strategy and took out a grand hammer. This hammer was larger than him and had a golden fire. One could hear the sound of thunder after he took it out. These thunderous explosions horrified the listeners. This weapon seemed capable of turning everything into ashes. Thunder blast. An expert from the east said, a treasure from Spark Kingdom, wielding enough power to destroy all things. You're exaggerating a bit, but it's true that it's quite strong. Few things can stop it. A big shot shook his head. You're mine. He roared and smashed the hammer forward, wanting to break the rock keeping the metal in place. Boom! 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 Lightning bolts surged outward and formed a current. The current struck the metal and the rock then instantly exploded in a devastating manner. Alas, both the rock and the metal were untouched. On the other hand, the backlash from the explosion sent the wild child flying. In this crucial moment, 3 grabbed his arm and pulled him back, saving him from being a victim of the abyss. Chapter 3878, The wild child panicked after landing on the ground. That was nearly the end for him. He regained his wits and cupped his fist towards 3. Thank you, Brother Biendu. You are a friend now. You're being too polite, we're on the same boat right now. 3 slightly bowed his head, looking quite cool. The spectators gave him a thumbs up for this. Some felt admiration because of his character. These two were still rivals and the competition was always fierce. In fact, the wild child's death could be a cause for celebration. That's one less powerful rival in the future. However, 3 still decided to save him. You see the temperament and style of a Dao Lord in him. Someone from the last generation praised, he is talented and will be benevolent and magnanimous in the future. Others will want to follow him. Others nodded in agreement, clearly impressed by his commendable act. The two geniuses stared at the black metal. They realized that taking it away was impossible. Time to focus again, trace its source. 3 said. The wild child nodded in agreement, looking both serious yet somehow relaxed. The two of them sat in the meditative pose to the left and right of the metal. Buzz. They started glowing and runes appeared around them. These two have entered a state of Zen in order to comprehend the mysteries of the Tao. They're studying the metal. Others knew what they were doing. They're following the path of 8th Stallion Tao Lord. I'm sure this is what he did back then too. A high elder from one country commented. The fortune obtained by the Tao Lord must have come from understanding this metal. Perhaps he had tried to take the metal away at the start just like these two. After realizing the futility of this act, he took a step back and began to research the metal. The fortune that stemmed from this served as the foundation for his future path. The metal contains a supreme grand Tao. A hidden big shot started coveting the metal. No one could resist the allure of this metal. It had the potential of helping someone become a Tao Lord. Thus, if a country or sect were to have it, they would be able to produce a Tao Lord every generation. This was the ultimate treasure, but unfortunately, both the youths couldn't take it away. They have reached a mutual understanding and decided to learn instead. This put them in a defenseless state. Normally, cultivators in meditation were afraid of being attacked. A sudden ambush on these two right now had a high chance of success. Nonetheless, they trusted each other enough to do so. Buzz. The two's forehead lit up at the same time. Bright halos appeared and pulsed around them next. Pop. The golden rays from the metal seemed to be attracted by the two. One tiny ray each entered their forehead, seemingly wanting to communicate with their mind. Look, they're successful. The crowd clamored after seeing this. As for the hidden big shots, one in this group took a deep breath. Looks like there's a chance of them getting the grand fortune. That's the top geniuses for you, no one is as talented as them. They got a reaction after such a short time. If it's the main one, it'll serve as an incredible foundation for their path towards becoming a Tao Lord. People became envious. Of course, some felt deep jealousy as well. These two were already strong and gifted enough to surpass their peers. If they were to find the Grand Tao embedded in the metal, no one would be able to catch up. Is this the supreme Grand Tao to become a Tao Lord? Yang Ling was surprised to see a reaction. They're talented indeed. The old man replied, it's not surprising to see them gaining something. However, becoming a Tao Lord requires more than just understanding one Grand Tao or two. There's a reason why certain supreme geniuses in history fail to become Tao Lords. I see, so there is a chance of them getting it. Yang Ling nodded. Li Chia standing nearby looked up then down at the abyss. He said, it's about time, let's go. Having said that, he walked towards the edge. Hey, it's Li Chia. Others noticed him right away. What is he going to do this time? Gonna shock all of us again. An expert from the central region became frightened. Is this brat really that strong? The locals and eastern cultivators have never heard of Li Chia. His rise to fame was too recent. Just watch, he'll scare the hell out of you soon enough. The expert laughed boisterously. What are you doing, young master? Yang Ling was afraid that he would jump into the abyss. Li Chia stared at the platform and said, I'm going over there, it's getting late. This brat wants to go too. Some experts exchanged glances. A local youth snorted, easier said than done. Only young Lord Biendu and the wild child have been able to do it so far. This was indeed the truth. Out of all the adventurers, only those two made it to the platform. The rest either died or were brought back to the first area. I don't think anyone else present understands the system, let alone a junior like him. Another ancestor shook his head. Many ancestors and high elders have tried and failed. There was no way that Li Chia could get over so fast. How long will this take, young master? Yang Ling asked. Just a few steps, I'll be back in no time at all. He replied. Ha ha ha. A local genius laughed right away. Though Li Chia wasn't talking to them, they still found his answer to be annoying. This was especially true for the younger cultivators. Chapter 3879. Li Chia's claim seemed insensitive considering the loss of life from the brave adventurers prior. The two geniuses who found success required ample research from their entire sect and clan. That's why most thought that Li Chia was being rather ignorant and disrespectful. He must be daydreaming, heh. A young cultivator snorted. This brat's audacity knows no bounds. An ancestor commented. However, those from the central region remained optimistic. One big shot spoke, nothing has proven to be difficult for Li Chia before. He can make it there. I've gone there too. Li Chia stared at the abyss and smiled, completely ignoring the comments. Who knows who he was speaking to? Yang Ling? Other cultivators? The most likely answer was the abyss itself. He then took one step forward straight into the abyss. Is he suicidal? Someone shouted since Wuxia wasn't waiting for a boulder. Idiot, he's dead. A youth sneered. Everyone knew that this abyss could stop all powers. Flying and using treasures were useless. Anyone who tried would immediately fall down. Some shouted in astonishment after seeing his choice. Others thought that he would join the fallen adventurers down below. Strangely enough, the boulder closest to him rushed over with lightning speed. It situated itself right on the landing spot of his first step. For his second step, a different boulder did the same thing. This prevented him from falling down the abyss. Are you guys seeing this? The spectators couldn't believe it. The boulders were practically teleporting to help him. They thought that he would also pick boulders like 3 slashes and the wild child in order to reach the platform. This should be impossible because Wuxia was alone and lacked the ability to understand the mysteries hidden in this place. No one expected that he would pick a special method, not relying on deriving the movement system of the boulders here. They automatically helped him out. The ever-changing trajectory rules were broken. Wuxia didn't need to pay attention at all, only needing to move his feet forward. A new group of spectators has become dumbfounded by Wuxia's penchant for breaking common sense. The system of the abyss seemed nullified. Impossible. Another spectator shouted despite being fully aware that it was happening. How is he doing this? An expert calmed down and couldn't think of any possibility. I do not understand this world anymore. A hidden big shot watched intensely and told his peers. They no longer wanted to talk about the mysteries of the Tao and the order of laws. These affinities and rules had no effect on Wuxia. As for the weaker ancestors, they opened their heavenly gaze in an attempt to grasp the situation. Though their gazes could see all things, they didn't work in this situation. They exchanged glances and thought that this was incomprehensible. What sorcery is this? One expert blurted. Sorcery and magic were used to describe bizarre occurrences. They thought that this was the only explanation for Wuxia's success. Who knows? Someone from the last generation said, all in all, this kind of thing actually happens all the time with this brat. Just stop using common sense and logic when he's around. Those who mocked Wuxia before turned red while watching the boulders being subservient to Wuxia. They made fun of him for being ignorant and arrogant. Alas, he kept his words and practically slapped their face by proving them wrong. Why are the boulders teleporting to help the young master? Yang Ling asked the old servant. She knew that he would be able to reach the platform, but this method was still unexpected. He is the law, that's all. The old man took a while before letting out a sigh and replying. Yang Ling and Fan Bai kept on watching after hearing this. It seemed that Wuxia trumped the laws and order of the floating boulders. The only thing that mattered here was his will. Because of this, they kept on appearing beneath his feet to help him move forward and acted like generals ready to obey all commands. Chapter 3880, Wuxia strolled through the air and made it to the platform. This process had no difficulty to speak of, a stark contrast to those who have lost their lives trying. Meanwhile, 3 slashes and the wild child touched their saber again to express their stance, being on the same side against Wuxia. Congratulations on making it to the platform, Daoist Li. 3 slashes spoke while keeping his eyes on Wuxia. It's no big deal. Wuxia replied. The listeners on the other side had different reactions. As for the two, their expression became frozen right away. Their success in reaching this place was predicated on untold effort. Thus, Wuxia's comment was disparaging and humiliating, to say the least. No more business here, time's running out. Wuxia told the two. That's not up to you. The wild child's eyes became fierce. You're not in charge here. No one would have a problem with this statement. There were top geniuses and formidable ancestors in this place. Why would they listen to Wuxia? 3/ remained calm, unlike the hot-headed wild child. He asked, "What are you suggesting, Daoist? "Nothing, I'm just taking it away." Wuxia glanced at the metal. Clank. As Wuxia walked towards the metal, both the young geniuses grabbed the hilt of their saber. Saber energy and murderous intent immediately engulfed the area, even though the weapons have yet to come out. The spectators knew that these two wouldn't let Wuxia get closer. The two had formed an alliance, and Wuxia was an outsider who didn't deserve a piece of the pie. "Oh? Want to fight?" Wuxia stopped and smiled at the two. "Let's go if you want to try us on." The wild child answered directly. Both considered the metal to be their own and wouldn't share it with others. "You're too weak to be my opponent," Wuxia flatly said. The wild child's expression soured and his eyes turned ferocious, sharp enough to flay meat off the bones. The crowd on the other side clamored, especially those from the east. Does the fool not know that the wild child is the #1 genius of the east? A youth from the 8 kingdoms immediately rebuked, "His tongue will be his downfall." "Wild child, you can't spare this arrogant brat, cut him down." Others started urging the wild child to attack. There were neutral spectators who were eager to watch the show as well. They refrained from commenting. However, some wanted to see more chaos. They urged the wild child to kill Wuxia. "Wild child, he isn't only looking down on you but all of the East as well. Decapitate him with one move. Just watch, there will be an unbelievable ending." A big shot from the central region had a faint smirk. In reality, these cultivators didn't overly care about the final outcome. It's just that in the case of a fight, they would have something interesting to watch. These 3 were the only ones who made it to the platform, so others naturally became jealous. They had a shot of learning the mythical grand Tao of a Tao Lord. Thus, some hoped that these 3 would fight. The best-case scenario would be mutual destruction. If they couldn't get the piece of metal, they didn't want anyone else to get it either. Plus, the younger geniuses would love to see the top competitors go down. That would make their future path far easier. Therefore, those who vocally expressed their support for the wild child might have hidden motives. The wild child laughed and glared at Wuxia. "Ha ha ha, I haven't heard this in a long time." His pride was justified since he had defeated the young generation in the 8 kingdoms. Given his power, he was confident in fighting against righteous Scion and 3/ as well, let alone a junior like Wuxia. "Because your previous opponents have been garbage," Wuxia quipped. This actually offended some members of the crowd since they were from the east. Some have lost to the wild child before, including members of the previous generation. This wasn't humiliating since he was the top dog there. However, to be called garbage by Wuxia was unacceptable and made them livid. "Brat, come back here." One older expert roared at Wuxia. "If the wild child chooses to spare you, I'll cut off your dog head later." Another genius shouted. "We need to teach this idiot a lesson regarding the immensity of heaven and earth." One more coldly uttered. Chapter 3881, Clank. A saber intent manifested even though the blade was still in its sheath. It hovered above Wuxia, ready to cut off his head. People couldn't help but shudder at the bone-chilling saber intent, an indication of the youth's might. The shouting crowd shut their mouth right away and focused on watching the fight. "Fine, since you wish to fight, fellow Daoist, start." The wild child had a firm grasp on his saber, not hiding his murderous intent towards Wuxia at all. The sharp waves emanating from him seemed eager to flay Wuxia. Such powerful saber intent. A spectator said. Those from the central region and righteous have never seen the wild child in action before. Nonetheless, they were impressed by his saber intent. On the other hand, Wuxia only smiled and didn't care in the slightest. This lackadaisical appearance offended the wild child. His opponent was looking down on him. Go, to the death. The furious youth declared aggressively. Calm down, brother. 3 slashes suddenly interrupted what seemed to be an inevitable battle. This caught the spectators and the wild child off guard. They thought that 3 slashes would actually join his ally against Li Chia too. What does he want? A spectator murmured. What do you mean, brother? The wild child stared at 3 slashes. Please wait, brother. 3 slashes told the wild child before turning towards Li Chia. Fellow Taoist, are you here to comprehend the Tao, or do you have other plans? I am taking this medal with me, stand aside. Li Chia replied. You stand aside. The livid wild child shouted back. No one has ever talked to him like this since his Tao debut. This was often the case for top geniuses. 3 slashes was annoyed as well, but he maintained his composure. Are you sure you'll be able to take this medal away? It is incalculably heavy. The crowd then realized a key point of this development. Remember, this fist-sized medal couldn't be shaken by the duo regardless of their effort. Could Li Chia actually do it? No problem at all. Move. Li Chia said. This imperious style of Li Chia was hard to accept. Nonetheless, the duo exercised patience this time around. Is he serious? People started talking. It can't be that easy. He's blustering. Another said. I don't think it's possible. This Li Chia can't be stronger than those 2. One cultivator was skeptical of his claim. Did you forget how easily he got to the platform? Everyone doubted him earlier too. Just watch, anything's possible. A young expert from the central region said. Others nodded in agreement. Li Chia had no problem crossing the abyss, staying true to his words. You're right, maybe he can take it away. A member of the previous generation agreed. Of course, the fans of the genius duo refused to accept this. One of them snorted, impossible, and nobody like him can't do it when 3 slashes and wild child have failed. Same, just let him try then. Another added. The big shots and ancestors exchanged glances. Eventually, an important figure suggested, if fellow Taoist Li is confident, let him give it a shot. Yes, see if he can take it away. A high elder from a prestigious clan loudly stated. They had their own agenda for supporting Li Chia. Given the circumstances, this medal would be stuck on the platform. This wasn't a big deal for the 2 geniuses since they still had a chance to learn the embedded Grand Tao. The same couldn't be said for those stuck at the starting zone. However, if Li Chia could take it away, it would be an opportunity for the rest. Everything would be possible then. Yeah, let him try. The crowd unanimously changed their tone right away, even the supporters of the duo. They didn't like Li Chia, but no one could resist the temptation of an ultimate treasure. Fine, let him make a fool out of himself. One genius scowled. This won't hurt anyone. Others expressed this sentiment regardless of their personal feelings towards Li Chia. The duo contemplated and glanced at each other. Both nodded at the same time. Okay, fellow Taoist, give it a shot. We're not that unreasonable. 3 slashes smiled. The wild child smiled as well. I hope you're as amazing as advertised, otherwise, he. They agreed to let Li Chia through and had their own plan. The pressure from the crowd had nothing to do with it. They wanted to take this medal away from the abyss as well. It would be great if Li Chia could do so since this would increase the chance of them obtaining it. This was their original goal in the first place. His failure wouldn't affect them either. They would just need to kill him then continue observing the medal. Li Chia ignored the wild child's threat and moved closer. Everyone held their breath the moment he stood in front of it, becoming increasingly anxious. Chapter 3882, Li Chia's narrowed eyes lit up brightly. Everyone thought they heard a loud boom afterward despite it clearly not being real. They still heard ringing in their eyes. In this split second, Wuxia shot out 2 rays towards the metal. Boom! An explosion finally came alongside a blinding flash. Everyone became temporarily blinded from the boundless radiance akin to the explosion of a billion suns. This happened without warning and disappeared just as fast. One could describe it as the strongest lightning bolt flashing then dispersing. The sudden nature of the process made everyone feel as if it was only an illusion. Once their sight adapted to normalcy again, they saw Wuxia simply standing there without any impressive aura. However, his eyes became profound and focused. The spectators didn't notice a faint flash deep within these eyes. "Did you see something flashing earlier?" one expert asked his friend nearby. "You saw it too?" the friend said with uncertainty. Others began talking. Since everyone shared the same experience, they were certain that the flash really happened. It simply happened too quickly and blinded them, leaving them in confusion and unaware of Wuxia's actual move. They put this bizarre development aside and continued staring at Wuxia, wondering about his choice. Would he want to use brute force to take the metal just like the duo? The metal reacted by sending out delicate laws. These strands were awfully convoluted and complicated, seemingly made from countless parts and Dao runes. If they were fully derived, they would be as vast and enigmatic as oceans. Each could support an entire epoch, a testament to their unimaginable perpetuity. They moved as if they were alive, squirming back and forth and brimming with curiosity about the outside world. They wanted to leave the metal for a better look. The spectators couldn't fathom how this piece of metal was containing so many Dao laws. The metal itself looked rather evil and frightening, akin to a dark entity with thousands and thousands of tentacles. Some spectators found this a nauseating sight. The problem was their lack of understanding. The big shots didn't feel the same way and couldn't avert their gaze. They knew that these tiny things contained supreme grand Dao. Just understanding one would be a lifetime of benefits. Wuxia slowly raised his hand forward, not to grab the metal. This looked like a gesture beckoning someone to give him money or something back. The tiny laws became frozen after seeing his hand. It was an awkward situation to be in, having someone ask for money without a valid reason. Wuxia moved his hand a bit closer after seeing the law's reaction. Now he looked like a child asking for a red packet. However, the adult, in this case, seemed hesitant. The laws pulled back to show its unwillingness, wanting to refuse him. The entire metal seemed to have its own consciousness. Unfortunately, the metal's feeling didn't matter in this case. Wuxia left no room for refusal. The crowd was surprised to see this strange interaction. They thought that the metal was only a naturally formed treasure without sentience. This didn't seem to be the case. It might actually be a living form, just different from the conventional type. When Wuxia made a demand in this manner, none could refuse him. The laws slowly returned to the metal. Buzz. Light materialized around the metal in the form of 2 wings and started lifting it up. What the hell? Everyone's mouth became agape in astonishment, including the duo nearby. They tried everything earlier and couldn't move the metal an inch. It seemed to be the heaviest thing in the world. Now, it actually floated on its own accord, looking rather light. To make it worse, it decided to fly closer to Wuxia and landed on his palm. It clearly acquiesced to his demand. How can this be? Some started shouting in disbelief. Wuxia didn't put in that much effort at all. All he did was raise his hand and gesture for the metal to come, nothing more. That's far too easy. A hidden big shot was astounded. His group thought that Wuxia would use an earth-shattering method or something bizarre to obtain this metal. Alas, the result was anything but complicated. Chapter 3883. No one dared to imagine the metal giving up that easily to someone. The duo standing nearby had no idea either. This also applied to the big shots hiding in the shadow. Why would it listen to Wuxia? Everyone racked their brains and couldn't come up with an explanation. To hell with this. 3 couldn't help cursing despite his calm demeanor. He didn't think that Li Qie was stronger than him. He had confidence in his ability. Moreover, Li Qie's cultivation was obviously low as well, far from being on the same level as their team. This just didn't make any sense. Indeed. The wild child agreed as well. This entire thing is the stuff of sorcery. Those from the central region have been telling people about Li Qie's miracles. Alas, the others didn't buy it until now. Why is this happening? A young genius asked his senior. The younger crowd doubted Li Qie earlier, so his success truly humiliated them. His senior had no response while shaking his head. The older cultivators were just as confused. See, the creator of miracles never disappoints. An expert from the plateau murmured, this title is completely warranted. A hidden big shot started pondering. Those at this power level had a good idea as to why the metal accepted Li Qie's demand. It must be due to that flash earlier. Do you know what happened? Yang Ling asked the old servant, who thought about it for a bit. He didn't understand the entire thing either. The gap between Li Qie and him became increasingly clearer. I don't know. He eventually responded, I just know that at the very least, the young master knows what it is and its origin. Yang Ling started thinking after hearing this. Everyone knew about the tale regarding 8 Stallion Tao Lord and Dark Abyss. 3 and the wild child tried to copy this Tao Lord's success. As for this metal and the origin of the abyss? Perhaps even the Tao Lord had little clues. The only one privy to this information was Li Qie. That's why the metal became his in no time at all. He smiled and looked at the metal in his hand, then turned around to leave. However, the duo immediately got in his way. The atmosphere became tense for the spectators. Okay, they'll definitely fight this time. Someone read the situation. Well, those two have enough resources and help to keep a top treasure like that. Otherwise, it might fall into the wrong hands. One genius said. It was abundantly clear that these two wanted to rob Li Qie. Alas, some of the crowd tried to twist the narrative. Robbing Li Qie would be considered dishonorable by anyone. Nonetheless, the metal was precious enough for the duo to ignore the loss of reputation. You want it? Li Qie smiled at the two. This item can change the direction of the holy ground and help its people. We can't let it fall into the wrong hands. 3 took a deep breath and began. Stop, no need to try and justify this. Li Qie waved his hand, just say that you want it. A man should have the courage to stand behind his action, don't claim to be a virgin when you're a prostitute. 3 turned red after hearing this. Sure, everyone knew that he wanted to rob Li Qie. However, his clan was the lord of this region. There was no other justification to do this either. Thus, he came up with a noble goal. Unfortunately, Li Qie interrupted him in a vulgar yet effective manner, leaving him in a tough situation. Brotherly, I want your medal. The wild child, on the other hand, didn't beat around the bush, just tell me what you want. No, our kingdoms will do our best to satisfy you. State your demand, we can handle anything. The crowd exchanged glances. The wild child's condition was tempting indeed. He was the son of the praetor and the number 1 genius in the 8 kingdoms. His high status there couldn't be questioned. Really? Li Qie smiled. Yes, in exchange for this stone, you'll become our most distinguished guest. Treasure, artifacts, merit laws, territories, beauties, servants, all will be yours and you'll live like an immortal in the East afterward. The wild child laughed. Though his choice of words was crude, he was smart enough to pick the right aspects to tempt a man. Who didn't want a life consisting of wealth and women? The crowd felt their heart beating faster after listening to him. Our clan can also satisfy your demand, brotherly. 3 thought that Li Qie was tempted and decided to catch up. Will he do it? Someone murmured. The young ones were easily tempted. They desired the life painted by the wild child's tongue and would absolutely trade the piece of metal for it. Only a fool wouldn't. One youth answered with haste. Only a fool would. Someone from the last generation glared at him and said, "That thing can turn you into an invincible Tao Lord. All of 8 Desolaces will be in your grasps then. The 8 kingdoms alone are nothing." Though 3 Slashes tried to change his method, the wild child still had the better offer. All eyes were on Wuxia, curious about his final decision. Chapter 3884. Both Wild Child of the East and 3 Slashes of Biendu had tempting offers for Wuxia. The crowd became interested in his decision. For the majority, they would pick the Wild Child's decision. The 8 kingdoms were removed from the rest of the world. If they could have their own land there with ample resources and treasures, they would be able to live like kings in the mortal world, a life filled with pleasures and devoid of worries. Of course, they knew that this metal contained Tao information, perhaps enough to help them become a Tao Lord. Nonetheless, there was only one Tao Lord in each generation. Effort and luck alone weren't always enough. In history, top experts and peerless geniuses traveled towards this goal. In the end, only one would find success. This path was filled with thorny briars and unknowns. Most would die horrific death and become paving bones for the future winner. The ones here knew that they were relatively ordinary. Becoming a Tao Lord was unreachable. Thus, they rather picked a realistic aim. For example, a regional lord that could act with impunity. Therefore, 3 Slashes' offer seemed inferior in comparison. Just say yes already, what is he waiting for? One youth fantasized about being in Wuxia's shoes. He would agree right away without thinking twice. Another expert nodded and murmured, "The wild child's offer is excellent. It would be harder to find a more generous soul." Enough with the conjectures. The reality is that he will never say yes since it's not his nature. A big shot from Central spoke, "He's different from everyone else and operates with his own set of logics." People watched with bated breath, still waiting for a response. "I actually do have something on my mind, I wonder if you can satisfy my wish." Wuxia smiled. The duo briefly stared at each other before nodding at the same time. The wild child said confidently, "As long as it is something we have, we'll offer it to you with both hands." "I feel the same way." 3 Slashes nodded as well. "Really now? Don't regret your decision when I say it." Wuxia smirked. A man of virtue never goes back on his words. 3 Slashes spewed out a proverb, looking a bit impatient. Other treasures might be precious but absolutely couldn't compare to this metal. Its value couldn't be overstated. Exchanging 10 treasures for it was just fine. The crowd started wondering about Wuxia's wish. What items would be worth it in exchange for the metal? "Your heads." Wuxia smiled. A silence stemming from shock briefly took over before a furor broke out. "This joke isn't funny," one youth shouted. A fan of the duo was furious and shouted, "This Li guy is ridiculous. They are being so nice to him yet he wishes to court death. Looks like he has no intention of handing the medal over." A big shot speculated. Another important character added, "A battle is inevitable. Both sides don't want to give it up, it's just too important." In reality, the clear-minded members of the audience understood that this has always been the case. This was especially true for the duo since they had the ambition of becoming a Tao Lord. Their expression became frozen after hearing Wuxia. They then glared at him, unhappy with the humiliation. "Brotherly, you are out of line. We are coming from a place of sincerity yet you insult us." The wild child raised his voice. "Stop, don't pretend to be a cat mourning over a mouse. Everyone knows that you two will do anything for the medal. We can drop the charade right now. The medal is in my possession, come and get it if you dare." Wuxia waved his hand. Wuxia directly broke all pretenses and made it exciting for the spectators. "It's about to happen." someone said. As you wish, Brother Li. 3 has been waiting for this opportunity. Seems like you are eager to fight us. We shall entertain you then. He cupped his fist afterward. Not trading anything for the medal was the best-case scenario. In other words, robbing Wuxia. However, he had qualms about doing this due to his and the clan's reputation. Others would criticize the clan for doing so. Now, this was no longer the case after Wuxia's provocation. The reason for the fight was to correct Wuxia for his impudence, not to rob him. Come together to save time. Wuxia told the two. Fury ignited inside the wild child. He had never been treated with such contempt before since his debut. If an ancestor or a top master were to talk to him like this, it would be relatively palatable. After all, these beings were qualified to fight him. Now, this junior with no cultivation to speak of dared to look down on him? Seems like you're quite confident in your ability. The wild child no longer used honorifics as he glared menacingly at Wuxia. Always. Wuxia replied. Such audacity, I can't wait to see how many moves you will last. The wild child grabbed his saber hilt. You should be asking yourself this. Wuxia replied, in my opinion, maybe one move is still too much. What? The listeners back in the first area couldn't believe it. The young geniuses became infuriated, let alone the duo. He's gonna bite his tongue one day from all the bullshit. One of them snorted. Many were fans of the duo, some have lost to them before in battle. Nonetheless, they thought that it was still an honor. That's why Wuxia's insult towards the two could be construed as insulting them as well. Wuxia immediately became an eyesore for the majority. 1. The you here is informal, not polite speech. Chapter 3885, One Move. 3 lost his cool gradually throughout the conversation. No one has ever defeated me with one move. He uttered coldly. As a gifted cultivator, he was famous alongside righteous Sion. His current abilities were nothing short of impressive, especially his saber Dao. He fought evenly against those from the last generation, let alone younger cultivators such as Wuxia. Ha ha ha, I can't wait to see a technique capable of defeating me in one move. I doubt one exists. The wild child laughed from being too angry. Other youths started voicing their support. One shouted, "Wild child, an ignorant brat like him deserves to have his head roll on the ground. Rid him of his dog head." A local cultivator bellowed. Few believed that Wuxia could beat these two with one move, especially in a one-on-two scenario. Even those who thought highly of Wuxia found this implausible. An ancestor would definitely lose to the duo. As for Wuxia's claim, even the Supremes might not be able to do it. We won't be unreasonable. 3 held his saber and declared, if you can survive 3 from me, I will leave this place without uttering a single word. His eyes were stern and flashing sharply. These rays seemed eager to cut off Wuxia's head already. So confident in your saber. Fine, since people say no one can withstand your slashes, I'll give you the chance to use them first before death. Wuxia smiled. 3 and wild child nearly vomited blood from anger. 3 stipulation stemmed from confidence on top of wanting to give Wuxia a chance to survive. Now, Wuxia made it sound like he was doing them a favor. 3 it is then. The wild child agreed. Blades do not have eyes, watch yourself. 3 became bloodthirsty. His aura engulfed the area and lowered the temperature. People shuddered as they had been turned into a sieve by countless blade thrusts. The murderous intent comes before the release, he wants to see blood. An older expert murmured. Wuxia brought this upon himself. He'll be decapitated soon enough. A prodigy from Blackwood showed disdain towards Wuxia. Show me the saber arts that you two have so much pride in. Wuxia taunted with a hand gesture, once again annoying the crowd. They had no appreciation for his haughtiness and contempt towards all. On the other hand, the duo took a deep breath to calm their emotions. They wanted to fight while having the best mental state and concentration. The ancestors saw their composure and became impressed. Most cultivators, once enraged, wouldn't be able to do this as well as them. Both held their saber, still sheathed. They channeled their vitality and the two sabers became brimming with chaos true energy. This saber is from Black Tide, so I gave it the same name. 3 slashes introduced, it has 3 techniques engraved on it. There were conflicting stories about how he obtained this saber. The first said that he came across it by chance during his youth. Another stated that it has been in the clan for millions of years. Since 3 slashes was so gifted, the ancestors in the clan bestowed him this important treasure. Putting that aside, the saber really came from Black Tides. 3 slashes main techniques and saber Dao all originated from the saber. There's no stopping that saber. Someone who has fought him before was still traumatized. Yes, I only made it to the second slash and saw nothing but despair. A top genius from Blackwood couldn't forget the defeat. My saber is named Wild Hunt. The wild child introduced his saber as well. It is created from the Dao bone of a primal god beast and refined by top materials from Frontier Peak. It is extremely sharp. A primal god beast is a high heaven-level primal beast, very warlike and rare. An old master became startled. An ancestor from the 8 kingdoms slowly elaborated. The materials from Frontier Peak are the best in the East as well. The annual production is pitiful, usually only 2 ingots are usable, so it's very precious. Others took a deep breath. The 8 kingdoms were large and had plenty of treasures and metals. The wild child saber must have been infused with the best type of metal possible. As for my techniques, I have trained with Senior Mad Blade saber art with a total of 8 variations. I only know the bare surface. He added. So the rumor is true. This sparked numerous discussions since this was a popular rumor. Others respected Mad Blade for his skills. However, why did he pass his legacy down to the 8 kingdoms instead of the Holy Ground? Most were skeptical of this claim, but they didn't doubt the genius. Why did Senior Mad Blade pass his techniques to the 8 kingdoms? A powerful ancestor from the Holy Ground had to ask. The wild child had a solemn expression and shook his head. This is not something I can comment on. I am not Senior Mad Blade's disciple and he never taught me before. Nonetheless, I have nothing but respect for him. I view him as my master. Others exchanged glances. So if these two weren't master and disciple, what was their actual relationship? Looks like he really came to the Far East back then. A member of the last generation considered this a confirmation of previous events. Alas, no one had an answer as to why Mad Blade left his techniques to the 8 kingdoms. Chapter 3886. The 8 variations were renowned and notorious in 8 desolaces, playing a large part as to why Guan Tianba was considered the third supreme. Those who have seen it in action had nothing but praises for it. Some considered it to be the finest saber art, hence the crowd's reaction after learning about the wild child's experience with it. I wonder how much he had learned. One expert said softly. Just 50% will allow him to be unbeatable among the young generation. An older master speculated. Few have seen Mad Blade, but virtually everyone has heard of his title before. Saber users, in particular, were fans of the 8 variations. To see them in person today would be truly exciting. No youth can stop those two together. This sentiment was nearly unanimous. Whether it be 3 slashes or the wild child, either had dominated with their saber skills. The two of them together should be matchless. I don't think our old bones can stop them either, let alone a younger cultivator. A big shot from the last generation commented. Most assumed that Wuxia wouldn't be able to stop the slashes, meaning that his death was certain. Daoistly, ready your weapon. 3 slashes uttered coldly while staring at Wuxia. Both wanted to cut down Li Qie due to their anger. Nonetheless, they maintained the style of a prestigious clan successor. They would never attack without warning before giving their opponent ample time. "No need, I'm fine like this." Li Qie patted the metal and said. His opponent's expression grew ugly from the repeated transgressions. They calmed their emotion in preparation for the fight, but anger reared its head again. Is he serious? Wanting to fight them without using a weapon? Ignorant fool. A young spectator shouted. Have it your way then. The wild child said, show us what you can do. Let's get started. 3/ said, not hiding his murderous intent. I'll let you two attack first. Li Qie stood there without a defensive stance. Boom! Both the youths released their vitality and energy. Powerful waves emanated outward like hurricanes at first, eventually culminating into boundless oceans. The spectators were stirred by their display of might. They're definitely at the air level. One youth murmured. This has been the case for a long time now. An expert aware of their situation revealed. Boom! Once they gathered enough power, the oceans of energy turned into kingdoms. Their physical size didn't grow, but they felt enormous to the spectators, looking like two gods. Visual phenomena emerged as they became empowered by their kingdoms, accepting the blessing and respect of numerous living beings within. This granted them destructive capabilities. Just one hand wave would be enough to annihilate everything. Clank. The wild child slowly unsheathed his saber from the sheath tied to his back. The freed blade had a blinding illumination. Others felt a sharp pain in their eyes as if the rays were piercing them. Incredible. Many shouted after seeing this. They also retreated in order to avoid needless trouble. Clank. It took a while before he unsheathed it completely. Next came a loud explosion. The energy waves from the blade manifested in a frightening manner. The wild child's hair started fluttering as a result. The saber intent turned him into a crazy state, capable of boosting his power exponentially. He intimidated the crowd even before an actual attack. On the contrary, 3/ still looked calm. He stood there with his eyes closed. However, he had a firm grip on his saber with both hands. He looked like a statue, lacking energy waves and oppressive intent when compared to his ally. Strangely enough, people found this to be scarier. They could smell a stench of death as if he was a reaper ready for the harvest. The moment he showed his blade, his foes would definitely make a visit to the Yellow River. The atmosphere became extremely tense. Some spectators' legs started trembling. Die. The wild child stepped forward and howled, torrential obliteration. He slashed vertically and released millions of sabers. Time came to a halt as these sabers came out of nowhere. They weren't illusions and images either, but actual physical blades. The storm of blades could mince the world and its inhabitants to little pieces. The crowd became horrified right away. Torrential obliteration, one of the 8 variations. A big shot blurted. He really does have access to this art. A hidden master murmured after seeing the slash. This confirmed that he had trained in Guantianba's saber techniques. Chapter 3887. The result of being sliced and diced by millions of blades was obvious. Only tiny pieces would be left of Li Qie in the blink of an eye. What's left of him might even move for a bit after reaching the ground, akin to a flopping fish. In fact, the wild child was confident in both his speed and accuracy. He believed that each piece removed from Li Qie would have the same size. There's no getting away. One girl shouted. However, the target of the slash didn't move an inch. Li Qie had no intention of dodging the attack and simply rubbed the piece of metal as if attempting to brush dust off. Whoosh! 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 Gusts could be heard stemming from numerous Tao laws shooting out of the metal. It pierced through space with unfathomable speed. The top masters could only see tiny shadows darting forward. Rumble. A magnificent scene came next. The laws aimed at the sabers and crushed them to pieces that scattered downward. Boom! The wild child smashed into the ground as if an invisible hand had just struck him. The crowd became astounded right away. The whole thing seemed too easy even though the wild child used one of the 8 variations. Mad Blade Guantianba used these techniques and massacred armies before. Now, Li Qie instantly defeated the wild child by just rubbing on the metal. Clank. 3 slashes didn't give up and took advantage of this opportunity. The moment people heard the blade moving through the air, it was already inches from Li Qie's neck. Even the older cultivators didn't see the actual attack, only the flashing of the blade. Most victims would only feel a cold breeze by their neck before being decapitated by this move. Such a fast move. An ancestor became frightened by this attack. Time came to a halt with the saber on the verge of decapitating Li Qie. The dark blade exuded a black glimmer, seemingly capable of severing any existence. People felt a sharp pain in their chest the moment they saw this light, causing them to groan. Li Qie lost. The spectators shouted since just a bit more and this would be over. Told you, the young lord would only need one move to take his head. A youth from Blackwood celebrated. Young lord, kick his head down the abyss. Another started gloating. Right, he won't be haughty anymore. Others started chiming in. Strangely enough, 3 slashes kept his saber there without taking down his opponent. In the beginning, many big shots thought that 3 slashes purposely stopped there in order to show mercy, waiting for Li Qie to give up. However, this didn't seem to be the case, so they took a closer look. No, Li Qie stopped it. A keen-eyed cultivator claimed confidently. With that? The ones nearby asked right away. Another tiny law. His friend, a powerful ancestor, became startled after noticing it as well. With this new information, the spectators observed closely and saw one tiny law blocking the saber. It hovered right in front of Li Qie's neck and had no problem stopping the blade despite its humble size. This thing can't stop the young lord, he just needs to add more strength to cut it down along with Li Qie's the youth scowled. However, he stopped before finishing the sentence. Once they shifted their attention from Li Qie's neck to the young lord, they saw his face being red with his vitality surging. Even a fool could tell that he was giving it everything he got, but the saber still couldn't sever the law. The slash was brilliant, swift and mighty. This made the whole thing even more unbelievable. He eventually pulled his saber back and retreated to a safe distance. He gazed at his opponent, afraid of a counterattack. Alas, Li Qie still didn't make his move. The scene became eerily silent. Both the wild child and 3 slashes offense couldn't be criticized. Unfortunately, they failed to injure Li Qie while the wild child was forced to the ground. The wild child finally got up. The duo exchanged glances, then stared at the metal in Li Qie's hand. The crowd also did the same. They noted that the metal stopped the offense, not Li Qie. Its power was unfathomable since Li Qie didn't need to activate it at all. What kind of supreme treasure is this? The ancestors and high elders took a deep breath. With one touch from Li Qie, it displayed a dreadful power. They couldn't imagine what it would be like once fully activated. If it's mine, they started fantasizing while salivating. Chapter 3888. The 2 supreme geniuses didn't show any mercy. Their slashes could take down ancestors, let alone a youth like Li Qie. However, Li Qie easily blocked it without exerting a minuscule amount of effort. Virtually everyone assumed that it was due to the black metal, not his power and cultivation. Just what is the origin of this treasure? The hidden big shots became enamored after seeing the metal's magical property. If it wasn't for the abyss standing in the way, some would have rushed over to pry it from his hand. No one could resist the temptation of this wondrous artifact. Reputation, morality, and honor didn't matter. They would do anything for this piece of metal. Leaving the Tao Lord thing aside, just obtaining that metal is enough to make one invincible. A heavenly sovereign in stealth mode quietly said while staring greedily at Wuxia. This was the case for virtually everyone. The hidden big shots all wanted that metal right now. The duo started thinking as well. They came here knowing the magical properties of that metal. One could find a supreme grand Tao there, extremely useful for the Tao Lord path. This metal was 100 times more precious than any merit law and manual. Surprisingly enough, they still became astounded at how amazing it was after seeing Wuxia using it. The metal, in and of itself, appeared to be an unbeatable artifact. If a clan or sect could get it, they could loom over all of 8 Desolaces. It became imperative to seize that metal. Their eyes became determined. No means would be too wretched for the sake of getting it. If these crappy saber techniques are all you two got, it's time to rethink about getting the metal from me. Wuxia smiled and shook his head. The crowd didn't take it in stride. The two geniuses were known to be the best of their generation. Now, Wuxia showed no respect for their attainment in the saber Tao. Nonetheless, the duo managed to restrain their anger in order to fulfill their goal of taking the metal. Let's not be hasty, fellow Taoist. Our agreement is 3 moves. 3 slashes gripped his saber tightly enough to have bulging veins on his hands. I'm waiting for the second move. Wuxia waved 2 fingers. This battle will only end with death on one side. The wild child pointed his saber at Wuxia and aggressively declared. Saber energies rampaged the area right away. Your side. Wuxia nonchalantly responded, seemingly amused. Let's go. 3 slashes didn't waste words. A frightening glint could be seen in the depth of his eyes. His black tides has yet to leave its sheath, building power for a sure decapitation. Buzz. On the other hand, the wild child saber energies continued to run rampant, creating more oppressive sabers in the sky. Clank. A clear saber hymn could be heard. Listeners felt as if their heart had just been pierced by a snow-white saber, leaving a chilling hole. The hymn lasted for what seems to be an entire era. It was because 3 slashes finally unsheathed his saber. Earlier, it was a quick draw and no one saw his slash. This time around, the process happened at a snail's pace. Each inch required millions of years. Dark tides materialized out of nowhere, ready to drown the world. That's the water of black tides? The crowd became shaken. They were too familiar with the dreadful water. Only death awaited those caught in the water. Even the strongest cultivators would sink to the bottom and drown. The crowd's sabers and swords started resonating with the saber hymn and shook violently. The wild child finally created another ocean of sabers to hover above Wuxia. First mad slash. He roared furiously and the individual blades came together to form a radiant divine saber. The energies stemming from it reached the next level, capable of killing the strongest gods and devils. Die. Meanwhile, 3 slashes finished the unsheathing process. Boom. A dark tsunami with a corrosive nature rushed forward to swallow Wuxia. Both the geniuses attacked at the same time. First mad slash was capable of severing anything into 2 halves regardless of its toughness. As for the tsunami, it actually contained numerous blades as well. Once trapped in the currents, the blades would tear the victim apart. Boom. The dual-pronged offense struck Wuxia at the same time. Because of the dark tsunami, the spectators had a hard time seeing the result. Nonetheless, its destructive capability was palpable. Chapter 3889. Even heavenly gazes couldn't see through the dark water. Cultivation didn't matter here. It became difficult to see one's own hands while stuck in the currents. Under normal circumstances, cultivators could see in complete darkness. Once they became stronger, they could even chase the darkness away. This didn't apply to this special tsunami. The ancestors had a moment of reflection and thought that they wouldn't be able to block the dual slashes. As for the top heavenly sovereigns, they could stop it, but injuries were unavoidable. Impressive. One sovereign in the shadow took a deep breath and emotionally said, "Peerless Saber Dao, at least when compared to their peers." "Yes, they're at the top of this path right now." Another big shot nodded. "They're too strong, no one will dare to fight them after this." A youth regained his wits and was stricken with fear. The mad slash is absolute brutality, capable of breaking all defenses. The tsunami slash is relentless, capable of seeping through all gaps and openings to deliver the fatal blow. One genius deduced, "I saw a top defensive treasure unable to stop the tsunami slash. Its user was left with countless holes. The guy is dead for sure, he's mincemeat now." A local youth was certain of this. "Maybe the metal can save him from that pitiful state, but I'm sure he's dismembered in some way." Another youth agreed. "That's what he gets for opposing the wild child and 3 slashes." A fan snorted with disdain. The fans thought that Wuxia had no chance of surviving the 2 slashes. First mad slash. Yang Ling saw the technique earlier and asked, "This is one of the 8 variations from Senior Guantianba? Is it really that strong?" "It's a child playing with the saber." The old servant shook his head. "It's not qualified to be called first mad slash. Feeble, powerless, and pretentious. What does the real thing look like?" Yang Ling became surprised since she was impressed with the wild child's attack. She became curious because she had never seen the 8 variations before. Nonetheless, everyone heard about it before. The old man only smiled and didn't respond. At this point, the dark tides slowly receded, revealing the floating platform and Wuxia again. They saw him holding the black metal. The interesting part was the saber energy strands emanating from it, looking like leaves scattering to the wind. It was as if he was standing beneath a massive willow tree. Its branches and leaves served as armor, fully nullifying the 2 slashes prior. He seemed relaxed and carefree while holding the metal, not feeling the slightest pressure from the previous onslaught. Furthermore, this metal seemed weightless in his hand. The duo had channeled all of their vitality and energy, still attempting to push down with their blades. Alas, the thin saber energies from the metal stopped them completely. "I can't believe it," a spectator exclaimed. Those 2 were red from exerting all of their strength yet couldn't break the thin strands. In fact, these strands looked feeble and light enough to be sent away by someone's blowing. This simply wasn't the case, resulting in a bizarre scene. What kind of power is this? Youths became confused. "I'm convinced that this metal is unstoppable," one ancestor said. "If I have this metal, I can stop the wild child and 3 slashes too," a prodigy said. "That's 2 moves. One more than it's time to end this," Wuxia said. The duo became aghast and pulled their blade back to retreat again. They pointed their saber at him while realizing the monstrous nature of this metal. In this crucial moment, they could sense death coming for them, something they haven't felt before. They exchanged glances, wanting to come up with a plan. "There's no hope for you." Wuxia smiled, "Looks like you don't live up to your title." By this point, the 2 no longer became angry at Wuxia's dismissive comments. Their eyes narrowed since this situation had deteriorated. Fear reared its ugly head. As top geniuses, they had enough intuition and awareness to spot danger. Unfortunately, it was too late to turn back. "We'll end this with this next move," 3 slashes uttered coldly. "Don't be so confident now, the victor is yet to be decided." The wild child laughed. They gritted their teeth, ready to fight to the very end. Of course, they would never beg him for mercy either. This wasn't in their nature. Their unyielding courage played a large part in their current achievements. Chapter 3890, Start. Wuxia smiled and touched the metal. Buzz. The metal shook a bit and the manifested saber energies came together. Clank. They started twisting and intertwining together to form a saber. It looked rather ordinary, lacking radiance. It was a whole blade without any carving and polishment. The edge wasn't sharp either, the opposite of the blades it was facing. Nonetheless, when Wuxia held it, it became an extension of his hand. The common cultivators didn't notice this extraordinary phenomenon, only the older experts. Nonetheless, they couldn't pinpoint a reason or explanation for this. Only the top ancestors and hidden big shots noticed something special about this saber. It feels as if the entire universe is in his grasp. One big shot solemnly said. This metal is so strange, is it omnipotent? His friend quietly replied. By this point, the metal was clearly amazing even at the surface level. It transformed into a saber right away. Could it take whatever form its user desired? Resembling nature itself, this slash will be wondrous. The old servant said. He was a true master of the Grand Tao. His vision far exceeded those hiding in the shadows, so he became emotional while staring at Wuxia. The guy didn't pose at all, making people wonder if he had ever learned how to use a saber. However, the old man knew that Wuxia was untouchable right now, standing at the apex of the saber Tao. Other saber users would only be displaying their slight skill before him. Third move. Wuxia casually held the saber and told his opponents. The duo had a dignified expression. As saber geniuses, they naturally understood that something was different about Wuxia and this saber. Their insight wasn't as accurate compared to the old servants. Nonetheless, they felt that they were facing a saber guru. Wuxia lacked rampaging saber energies and his saber lacked sharp gleams. Nonetheless, he seemed to be one with the saber Tao, a natural sensation that came from ultimate mastery. The two found this inconceivable. They trained for decades before reaching the current level. As for Wuxia, how could he resemble a true expert given his weak cultivation? This made no sense. Unfortunately, time didn't allow them to keep on thinking about this issue. They strengthened their grip and focused on the battle at hand. Boom! The wild child's vitality soared to the next level, looking like a tsunami devastating the world. Everything else seemed like dried branches. Ra! Within his oceanic vitality was a monstrous creature, a primal god beast. Grand Tao laws circled around the creature and issued loud clunks. They swung around and crushed the surroundings. Activate! The wild child roared. His saber erupted with radiance. The strands of light resembled individual slashes, ready to take down the galaxy above. Ra! The god beast roared furiously and harmonized with his saber. He then raised the blade above his head. The blade became extremely sharp. Each glint emanating from it could sever the yin and yang along with the reincarnation cycle. People found it difficult to keep their eyes open. The wild child looked like a supreme god. His saber became an arbiter, ready to judge the world and its inhabitants. Mad 10th slash. An ancestor recognized this technique and shouted, Mad Blade used this to annihilate an entire sect back then. Meanwhile, 3 Slash's saber started buzzing as well. He added all of his vitality into the blade, causing its color to change from black to a ruby red. True blood? No, it's his longevity blood. A spectator gasped. The saber emitted a stench of death. He became a reaper and 1 slash could reap billions of lives. His eyes gleamed with a dark pink light at first, then it turned into a blood red. The 3rd slash. Others shuddered after seeing his frightening state. This is the 3rd slash, extermination. A genius who had fought 3 slashes before turned pale. Extermination. 3 slashes uttered the name of the technique and thrust his saber forward. Everyone felt their soul leaving their body after hearing his voice. The blade cut through everything on its path and appeared next to Wuxia's throat in the next moment. Even the ancestors gasped after seeing this. Mad 10th slash. The wild child swung his saber at the same time as well, fully blinding the spectators with its radiance. Crack. The fabrics of time were severed, leaving behind a deep scar in the sky. The crowd roared after seeing this destructive phenomenon. Their strongest technique, no one can stop this. An ancestor from a large sect claimed. In this split second, Wuxia also swung his saber in a natural and free manner. It didn't follow any pattern and technique. Nonetheless, it seemed to be outside of worldly confinements and shackles. The casual slash surpassed all laws and saber techniques, freezing time and space after the swing. 3/'s extermination and the wild child's mad 10th slash were both ruthless and overbearing. However, they seemed to be formless and non-existent compared to Wuxia's swing. They didn't manage to slow Wuxia down for a second. His slash completely bypassed both, doing whatever he pleased. Chapter 3891. The slash lacked any offensive potential and flashiness, looking as unique as can be versus other saber techniques. The saber simply followed Wuxia's heart and will. This was his saber Dao. The Dao intent consisted of untethered freedom and an absolute necessity to kill. This seemed rather unbelievable and impossible, yet he was one to do whatever he wanted. Extermination and the 10th slash suddenly stopped after the connection with his blade. Both suddenly dispersed into smoke and disappeared from existence. Footsteps from the duo could be heard as they staggered backward. The crowd became slack-jawed as a result. Clank. Clank. The wild child saber and 3/'s dark tide suddenly broke into two halves and fell to the ground. The wild child's mouth was agape and twitching. He seemed to be trying to speak but couldn't muster a single word, only incoherent groans. His head fell to the ground. The cut was clean and smooth, akin to a piece of tofu being cut by an extremely sharp knife. SSSS. Blood splashed from his neck like a spring. As his head was falling down, he saw his body slamming into the blood-stained ground. His wide-open eyes eventually closed. Meanwhile, after staggering backward, 3/s shouted, "Incredible saber technique dash." These were his last words since his body became split in two and fell down. Bam! His internal organs oozed outward. 3/s actually died before the wild child and didn't even realize it. The cut was clean and similar to the wild child's wound. Both the young and old along with the hidden big shots were left speechless. None of them thought that they could stop the 2/s earlier, not even the heavenly sovereigns. However, Wuxia's casual slash nullified these saber techniques and easily killed his foes. At their power level, killing them wasn't that easy. Their true fate could still survive and escape after the total destruction of the body. However, Wuxia's slash also took down their true fate, instantly ending their life. The whole thing required zero effort from him. It was as if he had merely brushed some dirt off his shoulder or sliced some tofu on the chopping board. In the present, only righteous Scion could match these two. They have defeated plenty of geniuses and even ancestors before. Those who have fought them had nothing but praises for their cultivation and skills. A while ago, if someone said that they could kill the two geniuses with 1/, others would laugh incessantly, especially younger cultivators. They would think that this person would die to the duo right away. Now, the crowd witnessed it with their own eyes and had no choice but to accept the reality of the geniuses being killed with 1/. Mouths and lips were quivering and twitching, but no words came out. Invisible hands seemed to be gripping everyone's throat. It took a while before they could breathe normally and regain their wits. That's terrifying. Some were scared out of their minds. A few youths dropped flat on their butt. Those who made fun of Wuxia earlier trembled with fear, thinking about the potential consequences if he were petty enough to pursue this. They turned pale and wanted to run away. Alas, the frightening event sapped their strength completely, so they couldn't even stand. Is it his own power or the saber? No, the metal? One ancestor asked. It's mainly due to the metal, I'm sure. A powerful peer responded. They all saw Wuxia not exerting any strength at all from start to finish. First, saber energies protected him, then it did the killing as well. Li Qiye didn't channel his vitality or used a powerful merit law at all. The metal did all the work. The metal is all you need to dominate. Someone else murmured. Their fear eventually became replaced with greed as they stared at the metal. Nonetheless, they still had a sliver of rationality, knowing better than to do anything right now. The duo just now was the best example. Didn't I say one move was enough? Li Qiye smiled at the corpses. His prediction came true as well. He said that 3 slashes would die to the saber. An expert from Blackwood quietly recalled. Others exchanged glances. He did make this prediction back in Seer Watch. However, no one believed him back then. Rumble. Their conversations needed to wait because of sudden explosions stemming from the abyss. Chapter 3892. The area started shaking, so everyone had a hard time maintaining their balance. The ground seemed to be on the verge of splitting. What's going on? The startled crowd wanted to run away. Dust storms suddenly came from the bottom. Something massive was rising up. Its movement caused dust to go everywhere. Here we go. A big shot in the shadows became alarmed. Once these words came out, something detonated from below. Next came darkness spewing upward like a whale spraying water. Boom! A skeletal claw suddenly reached out of the abyss and grabbed the edge of the cliff, causing broken boulders and debris to roll down while leaving a deep print. This one looked like an eagle claw. Boom! A second claw resembling that of a tiger grabbed the edge next. Loud noises continued until they saw an enormous monster climbing up the cliff. The abyss was bottomless, yet this creature appeared so suddenly. The thing consisted of only bones at this point. The skull was large enough to push up the sky. All cultivators looked as tiny as ants. The frame looked quite strange, perhaps an unknown creature that no one here had seen before. The shape of the body looked like some type of lizard with a long tail. Its sharp claws near the chest area looked like snow-white sabers. The ground would be torn apart like a piece of paper once clawed. The skull was relatively similar to that of a lion and an alligator as well. Upon closer inspection, one might conclude that it seems more like a dinosaur skull. It was entirely covered in dust and appeared to be damaged. Some parts had rotten flesh left on it as well. Most importantly, it wasn't the bones of a single creature. It seemed to be an amalgamation of different bones. For example, its bulky thigh consisted of different bones assembled together. This was definitely the case for its spine and its long tail as well. There seemed to be human and beast arm bones. All in all, someone most likely gathered strange bones from all over the world before assembling them together. Thus, despite its brutal and ominous presence, the skeleton looked a bit funny and out of place. But from another perspective, this made it even creepier. Oh! It raised its head and let out a roar similar to that of a wolf howling at the moon to summon its friends. What the hell is this? The majority of the crowd had never seen a skeleton like this before and became frightened. That's a monster from Black Tides. A heavenly sovereign hiding using a stealth technique announced, "They're coming." The listeners exchanged glances after hearing this. Most had a vague idea of these monsters. Everyone knew that they would eventually come after a tidal recession and attack Blackwood Cliff. However, they never saw these monsters before. Their impression and knowledge were limited to their senior stories and ancient scrolls. Shit! An expert looked up and was horrified. The skeleton was now looking down at them as if they were worms. The bones have dried up long ago, but everyone still felt as if the skeleton was alive and sentient. It had a faint, dark red glow in the sockets instead of eyes. This made it look even more intimidating. Run! The sovereign shouted before escaping from this place. The skeleton didn't give them any time before a slash. Due to its claw's size, several hundred cultivators were caught right away. Ah! A few were instantly crushed to death right away, akin to an insect being crushed by a man. Some among them were famous masters, but they didn't have the chance to escape. Vile creature, enough. An ancestor saw his disciples being captured and unleashed a formidable sword slash. Clank. Clank. The sword ray struck the skeletal hand, resulting in fiery sparks. Unfortunately, it only left a small nick. Crunch dash, it tossed the survivors into its mouth and started chewing. Blood splashed out along with terrible screams. Blood flowed down from within and stained the lower bones to the horror of the spectators. No one expected this skeleton to have a penchant for eating men. Judging from the composition of the bones, this thing didn't used to be a wild beast or anything. The amalgam of bones shouldn't have any lingering intent or hunger. Moreover, it should be feeble and break right away from the first touch. On the other hand, it seemed to be alive with a gluttonous desire on top of being extremely strong. Zzz, after eating several hundred cultivators, flesh began to grow from the dried bones. This was an insignificant amount. In order to be full again, it would most likely need to eat 100,000 cultivators or so. It's trying to regrow its body by eating us. Many shouted in astonishment. We need to take it down. The experts and ancestors summoned their treasures for an onslaught. Rumble. A pagoda the size of a mountain came crashing down. A cauldron soared across the sky and released an endless inferno. Chapter 3893. Numerous powerful weapons attacked the skeleton, resulting in numerous explosions. Alas, all they could do was leave behind small nicks. Only one or two treasures managed to crack a bone. The bony amalgam should have been feeble since it didn't have any divine bone. However, some unknown force was holding it together, rendering all offenses useless. Poof! The skeleton opened its gigantic mouth and unleashed a raging black matter with fiery sparks scattered throughout. Ah! Ah! More screams resounded as cultivators were reduced to ashes by this special flame. Some took out their strongest treasures made of divine metals to block the black flame. Unfortunately, the flame destroyed the treasures as well. A mightier ancestor's treasure managed to stop the flame for a moment, buying him enough time to run away. The crowd started panicking after seeing the strength of the monster. Numerous cultivators have fallen along with several ancestors. They began scattering like birds and beasts while screaming. Some ancestors no longer gave a damn about face and fled with haste. A loss of reputation was still better than dying to this skeleton. These monsters are wicked and dangerous, they've killed so many of us back then, we need to get away now. A runner shouted. Get back to Blackwood, let everyone know that the monsters are coming. Another ancestor ran for Blackwood. Unfortunately, not everyone got away, evident by the continuous wails and shrieks. The monster continued grabbing hundreds of cultivators and eating them. It gained more flesh and blood afterward. This is the end of the line for you, monster. A high monk wearing a shroud finally took action. Despite purposely concealing his appearance, everyone knew that he was from Heavenly Dragon Temple. He waved his hand and sent out a flying kasaya. It took root in the ground and created a colossal wall. Images of monks and Buddhas appeared on top and started chanting. They exuded the power and light of Buddhism, wanting to stop the skeleton. Bang! Bang! The skeleton began smashing the wall. Run now! The valiant monk still couldn't stop the creature. After 2 smashes, the massive wall had cracks all over. The monk couldn't handle it anymore but still tried his best to keep the monster at bay. Eventually, the wall crumbled and the monk was sent flying while vomiting blood. He used this momentum to run as well. Don't look back. Everyone else wished they had more legs in order to run faster. Rumble. The monster has fully gotten out of the abyss, aiming to pursue the cultivators for more food. The ancestors and experts looked back and saw the moving behemoth. They turned pale and mustered everything they got to run. Clank. A saber hymn sounded, prompting the monster to suddenly stop. The old servant was now standing in front of its path while holding his saber. The monster clearly stopped because it felt a potential threat. He had a calm expression, yet his hair and sleeves were fluttering despite a lack of wind. His saber was wrapped tightly by a thick gray bundle of cloth. Its actual shape remained unknown. It seemed that it hadn't been used for a long time because the cloth was old and dusty. He had no aura and saber energy to speak of. Nonetheless, he resembled an invisible wall capable of stopping the monster from taking half a step forward. He changed his posture by straightening his back. When he stood upright in this manner with his hair fluttering, the few remaining spectators found youth returning to him. He was no longer an old man with one foot on the grave, but rather, a vigorous middle-aged man. His eyes narrowed as he gazed at his foe. A saber god seemed to be awakening, since the rays from his eyes could execute anything. Yang Ling became emotional. She knew that he was remarkably powerful but didn't have an actual gauge. Now, she could only use one word to describe him: invincible. Invincibility was indeed the impression he gave to the spectators. This might not actually be the case, but when he had his saber, no one should think about stopping him. A while ago, the wild child and 3 slashes emitted magnificent auras and saber energies. The crowd was lost in admiration. Now, their flashiness seemed rather childish and weak compared to the old man's stance. Unfortunately, everyone was running away and didn't get to witness his impeccable style. The skeleton roared and smashed with one hand. It didn't have any technique and merit law, only tyrannical strength. Crack. Time and space cracked, a sign of its wondrous strength. This smash alone could instantly sink a city. Boom. The old man retaliated by raising his sheathed saber up horizontally, easily stopping the smash. The shockwaves immediately destroyed the ground around him and issued violent quakes. Anyone else would have been turned into meat paste. Yes. Yang Ling and Fan Bai cheered loudly. Chapter 3894. The monster roared after being stopped by the saber. Cultivators on the run were frightened stiff. They didn't dare to slow down for a second. Its other claw smashed down at the old servant with enough force to crush the radius of 100,000 miles. Clank. The old man unsheathed his saber. Its light illuminated the realms. Its prosperity meant wealth for all. Its downfall signaled destruction. He raised it before slashing vertically, destroying all laws in its path. Worlds felt tiny versus its might. The slash contained a wild and unrestrained intent. It moved in accordance with his whim. Teaming up with his saber turned the clock back for him. He became spirited once more, resembling a saber god looking down on all creation. Mad first slash. Yang Ling shouted despite not seeing the move clearly due to the blinding radiance. Nonetheless, she still uttered these words. Though she never saw the actual 8 variations before, she saw the wild child using the first slash earlier. In spite of certain similarities, his slash looked like a child playing with a saber compared to the old servant's slash. It was long-winded and needlessly flash, undeserving of using the technique's title. He needed time to gather power before the swing. On the other hand, the old man freely slashed while adding all of his emotions and focus within. There was joy in being unrestrained and mad. This was the style of Mad Blade. She thought that if this slash wasn't a part of the 8 variations, none other would be a closer match. Boom. The slash actually cut through the skeleton, separating it into 2 halves. Previously, ancestors have used their best treasures against this monster. They eventually learned that it was virtually impervious to attack. Now, the old servant could cut through the bones without too much trouble. Bam! The bones crumbled and fell to the ground. The 2 girls heaved a sigh of relief after seeing this. The powerful monster was still no match for their friend. Unfortunately, they heard snapping and cracking noises. The bones scattered all over the ground suddenly moved as if they were alive. That's creepy, Yang Ling turned pale since she hadn't seen anything like this before. Watch carefully, there's a force controlling them, Li Qie said. For some reason, his nonchalant tone calmed her down. As long as he was around, nothing could ever put them in danger. They observed the bones and saw tiny red strings around them, numerous times smaller than a strand of hair. Upon closer inspection, they found that these strings were actually rays. The bones flew upward and assembled again. The two girls noted that the rays then came together to form a circular radiance. It was faint and inconspicuous. Nonetheless, it seemed to be fueling the skeleton. So what is that thing? Yang Ling asked. The monster was strong enough to slay ancestors. However, this tiny ball of light was the mastermind behind it all? How could it contain so much power? The restored skeleton roared again. Yang Ling noted that it looked relatively the same. However, the bones that were cut earlier have now been placed in different places. There seemed to be a particular structure for the assembly. She just couldn't see the patterns right away. It looked as strong as before, eager to fight the old man again. The latter put on a serious expression and said, "No wonder why Buddha Supreme had a hard time dealing with this. They're hard to kill." The Supreme nearly lost his life fighting against the invading monsters. The same disaster might repeat itself. The old man wasn't afraid of this skeleton, but not being able to kill it was problematic. It raised its hand up for another smash. His eyes pulsed with frightening saber intent. However, a shadow rushed forward with lightning speed before he could attack. It was none other than Li Qie. Crack. He pulled a bone out of the skeleton, looking around the length of an arm but wasn't as thick. Rumble. The skeleton suddenly collapsed again. The scattered bones moved once more in order to reconstruct the monster. However, Li Qie strengthened his grip on the bone in his hand. The floating bones fell to the ground once more. They kept on trying to resist, resulting in creepy clacks. The bone in his hand was shaking, wanting to fly away. Of course, this was proven to be impossible. Li Qie had total control. This was akin to him grabbing something by the throat. He could immobilize and weaken it just by adding force. Buzz. The individual rays gathered together to form the ball. Instead of attacking Li Qie, it decided to run away. It seemed to know that messing with him was the wrong choice. Chapter 3895. Li Qie naturally wouldn't let the red ball of light escape. He raised his hand and sealed the area, instantly trapping the ball. Boom! It erupted with incredible power and sent out flames to destroy everything. So this is the force driving the skeleton. Yang Ling shouted. The flames here looked the same as the ones spewed out by the skeleton earlier. It massacred numerous experts and ancestors. Boom! It continued to destroy the spatial containment in order to escape. Though Li Qie looked relaxed while creating the containment, the old man could see that everything beneath his palm was utterly trapped. Even something as strong as the ball couldn't get away. It didn't give up and kept on trying repeatedly. Alas, he could seal heaven and earth beneath his palm. What a shame, no big fish this time. Li Qie shook his head after seeing a lack of development. He then closed his fingers and space also shrank. The ball became suppressed afterward. It couldn't send out flames anymore. He added a bit more force every time it tried to resist. At this point it was floating above his palm, completely stuck. Poof! He summoned a Dao flame. It lacked brightness and heat but had absolute purity. The ball became afraid, aware of how frightening this flame was. It issued an unpleasant squeak, similar to a mouse running for its life. The group was surprised. This ball looked more and more alive with its actions. The Dao flame started burning the ball, causing it to squeak louder. Li Qie ignored its cries and increased the flame's intensity. Ah! The final scream sounded like a man being burned alive. Pop! Eventually, nothing was left of the ball. The bones scattered on the ground actually turned into ashes. A gust of wind blew them away. What happened? Yang Ling became curious. They were just bones, the thing that mattered was the red ball of light. The old man explained, the skeleton was being used as a medium. With the ball gone, so will the bones. What is that light then? She asked, unaware of anything similar before. The old man pondered before shaking his head. He didn't have a certain answer. Top Dao lords and sovereigns have researched this topic before, unable to come up with a definite conclusion. Threads controlling a puppet, that's all. Li Qie said while staring at the bone in his other hand. All of the other bones have turned to ashes after the destruction of the light ball. However, this one was perfectly intact. It was white in comparison, looking as if it was polished before. The others seemed to be randomly chosen. This one? There were signs of refinement. Why is that bone still around? Yang Ling curiously asked. It's the leading medium that has been refined before. Li Qie said before raising his hand towards the old man, saber. The old man handed his saber to Li Qie. He personally crafted this saber in the past. Few in this world were qualified to demand or borrow it from him. Alas, he didn't have a choice here. Who refined this bone? Fan Bai asked. Someone might be looking for rebirth. The old man boldly speculated with narrowed eyes. The biggest clue to this statement was the skeleton trying to devour flesh and blood. Rebirth is impossible for the truly dead. Even an immortal can't do so, it'll only be living a borrowed life. Li Qie chuckled. Li Qie's responses always carried a certain implication and new information. The old man realized a few things after listening. Meanwhile, Li Qie started carving the bone using the old man's saber. The blade was heavy and long, yet this wasn't a problem for Li Qie. The cutting was accurate as if it was a carving knife. The saber danced under his control, ready to turn this bone into a work of art. What are you doing, young master? Yang Ling wondered. Just making a flute on this fine day. Li Qie smiled. Yang Ling had no response. How fine could a day be with all of these monsters coming out? She was right. Currently, numerous monsters have been spotted in black tides. Chaos ensued in the region. Chapter 3896, Rumble. Numerous colossal creatures emerged from unknown depths and gathered into an army. At first, only a few came out of the valleys and gorges. Now, more and more emerged from the seafloor itself. They had been buried for who knows how many years. The bones were decaying, but this didn't affect them in the slightest. As a whole, they were still powerful and fast. Crack. 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 A few monsters decided to pick up random bones on the ground and attach them to the missing spots on their body. It seemed that the bones here were interchangeable and didn't have a negative impact. The monsters had diverse forms. Some were tall and resembled a giant human skeleton. Another looked like a primal beast with 4 legs. The bone spurs on its spine pierced upward, looking extremely sharp. One more was tiny like a praying mantis. However, it could cut someone's throat before they got a clue. They all shared the same chaotic arrangements for bones. For example, one had an ox skull, tiger tail, elephant body, and eagle wings. A different one had a human body and a snake skull. From a distance, this army of monsters instilled fear into the spectators. They seemed to be the harbingers of death and destruction. Ah! Ah! Some treasure hunters were caught off guard by their appearance and became delicious food. Crunch. The larger skeletons were able to capture cultivators by the thousands. Agonizing screams came from their mouth during the chewing process. It didn't take long before black tides turned into hell. Just run, the monsters are here. Many ran for their lives while stricken by fear. Some ancestors tried to ambush these creatures, utilizing their strongest merit laws and treasures. Rumble. However, the majority of the skeletons had no problem withstanding the offenses. Some had broken bones, but the pieces eventually came together again. The ancestors eventually found that the creatures were unkillable. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said for them. Numerous ancestors started falling. Run back to Blackwood. The top ancestors realized how futile it was and sent this message to the rest. Meanwhile, the sounds of gongs echoed across Blackwood Cliff. Its inhabitants began panicking. Recall everyone right now, the monsters are out. This was the command from the upper echelons. The Biendu and the Guardian Legion blew their war horns. These special horns could be heard not only in black tides but also in the holy ground. They served to tell adventurers to pull back as well as asking the holy ground for reinforcement against the invading monsters. Monsters are about to reach the shore, we need all capable men to help. The Biendu clan master's words echoed. Boom! A beam soared upward from the clan and spread out to form a mighty barrier. A platform in the clan also rose up, and on top was a gigantic fort. The platform had numerous chaos true stones engraved everywhere. However, many were dimmed and had no energy left. Replace the depleted stones, do it well. The clan master ordered. Meanwhile, by the shore, explosions could be heard as Buddhist light materialized and formed a gigantic wall. This wall separated the cliff from black tides. The surface was covered with Buddhist runes. They formed complete characters, all part of a top defensive scripture. Images of high monks and Tao lords could be seen. They started chanting the characters found on the wall. This resulted in an impressive Buddhist affinity serving as fuel for the wall. Alas, this wall was too old and had experienced too many battles before. Many places lacked runes and empowerment with clear flaws. Fortunately, Tao platforms and even forts were built in these weakened parts. Empower the platforms to help the wall. A high monk from Heavenly Dragon Temple ordered. Amitba. Monks began heading for the various platforms and forts. They poured their energy and vitality into these creations. Buzz. The buildings lit up, the same with the embedded chaos stones. Children of the East, prepare for battle. The Praetor also commanded the Alliance to help cover the weakened portions of the wall. Due to the massive size of the shore, there were thousands and thousands of platforms. This required the help of numerous cultivators. Don't rest now, if the wall falls, the monsters will break in like a tsunami. The Biendu clan master told everyone. No one had time to relax right now. They searched for unmanned Tao platforms in order to do their part. Buzz. As time passed, more Tao platforms became activated. This made the Buddhist wall brighter as well. Chapter 3897. The wall became tougher with the help of the chants and cultivators channeling their energy for fuel. It served to separate the continent from black tides, the first line of defense against the approaching monsters. Rumor has it that it was built by Buddha Tao Lord. Of course, there were theories of it existing way before that. It just wasn't as grand versus its current form. During the era of Buddha Tao Lord, he decided to rebuild and add more sections to deal with black tides. Only someone as powerful as him could create such a colossal architecture. This majestic contribution was nothing short of a miracle. Later on, Diana, Vajra, and even righteous Tao Lord blessed the wall. Other top masters in history did the same. The wall would have crumbled long ago without their effort. After all, it had faced relentless assaults from the creatures before. Though it was not in its peak state, it still served as a capable defense for Blackwood Cliff. Rumble. Adventurers have hastily returned with skeletons right behind them. Hurry, Blackwood is up ahead. They became ecstatic after seeing the Buddhist wall. Ah! Alas, not all made it since the skeletons caught up and devoured them. We did it, the lucky survivors got close enough. Enter the main entrance, now. An expert from the Biendu in charge of this area shouted. There was a large gate, perhaps the toughest spot in the wall. Supreme runes and a Buddha could be seen on the surface. The Biendu clan personally presided over the gate. They sent their strongest elders along with more than 1,000 elites. This has been their responsibility ever since the era of Buddha Dao Lord. Thus, their clan had another name, the Gate Guardians. Open the gate. The clan master ordered after seeing the survivors. The gate opened. They hurriedly ran inside. Some monsters took note of this and wanted to follow them. However, the closest platform had a cannon fortress under the control of the praetor and his generals. Open fire. The praetor commanded. Eastern soldiers have already channeled energy into the cannon. Thus, it was already activated. Boom! A bright flash detonated as a ball of pure energy flew towards the monsters. Boom! 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 The other fortresses in the area fired as well. Rumble. Massive skeletons fell to the ground, their bones scattered everywhere. Click, clack. Unsurprisingly, these bones assembled again and the skeletons got up. What the hell are these things? The experts on the wall took a deep breath. Are they unkillable? One of them shouted. No, it's just hard to take them down. The Biendu clan master personally manned a cannon and said, find their main bone and devil flame. Boom! His cannon struck a skeleton, causing it to fall. Red strings appeared for the reconstruction. Fire the beam. He roared and the fortress floating above their clan began firing. This was the largest fortress in all of Blackwood. It instantly shot out a beam consisting of thousands and thousands of little energy pulses. The targets were the scattered bones and the red strings on the ground. With the red strings gone, the bones became useless and were no longer a threat. The Biendu has rich experiences dealing with these monsters. The clan is their nemesis. One expert commented after seeing the effective beam. However, it required an enormous cost to fire the beam each time. The clan disciples needed to swap due to their energy being depleted. Rumble. More monsters made it to the shore and began attacking the wall. Fire. The sounds of war began with cannons detonating everywhere. Return to the gate now and get inside before the monsters come. We will not open it again. The clan master loudly warned those still stuck in black tides. Shit, go go go. Survivors did everything they could to make it back to Blackwood. Without the gate, they would be stuck outside with these monsters. Waves of survivors could be seen in the distance. Sure enough, they were being pursued as well. Fire. Cannons and the beam fortress launched multiple barrages at the monsters. This firepower made it impossible for the skeletons to break down the wall. However, this was only the beginning. Earthquakes and dreadful footsteps could be heard on the horizon. Colossal skeletons began pushing for the Blackwood along with an army of smaller monsters. It wouldn't take long before they made it to the wall. The experts on the wall became nervous. Though they had taken care of the first wave, they knew that this was only the calm before the storm. The area in front of the gate was completely empty at this point. Most survivors have returned by now. A while later, the guards saw 4 people slowly walking closer. They looked completely carefree compared to the running survivors earlier. Who are they? One guard asked. That's Li Chia and his group. Many recognized the 4 right away. Chapter 3898, The appearance of the 4 garnered everyone's attention. This brat got the black medal. Someone brought this up. Greed immediately flashed in many cultivators' eyes. He's still alive, the medal must be on him right now. A big shot murmured. Even top characters couldn't hide their desire. First, this medal played a pivotal part in the ascension of the previous Dao Lord. Putting that aside, what it has shown so far while being in Li Chia's possession was enough to tempt anyone. Three Slashes and the Wild Child were virtually peerless among the young generation of the Southern West King. Both were dead now, killed by a weak cultivator due to the metal. It appeared that possessing this frightening treasure would allow one to dominate 8 Desolaces. Plus, it contained Supreme Grand Tao as well, meaning that it would be immensely beneficial for a clan or sect, the same as possessing a top scripture. If I can get it, a big shot still in stealth muttered under his breath. All in all, those in the know thought that their life would soar to the apex after seizing the metal from Wuxia. Close the gate. The Biandu clan master commanded. The disciples from the clan were surprised for a bit before following his order. Bam! The Buddhist gate shut tightly. Those nearby exchanged glances after seeing this development and understood the reason. 3 Slashes was killed by Wuxia at Dark Abyss. This was an irreconcilable feud, the clan naturally wanted revenge. This was one way to do it, not allowing Wuxia's group to seek safety in Blackwood Cliff from the monsters. The guy wouldn't be able to handle the hellish horde regardless of his devilish abilities. All of them would be decimated soon enough. Remember, even Buddha Supreme and his peers had a tough time, let alone Wuxia's group. Thus, everyone assumed the worst for them. The result of opposing the Biandu. Someone from the last generation murmured. This was the reason why the big shots didn't want to mess with the Biandu in Blackwood Cliff. They have been the local tyrant for generations now and had plenty of methods to deal with enemies. A young expert snorted and said, he brought this upon himself since the Biandu wouldn't show mercy. Numerous stronger beings than him were killed by them. His treasures don't matter anymore. Amitba. A high monk from Heavenly Dragon Temple placed his palms together and said, Clan Master, this place exists to protect the people. This is the will of the Tao Lords and wise sages. Now, you're purposely keeping someone out with malice, it is going against their will. All eyes turned towards the clan master. After all, the temple had a pivotal position in the holy ground. No one would dare to underestimate them. In fact, one could argue that the temple had more influence than the current leader, Vajra dynasty. It's too late. The clan master seriously responded, the horde is almost here. If we don't close the gate early, we're putting all of Blackwood at risk, no, all of Buddha Holy Ground and West King, 8 Desolaces too. This was clearly an excuse because people could see that the monsters were still far away. There was plenty of time to let Wuxia's group in, but he wanted to avenge his son. There's still enough time. One big shot said, let them in. Indeed, the army isn't here yet. Another ancestor added. We can spare this much time to save him. Others started chiming in. These powerful beings urged the clan master to help Wuxia. Of course, this had nothing to do with benevolence and compassion. As long as Wuxia came in, anything was possible later. This included their chance to seize the metal from him. One man's life can't compare to the safety of the world. The praetor spoke, we can't jeopardize Blackwood's safety. Plus, it is his fault for not returning fast enough after hearing the warnings. The clan master has nothing to do with him being killed by the monsters. This was another man whose son was killed by Wuxia. He shared the same goal as the Biandu clan master, wanting to see Wuxia being trampled by the army. In fact, he was gritting his teeth as he spoke. Yes, think of the bigger picture. The clan master said firmly, anyone who tries to open the gate will be our enemy. His aggression shut everyone up. His clan was in charge of the gate and others didn't want a direct confrontation right now. By this point, Wuxia's group made it to the front of the gate. He smiled after seeing this scene. Open the gate, let us in. Yang Ling knocked on the gate. The monstrous horde is coming, so the gate is sealed, you are on your own. The Biandu clan master coldly uttered. They're not here. Yang Ling looked back. It was obvious that this army still had a way to go before reaching the shore. This gate will not open. The clan master asserted, his goal became clearer and clearer. Can't you see? Wuxia smiled and told Yang Ling, He wants to keep us outside of the wall so that the monsters can trample us. This is to avenge their son. It is karma. The clan master sneered, I'm not the one pushing you off the edge, it is your greed for only caring about treasures and not returning on time. We're not to be blamed for this. Chapter 3899, Despicable. Yang Ling angrily shouted before forming a madra to attack the wall. Boom! She obviously had zero chance of breaking this wall. She summoned a treasure for another direct attack. It didn't leave a single mark. Stop daydreaming. The praetor said, just sit back and wait, you'll be nothing more than food for the monsters soon enough. His tone contained nothing but hate, as if he wanted to tear the group to pieces and devour them too. He most likely found it a shame that he couldn't personally take down Wuxia. Think about how to make your last moments more pleasant now. Don't bother trying. The clan master had a sinister smile. They have no chance if the gate doesn't open. One expert said. The wall has lasted for eras against the relentless onslaught of the monsters. In fact, it played a large part in the successful defense in the last generation. Buddha Supreme alone wouldn't have been able to stop the horde. Eventually, the wall did fall down. Nonetheless, it bought enough time for Righteous Supreme and 8 Stallion Dao Lord to come. The trio lasted long enough for the water to come back. Thus, since Wuxia's group couldn't make it past the wall, the only thing left for them was to wait for death. I've been known to hold a grudge. Wuxia glanced at the gloating enemies and said, should I destroy your clan after coming back in? You'll never set one foot past the wall, just think about how you want to die. The clan master laughed before glaring at Wuxia. Dying to those monsters is your fortune. If it was up to me, I would let you suffer a fate worse than death. The praetor's eyes gleamed murderously. Come inside and I'll be the first to kill you. A cold voice came from a platform nearby. It was none other than Sword Hero, who was in charge of Vajra's army. A loser should stop barking. Know your place. Wuxia glanced at him and said. Sword Hero's face became as red as a monkey's butt. He trembled with rage. People who have heard of this event exchanged glances. Back in Duality Academy, Sword Hero was blown away by one hammer smash. Truly a humiliating defeat. Bastard, you relied on trickery for that fight. He roared in response, show me what you can really do. Fight with your own power instead. Your stupidity is the reason why you're not the king. The current one is 100 times more capable than you. Wuxia shook his head. If you somehow survive this, I'll cut you to pieces. He shouted. Wuxia's words hit a sore spot. This was his life's biggest failure. He had incredible talents and pride, thinking that the throne was his for the taking. He didn't expect to lose to the incapable archaic Sun King and become a laughingstock. His face became twisted with rage, no longer looking like a sword master. Brother, no need to be angry, he'll become food soon enough. The Biendu clan master said. Sword Hero still had a hard time restraining his rage after hearing this. I pity the fools who mistake my mercy for weakness. That's fine, I'll cut off your dog heads in just a bit. The horde is approaching, the only thing you'll do is scream in pain. The clan master retorted while staring at the horizon. Can't wait to see you squirm in their jaws. The praetor had a cruel grimace and couldn't wait to see Wuxia's demise. The trio started laughing after fantasizing about this. Our young master will be avenged. A disciple from the Biendu said. His fellow clan members agreed. Opposing the Biendu is courting death. Other experts sneered since they found Wuxia's perpetual arrogance off-putting. His haughtiness is his downfall, nothing more than food in the end. One genius snorted. The geniuses here wanted Wuxia to die so that they would have one less competitor later on. How amusing, foolish enough to think that this wall can stop me. I'll have zero problems bypassing it. Wuxia chuckled. Those who were laughing at him stopped right away. Is he serious? They started wondering because no one really doubted Li Chia by this point. He had performed too many crazy feats before. He could do the impossible while putting in zero effort at all. He was Li Chia, the son of miracles. No way, the Buddhist wall is too tough. He can't break it down. One expert said. It is unprecedented, at least for one man to do so. A big shot pondered. Even someone from the central region doubted him, right? The wall was created by Buddha Tao Lord and blessed by other sages. Can Li Chia do it? The majority remained skeptical of Li Chia's claim. There's no way he is that strong. One youth said. Li Chia was just too much of a threat right now for the young generation. Who knows? Li Chia's sorcery can accomplish any task. Maybe this isn't beyond him. An ancestor remained neutral and said. Full power right now. The Biendu clan master loudly commanded. Channel everything into the wall, keep it at peak state. Sword Hero did the same. The members of the Biendu, the coalition army from the east, and Vajra's legion channeled their vitality and power into the various platforms. Boom! Flames ignited on the surface while beams shot to the sky. It became tougher and brighter after receiving mass empowerment. Even a supreme can't take down this wall. Li, drop this foolish notion and prepare to become food for the monster. Give us a good show now. The Biendu clan master's confidence increased. Chapter 3900. The majestic and towering wall stopped any existence from taking half a step forward. This was doubly true after receiving the vitality and energy from countless cultivators. It could stand for billions of years without faltering. All eyes were on Li Chia. Though he had performed numerous miracles, this wall was still the creation of numerous Tao lords. The only thing that could take it down was the relentless onslaught of the monster army. He alone stood no chance. It seemed that his group was destined to die and become food for these massive creatures. Of course, they wouldn't be enough to fill the gap between the teeth of one monster. There's no way he can circumvent this disaster. An expert murmured. Nonetheless, no one had the guts to be absolutely certain. Li Chia was different from everyone else. There was always a sliver of hope when it came to him. He can't be lucky forever, he'll die without a grave this time, One genius considered Li Chia a thorn on his side. Li Chia became the sole focus of attention. They wanted to see if Li Chia could prove everyone wrong by making it past the gate. For the first-timers, they became excited to see this famous cultivator in action. So much blind trust in a wall, how idiotic. Li Chia smiled and got in front of the gate. He placed his palm with the bronze ring on it. Buzz. The gate suddenly became hollow, seemingly melting from his touch. The fortified gate looked like liquid as Li Chia pushed his hand deeper inside. The whole thing was unbelievable. He started walking into it as well. This entrance was the toughest part of the wall. It had the most complicated runic engravings and blessings. However, it was completely ineffective against him. He simply treated it as a curtain, brushing it aside and walking past. Of course, Yang Ling was astonished in the beginning to see the young master bypassing the gate. When she calmed down, she hurriedly followed him inside along with Fan Bai and the old servant. The spectators were astounded, unable to formulate a coherent thought. Jaws dropped to the ground. There was no flashy explosion and earth-shattering destructiveness. Li Chia actually just walked through the gate as if it was another arched door. He didn't use any power, treasure, or special method during this process. One or two people could see a similar illusion, but when everyone saw the same thing, they had to accept this as fact. An elderly high monk from Heavenly Dragon was present, having higher seniority than the monk of wisdom. His beard was as white as snow. As he watched Li Chia, his muddled eyes became clear again with Buddhist radiance. He placed his palms together and had a respectful expression, Amitba. He lowered his head without saying anything else, maintaining his look of reverence. Eventually, people regained their wits and reacted. I'm impossible. Some started shouting despite seeing it with their own eyes. He knows magic. It gotta be magic. A genius bellowed, otherwise, how could he get through the gate like that? In the beginning, most thought that Li Qia would resort to a powerful treasure such as the black metal for a direct confrontation. Others thought that he would use a devilish merit law to get through. It could be another unprecedented method or a mystical evasion law. All of this didn't happen. The only thing Li Qia did was push with one hand. There's no one as mysterious and unfathomable as him. A top master sentimentally said. Someone from the plateau smiled wryly. You know, I wouldn't be surprised at all if the Son of Miracles becomes the next Tao Lord. What sorcery is this? The Biendu clan master staggered backward while shouting in astonishment. Their clan has been protecting this gate for eras. He knew full well how impregnable it was, hence his shocked state of mind. Chapter 3901, The Biendu's full force was present. Their strongest elders were here outside of a few not currently in Blackwood. The crumbling of the gate meant that they would be the first to face the waves. Thus, they always did their best to guard this area. Their disciples and elders channeled all of their power into the wall. Alas, this didn't stop Li Qia for a split second. It wasn't that they didn't want to stop him, they simply couldn't. They didn't feel Li Qia's existence as he was passing through it all. He didn't use any force to attack the gate or them. The laws and restraints of the gate had no effect on him either. The clan master was rightfully alarmed. There was no explanation for this, at least not one that would be considered logical. The ancestors among the crowd had cultivated numerous merit laws and read ancient scrolls. None sufficed in explaining this scene or Li Qia. The clan master and the praetor eventually calmed down. Their eyes flashed murderously since the killer of their son had returned. Wanna fight? Li Qia smiled at their aggression. Looks like you prefer the hard way. The praetor spoke. This will be your last moment, I will make mincemeat out of you. Don't see how you can, given your abilities. Li Qia smirked. The praetor turned red from rage. He had absolute authority right now as the chief commander of the Eastern Coalition. Even ancestors needed to be respectful towards him, let alone a junior. Putting his son aside, the disrespect alone was enough for him to kill Li Qia. Everyone's responsible for taking down villains. The clan master of the Biendu raised his voice. Your greed drove you to kill fellow men and commit unforgivable offenses. The world is a better place without you. The clan master tried to take the moral high ground, unlike the praetor. He wanted to be on the side of justice while taking down Li Qia. Yes, we're all responsible. One ancestor shouted in agreement. That's right, we need to work together for the sake of justice. Other experts chimed in. The crowd seemed to be against Li Qia in no time at all. Of course, they didn't care about any of the bullshit rhetoric. Their goal was Li Qia's treasure. As the saying goes, excessive wealth will arouse the envy of others. Li Qia had a priceless piece of metal, so all were against him. The experts here forgot about the incoming horde, completely blinded by greed. No medicine can cure your stupidity. Li Qia looked at the people around him and smiled. Having said that, he gestured provocatively. Come, wannabe heroes, let's see what you can do. These cultivators exchanged glances, but no one stepped forward. Li Qia's monstrous abilities were as clear as day. The metal seemed unstoppable too, only requiring one slash to kill the two geniuses. Who would want to be the first to attack? Even a fool knew that the vanguard would die right away. Thus, it was better to wait and take advantage of the situation. Let someone else fight Li Qia instead. Morons. Li Qia sneered at the suddenly hushed crowd. I've had enough of your antics, Li Qia. The Biendu clan master shouted, my clan will make sure that you will not leave Blackwood Cliff alive. Vengeance was another strong driving force. Thus, the clan master dared to take the initiative. Your courage is wasted on you. Li Chia smiled and said, your decision today will be the end of your clan. I can easily destroy it. The clan masters and other clan members became furious right away. Brat, you're dead. The clan members began yelling at Li Chia. No one ever survives after crossing us. We will exterminate your clan no matter how far away it is. The aggressive shouts drowned out the area. There was no way the authoritative Biendu would let a junior humiliate them in public without barking back. Does he think he's a Dao Lord? An expert from another sect murmured. Just wait and see, the Biendu won't let him off easy for this transgression. A young cultivator snorted. This was precisely the development everyone wanted, for the Biendu and Li Chia to fight. I want to see who dares to destroy my clan. A thunderous voice echoed, causing everyone's ears to feel pain. They staggered backward from shock. A massive power descended and affected all of Blackwood. There seemed to be a giant looming above everyone. The pressure stemming from this being could crush them all. Boom! A person landed on the ground with the weight of countless mountains, causing shockwaves to shoot out and sweep people off their feet. When people got up to look at him, they saw an old man wearing a resplendent robe. Runic halos pulsed around him, images of sages sang praises for him. He looked like an uncrossable mountain, others had no choice but to look up in deference. That's the Biendu Paragon, an ancestor recognized the runic halos right away. Even those who had not seen him before still recognized his title. An ancestor serving as the current leader of the Biendu. Rumor has it that Buddha Supreme had a high evaluation of his talent during his youth. A high elder became startled. Chapter 3902, the Biendu Paragon was currently the strongest ancestor with the highest status. He was born during the previous era, as talented as can be. During his youth, he actually witnessed the battle between Buddha Supreme and the Horde. As he grew older, he found success with the Tao and was summoned by Buddha Tao Lord. This was a rare honor. Of course, many cultivators saw the Supreme in that turbulent era. However, to be personally summoned and appreciated by the Supreme was an entirely different matter. Recently, rumor has it that the 4 Grandmasters have been summoned as well. This couldn't be verified. Ultimately, the summoning was a testament to the Paragon's talent and achievement. Some even said that he was stronger than the 4 Grandmasters. However, since his clan was located in a remote region and due to his old age, his fame wasn't on the same level as the 4. Nonetheless, the crowd was still shaken to see his appearance. Many bowed slightly, the ancestors included. This gotta be the end for Li Chia. A young expert was murmuring while bowing. The Paragon's notoriety made the crowd think that it was looking bad for Li Chia. The young ones could already imagine the scene of Li Chia being taught a lesson. The Paragon's eyes swept through the crowd like divine sabers. People felt a sharp pain on their cheeks as if the blades had scraped them. The eyes eventually fixated on Li Chia. His aura became torrential and struck everyone's chest, making it difficult to breathe. This was akin to facing a mightier foe who could crush you at any moment. This was the power of a top heavenly sovereign. The crowd trembled while being utterly intimidated. Of course, Li Chia remained nonchalant despite the overwhelming aura focusing on him. The Paragon's eyes narrowed and increased the intensity of his aura. However, he suddenly noticed the bronze ring on Li Chia's finger. He looked at it for several seconds before changing his expression and staggering backward. While everyone thought that he would be furious and immediately cut Li Chia down, his actions thus far didn't reflect this. Ancestor, that's the brat who killed my son. The clan master walked over and told the Paragon. The strangely emotional Paragon raised his hand. However, his target wasn't Li Chia. He ended up slapping the clan master's face without holding back, causing his cheek to swell. He then got on his knees and bowed repeatedly. "It is our clan's mistake to offend someone above our station, please forgive us." This rendered the crowd shocked and speechless. The Biendu paragon arguably had a higher status than the 4 grandmasters. Just a while ago, he seemed keen on teaching Li Qie a lesson. The sudden shift left everyone slack-jawed. The clan master himself was overwhelmed with confusion. However, their paragon was wise and insightful. He immediately realized that he had offended the wrong person. "Please forgive us for overstepping our bounds." He was smart enough to immediately kneel and beg for forgiveness. The other members of the clan felt the same sentiment. However, both their paragon and clan master were subservient. They had to do the same as well. "Please forgive us." The members of the Biendu got on their knees. The spectators became frozen just like the atmosphere. "Please forgive our temple for the lack of reception, Sacred Lord." A high monk led his disciples to greet Li Qie as well. "Please forgive us." The monks circled and kneeled, seemingly wanting to protect their lord. The loudness echoed and intimidated everyone. Their Buddhist energy emanated across black wood with Li Qie at the center. This scene established Li Qie's authority and status. If these monks have accepted him as their leader, others needed to do the same as well. "Sacred Lord?" Ancestors were shaken to hear the honorific. "Who's that?" A youth found this scene too strange. "Just kneel." A senior nearby slapped him, then pushed him to the floor. Both of them kneeled at the same time. "We deserve death for not greeting you earlier, Sacred Lord." An ancestor kowtowed and shouted. "It is an honor to be in your presence, Sacred Lord." Numerous experts joined the ceremony. Meanwhile, Wei Qianqing, who was standing in the distance, didn't expect this. She calmed down and also followed the crowd. By this point, the majority of cultivators from the Holy Ground had submitted to Li Qie. Only those from the east, Righteous, and other locations remained standing. "Does anyone know who he is?" A disciple from Righteous asked. Not long ago, Li Qie was everyone's target. Even the ancestors from the Holy Ground wanted to kill him. How did everything change so quickly? The Lord of Sacred Mountain and the Holy Ground. A prime minister of a dynasty in Righteous also bowed towards Li Qie. The juniors nearby took a deep breath and lowered their head as well, despite not liking Li Qie. The Lord of Sacred Mountain had the same seniority and status as their Righteous Supreme. Even the sect master of Righteous was half a rank lower. Thus, though the members of Righteous weren't under the Holy Ground's jurisdiction, they still needed to show respect to someone on the same level as their supreme. "Sacred Lord?" The praetor stared at Li Qie. The coalition army didn't bow either, since they had no love for the Holy Ground. Chapter 3903. The imperious ancestors from the Holy Ground were subservient to someone for once. Their juniors did the same. Their land had countless sects and kingdoms. Normally, these individual powers did whatever they wanted. Even Vajra, who was in charge, couldn't directly interfere. Nonetheless, they still knew that ultimately, the Holy Ground still belonged to Sacred Mountain. It had complete control and could decide the direction of the land. It normally didn't interfere in mundane and administrative matters. Its disciples and the mountain itself were rarely seen. Because of this, it felt like it didn't exist to some. This would change the moment it showed up again, proving its dominion. This was especially true for its sacred lord. All members of the Holy Ground had to get on their knees. There have been numerous sacred lords in history, yet none disappointed. They conducted themselves honorably and powerfully. The previous lord was Buddha Supreme, a cultivator famous not just in West King but all of 8 Desolaces. Some would put him on the same level as 8 Stallion Dao Lord. Plus, due to his valiant effort at Blackwood against the previous invasion, his prestige reached an untouchable height. Today, the revelation of their new lord shocked the members of the Holy Ground. Not a single soul predicted this. Of course, they didn't dare to question his status either. First, the paragon of the Biendu had met Buddha Supreme before. There was a chance he had been invited to Sacred Mountain and knew more about its rules, hence his ability to recognize Li Qia's position. Most importantly, Heavenly Dragon Temple recognized Li Qia as well. They were the most loyal supporters of Sacred Mountain and maintained a communication line. Therefore, Li Qia was clearly the real thing. This didn't stop people from finding it strange. Why did Sacred Mountain not announce their new lord? A sudden change in leadership wasn't unprecedented, the lack of announcement was. The next question became, what happened to Buddha Supreme? Are the rumors true? Many thought about him potentially passing away in Sacred Mountain from his injuries in battle. No wonder why everything comes easy and miraculously. He's the Sacred Lord. One ancestor murmured, the Lord is peerless and godlike, it all makes sense now. Why would it be surprising for the Lord of Sacred Mountain to be an unfathomable and omnipotent being? Some found comfort in having certain questions explained, no longer jealous of Li Qia's sorcery and luck. There was no lack of people sweating either. They trembled while kneeling on the ground because they looked down on Li Qia earlier, going as far as scheming against him. What would be the punishing of offending, insulting, and going as far as scheming nefariously against the Sacred Lord? This could be construed as treason and sacrilegious. If Li Qia pursued this matter, death would absolutely be the penalty. They might drag their clan and sect down with them as well. All Li Qia needed to do was give the command and numerous powers would toil for him. Rise. Li Qia waved his hand and told the kneeling crowd. Yang Ling was standing next to him. She knew that the young master was special but not to this level. How could someone so young be the Sacred Lord? Other Sacred Lords in history were far older. The crowd stood up after receiving permission. Evacuate citizens to your camp. He then ordered Wei Qianqing. Affirmative. Wei Qianqing accepted the command, then told her subordinates to carry out the order. Remove the wall. He then told the monks and the paragon of the Biendu. What? Astonishment struck the listeners. Everyone knew that this Buddhist wall served as the first line of defense, perhaps the most effective one too. Blackwood Cliff would be exposed without it and would fall to the monsters right away. Sacred Lord, Blackwood will fall without the wall. Billions of cultivators and mortals will die. The Biendu paragon said anxiously. If Blackwood were to fall, so would his clan. Hence the evaluation to the Guardian Legion's camp. Li Qia said flatly. The crowd exchanged glances, not knowing what to say. Was this a decision to abandon Blackwood Cliff instead of fighting? What is this plan? It's too risky. An expert from the holy ground whispered. The high monk of the heavenly dragon was startled as well. He placed his palms together and respectfully spoke, Sacred Lord, I don't think we can hold this area without the wall. The Supreme Back then relied on it to keep the monsters at bay. I have a plan, follow the orders. Li Qia instructed. How illogical and sloppy. I can't believe we're running away instead of defending Blackwood. An old cultivator from Blackwood muttered beneath his breath. Chapter 3904. No one took the evacuation command in stride, whether it be cultivators from the holy ground or the other powers. Some would have called Li Qia insane if he wasn't the current Sacred Lord. How are we going to stop the monsters without the wall? Nonetheless, they still complained among themselves. If they had a say in the matter, they would never agree with this decision. This isn't a game, billions of lives are at stake. Someone coldly uttered and the crowd heard him clearly. Remember, no one dared to criticize Li Qia. Even the Biendu paragon and the high monk of Heavenly Dragon Temple merely made suggestions. The tone of this speaker, on the other hand, showed a lack of respect towards Li Qia. In fact, it sounded like criticism. Others followed the direction of the voice, wondering who had the audacity to speak to the Sacred Lord in this manner. It turned out to be Sword Hero, which was rather understandable. Some found this to be the right development and secretly gave him a thumbs up since Li Chia had to be stopped. Sounds like you are strongly opposed. Li Chia glanced at him and smiled. Sword Hero arched his chest proudly while being under the spotlight. As a top genius, he had experienced plenty of hardship and tribulations. He wasn't afraid of Li Chia's status in the slightest. The Buddhist wall is the strongest defense in Blackwood Cliff. Recalling it is the same as handing this area over to the monsters with both hands and exposing the holy ground to their violence. It is unvirtuous and harmful. Everyone should denounce this choice. Stop, I've grown bored of these pompous speeches. Li Chia interrupted him. I don't need you to tell me what to do, go play somewhere else. Li Chia showed himself to be dictatorial and imperious, not listening to anyone. A ruler like this wouldn't win the heart of the people. Alas, no one uttered a single word. The master of Sacred Mountain could make all decisions for the holy ground. Sword Hero turned red with rage. He would have yelled at Li Chia if the guy was just another junior. However, the Sacred Lord had a higher status than him. They already had an ongoing feud. Now, Li Chia suddenly became his superior and chastised him in public. This left him in an awkward position. I don't know the rules of Buddha holy ground. The praetor suddenly interjected, but in our wild East 8 kingdoms, when there is an incapable ruler whose decisions are detrimental to the people, we'll remove them. This caused a stir in the crowd, especially the members of the holy ground. Such talk was akin to betraying the holy ground, which was punishable by death. That's why everyone kept their mouth shut. Stand to the side. Li Chia waved his hand at the praetor as if he was chasing a mosquito away. The praetor had an ugly expression. Li Chia's new status made revenge difficult. His son's death would be in vain. He needed to do everything possible to avoid this. You are blinded by arrogance. He replied, I am not under your jurisdiction. Our coalition army will protect this place till death. Anyone who wants to recall the wall is our enemy. Vajra will do the same. We will not stand down to anyone because this pertains to the greater good. Sword Hero shouted. The generals and soldiers behind him became alarmed. This was nothing short of a declaration of war towards Li Chia and most importantly, Sacred Mountain. I see. Li Chia smirked while staring at the duo. You two wish to challenge Sacred Mountain's authority. That's fine, I'll give you a chance. Want to fight alone or with your armies? Everyone took a deep breath. Anyone would need to think twice before challenging Sacred Mountain. The price in doing so was prohibitive. Remember, Vajra's current leadership position was bestowed to them by Sacred Mountain. In this situation, Vajra would be dragged down this mess as well. My brave soldiers, follow me into battle. The praetor roared heroically. We are at your command, victory shall be ours. The soldiers chanted awe-inspiringly in unison. They didn't have the same qualms as the members of the holy ground. Who will follow me to battle? Sword Hero gritted his teeth and asked. He's crazy too. A crowd member whispered. No one from the holy ground would support this treasonous act. The soldiers of Vajra hesitated, not knowing what to do. They understood that although they worked for Vajra, the true power in charge was Sacred Mountain. Moreover, Sword Hero couldn't represent Vajra either. Guardian Legion, follow me. Wei Qianqing stepped forward first. The soldiers in this legion left the formation and followed her, refusing to go against Sacred Mountain. Legions of the dynasty, march. Another commander of Vajra also left. The legion would never go against Li Chia without the permission of archaic Sun King and ancestral temple. It didn't take long before only several thousand disciples in black uniforms were left behind Sword Hero. They were his personal squad, ready to die for him. Good, you're all I need to sweep through the world. Sword Hero's morale remained high despite losing 2 main legions. He then pointed at Li Chia and declared, we're more than enough to take you down. The spectators took a deep breath after seeing a formal challenge. Chapter 3905, I don't think this is right. An expert of the holy ground said. Though Li Chia wasn't the traditional sacred lord and his command was questionable, he was still in charge. Furthermore, the previous lord, Buddha Supreme, was rather unconventional as well and had his fair share of irregular deeds. Sacred Mountain's prestige remained in the holy ground. Thus, they didn't think Sword Hero's challenge was appropriate. Indeed. A big shot with more information quietly replied, I believe Sword Hero already dislikes Sacred Mountain. It might be more than just his hatred of the current Sacred Lord. The latter was well known, how Li Chia sent him flying with one smash. This humiliation should be unbearable. Now, Li Chia's new status was fanning the flame. In the past, Sword Hero had all the advantages back then versus the average archaic Sun King. However, Vajra picked archaic Sun King instead of the genius swordsman. Thus, many found this strange. Why didn't Vajra pick the clearly better candidate? Rumor has it that this was due to Sacred Mountain's involvement. It wanted archaic Sun King instead. Outsiders didn't know whether this was true or not. Nonetheless, it wouldn't be surprising for Sword Hero to dislike Sacred Mountain. Therefore, he had two reasons to challenge Li Chia right now. This wasn't driven by a sudden impulse. Is this enough? An expert asked. They're going against the Sacred Lord. Prior to this, the crowd would think that this force could easily crush Li Chia, who was virtually alone. But now, he became the leader of Sacred Mountain. Their evaluation and opinion of him completely shifted. He became unfathomable despite his meager cultivation. They initially attributed his success to sheer luck. Now, they thought that he was the reason for the miracles. We'll find out soon enough. A big shot from Vajra responded, I heard that ever since his setback, Sword Hero has been in isolated training. He learned a new sword technique and sword formation, confident in them enough to try and take the throne back. Really? Those nearby became emotional. It'll be a good show. The big shot responded. This is it? Li Chia wasn't impressed by his opponents. The praetor, in particular, didn't appreciate Li Chia's haughtiness. After all, his coalition army was truly impressive. Conversely, the members of the Holy Ground accepted Li Chia's attitude. The Sacred Lord should act in this manner. We'll cut you to pieces in just a moment. The praetor said murderously. Sword Hero had an ugly expression as well. I have created a sword technique capable of contending against anyone. Your life is mine. The veil of courtesy between the two of them has been ripped apart. Sword Hero had no reason to be afraid of Li Chia's status. I don't fight people who have lost to me before. Li Chia chuckled and lazily stretched. Lilv yellow, Lilv black, take care of this. The crowd had no idea who these people with the silly names were. During their curiosity, they saw a yellow dog and a wild boar running out of nowhere. Gao. The dog barked at Sword Hero and gave him what seems to be a disdainful gaze. This is a thing. Everyone was surprised to see the two animals. There was nothing special about them. The dog's fur was an ashen yellow with empty spots. It was as thin as a stick, perhaps malnourished for a long time now. The boar didn't look any better either. It barely had any mane left, a sign of old age. One of its fangs was broken as well, maybe from fighting against another beast. Li Chia chose these two for battle. They were up against capable cultivators. The praetor wasn't weaker than Sword Hero, not to mention the coalition army. Is this a joke? A spectator blurted out. The whole thing was ridiculous. I don't know, how can these two animals take them on? Someone from the Holy Ground still found this astonishing. Yes, everyone thought that the Sacred Lord was unfathomable. The issue was, he wasn't the one fighting this time. The praetor and his armies were livid. They were battle-hardened warriors, yet he sent out two animals against them. This went beyond underestimating them. It was a blatant and deliberate insult. Sword Hero didn't fare any better, especially after seeing the dog's disdainful gaze. It was one thing for Li Chia to look down on him. After all, he's the leader of the holy ground. But now, even a random dog dared to treat him in this manner? Ha ha ha. The praetor laughed from being too angry. I can't wait to see the hidden dragons and crouching tigers of the holy ground. They must be so great to look down on us like rumble. He didn't have time to finish because the area started shaking. Dust blinded everyone's vision as if a massive dragon was attacking. Lil Black somehow appeared behind the coalition army for an ambush. Its rapid dash created a frontal gale with the force of a mountain range. Ah! Ah! Thousands of soldiers were sent to the air by the gale. They vomited blood after having their bones and internal organs crushed from the impact. Those who survived the impact died after smashing into the ground due to their grievous injuries. Their blood stained the battlefield. Chapter 3906. Black was brutal, looking outwardly harmless yet having plenty of nefarious thoughts within. It was different from the prideful Yellow. Once it decided to fight, it wouldn't mind resorting to despicable means. Thus, while the praetor was speaking, it already snuck behind and began. Agonizing cries echoed across Blackwood as soldiers from the east died in gruesome manners. The feeble-looking boar showed no mercy after receiving Lucia's command. In fact, people should be more afraid of it than the incoming horde of monsters from Black Tides. The gales alone inflicted untold damage. Some also died from being pierced directly by the boar's fangs. These veterans weren't weak at all, having seen more than a fair share of battlefields. Alas, Black ravaged the area like a tornado and killed thousands in the blink of an eye. Defensive formations, Moon. The praetor regained his wits and roared. The coalition army was well trained. Even though the ambush took them by surprise, the remaining soldiers formed a formation in no time at all. Clank. 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 They assumed a crescent formation consisting of numerous layers of raised shields. They then roared and added their energy to this metal wall. Their shields became resplendent with Tao laws activated. The complete formation looked like a mountain of steel, seemingly impregnable. The Moon formation is probably their best defensive stance. A big shot from the east said. Boom! Gales and clouds gathered above the formation and turned into an enormous maelstrom. There seemed to be a palm in their pressing down. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a beast hoof pulsing with a black light and incredible energy. It looked like a beast king was trying to trample the land, destroying mountains and rivers. Given the magnificent spectacle, people thought that the formation was finished. Sure enough, cracks appeared from the pressure. Though 100,000 soldiers or so were roaring and channeling their vitality and energy into the formation, it was far from enough to stop the stomp. Boom! The cracks proved to be too much, so the formation collapsed. Ah! Ah! Screams, bone-cracking sounds, and blood splashing took over the area. The soldiers within the formation were annihilated by the stomp. Not a single one survived. It's a massacre, one spectator got goosebumps all over. The rest felt the same way. You're finished. The maddened praetor's spear thrust through the air like a soaring dragon. The boar retaliated by swinging its tail to stop the thrust. Boom! Sparks splattered everywhere, looking like the eruptions of numerous volcanoes. The praetor staggered backward from the pushback. Once he stabilized, his chest was heaving up and down, his expression changed greatly. No one expected this result either. The coalition army had suffered untold losses, losing more than half of its soldiers. How could this wild boar be so powerful? Some had seen the two animals following Lucia before. A few even made fun of him since they didn't look cool at all. No one expected that these sickly animals with one paw in the grave were so frighteningly strong. My God, I actually mocked them before. A duality student's knees buckled repeatedly. He dropped to the ground from fear. Back at the academy, Yellow and Black had eaten some students' mounts before. They were furious and came to Lucia, demanding an answer and retribution. A few even wanted to slaughter the two animals. Now, they recalled the past and broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, they didn't successfully provoke these two, or they would have died just like these soldiers. Some youths turned pale and vomited. They have never seen such a gruesome massacre before. It's strong. Yang Ling murmured to herself. She and Fan Bai knew that Yellow and Black were extremely strong despite being Li Qia's pets, just not to which extent. Now, a coalition army was as feeble as paper before Black. This still surprised her. The old man already knew that they were strong during the first meeting. That's why they were qualified to leave Myriad Beasts Mountain with Li Qia. What are they? An expert took a closer look at Black. It just looked like a normal boar. Gao. Yellow barked. It wasn't taunting its enemy but at Black, seemingly telling that boar that it's nothing special. Black looked back at it with an arrogant stare in response. The two were evenly matched rivals, always competing with each other. Gao. Yellow wasn't happy with this and raised its paw at Sword Hero, seemingly telling the genius to come here and accept his death. Though its opponent was Sword Hero, Yellow kept on glaring at Black as if telling the boar to watch how it would deal with these weaklings. Black grumbled and ignored Yellow. It raised its chin in a haughty manner at the Praetor, acting as if it could take him down in 2 or 3 moves. Both the Praetor and Sword Hero nearly vomited blood from anger. Sword Hero always looked down on others due to his talent and power. Now, this old dog dared to be so contemptuous? This was the case for the Praetor as well. As the High Commander of the Eastern Forces, he was in charge of numerous soldiers. The boar's attitude was unacceptable. Chapter 3907. Though infuriated by the contempt, both Sword Hero and the Praetor maintained their composure. They had enough experiences on and off the battlefield to always stay calm. Nonetheless, they must kill the two animals in order to keep their reputation and prestige. So arrogant. An expert from Righteous said. Like master, like pet. This is to be expected. His ancestor smiled wryly while shaking his head. Others agreed because they have seen Li Qia's imperious style before. It seemed that he wasn't the only one. His entire group seemed to share the same characteristic. Are the Sacred Lord's pets from Sacred Mountain too? Those from the Holy Ground had no problem with this group's arrogance. The Sacred Lord was the ultimate existence in the south. Only Righteous Supreme could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Therefore, his attitude couldn't be considered arrogance. I haven't heard of Sacred Mountain grooming any divine beast. Maybe this is the case, it's just that we don't know since we've never been there. An ancestor from a large sect responded. Sacred Mountain is the ultimate auspicious ground in our land, the chaos energy there is immensely dense. Having divine beasts there makes sense. A national teacher said confidently. Few in the Holy Ground have visited Sacred Mountain. The 4 Grandmasters were fortunate to do so according to rumors. Some believe that Archaic Sun King before his coronation went there as well. Others included Guan Tianba and Righteous Supreme. Because of this, though everyone knew about Sacred Mountain, there weren't many details about this area. The crowd wondered whether Black and Yellow were from there. An auspicious place like that should have auspicious beasts. Most nodded in agreement. They look like king-level chaos primal beasts. On the other hand, an old ancestor observed the beasts for a while before suggesting, albeit without confidence. Show me what you can do then. Sword Hero shouted but didn't dare to underestimate Black after seeing its power. Boom! He activated his power and released 12 palaces. Chaos energy engulfed the area around him. However, the 12 palaces didn't float above his head. They started spreading towards all 4 directions. My brave warriors! Follow me to hell itself! Sword Hero roared. To hell itself! The 3,000 loyal soldiers shouted with great bloodthirst. Rumble! They all released their fate palaces as well. More than 10,000 palaces floated magnificently in the air. They started connecting with each other while relying on Sword Hero's 12 palaces as the cores. A great city came into being. Clank. Sword Hero then took out a sword box. The moment it appeared, numerous sword hymns could be heard. Sword harmonization box, didn't Sacred Mountain give this to Vidra? A big shot was shocked to see it. Right, it is for their administrative contribution. An ancestor nodded. This box wasn't from a Dao lord but was still an ancient artifact with incredible power. Clank. 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 The swords belonging to the spectators started ringing and shaking. Meanwhile, the soldiers behind Sword Hero transformed under the effect of the box. They turned into 3,000 divine swords of various colors, blood red, dark red like pills, blue like the ocean. These swords then fused with the box, causing it to be pulsing with bright rays just like the sun. Sword Dao, heed my commands and turn into a citadel. Sword Hero chanted and released fiery sword rays. The rays could sweep through an army easily. The crowd became frightened and retreated. He eventually turned into a divine sword himself, looking like the king of the blades. This sword also joined the box like the rest. What are they doing? The spectators became confused. The box floated into the city made from their palaces and hovered in the center, slowly materializing into a divine sword as well. Loud sword hymns and bright flashes detonated, giving off a world-ending impression. A derivation of the sword Dao initiated and the divine sword started spinning. Its majestic sword Dao became one with the city, empowering the walls with the sword affinity. Clank. The sword citadel had numerous sword Dao and sharp energies circling around it. Sword Hero and his soldiers utilized the box to start a supreme sword Dao. They relied on their fate palaces to create the physical structures of a city. They then combined the two to form an entity capable of ending the world. I've never seen this before. Experts became startled. This must be the supreme merit law he created. A knowledgeable ancestor said. No one knew the name of this technique since this might be its first appearance. Sword Citadel. Finally, a talent from Vajra with close ties to Sword Hero revealed. He took 1,000 years of meditation to create this merit law. This was the fruit of his training after losing the competition for the throne. It seemed that his time wasn't wasted. He trained 3,000 soldiers and relied on the sword harmonization box for this merit law. It consisted of Sword Hero's own power and his soldiers' fate palaces. The end result was a mighty sword citadel capable of both offense and defense. They would never lose as long as the citadel remained standing. Moreover, the floating sword Dao around the walls were ready to attack at any moment. Thus, Sword Hero was very pleased with his magnum opus. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.